We have a shortage of workers in our country, and you see even in Florida, some of the farmers and the growers saying, why are you shipping these immigrants up north? We need them to pick the crops down here.
What? What the fuck?
Representative Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here to help make this a reality.
Final one. What happened in the hunger event today? The president appeared to look around the room for an audience member, a member of Congress who passed away last month. He seemed to indicate she might be in the room. What happened?
So the president was, as you all know, you guys were watching today's event, a very important event on food insecurity. The president was naming the congressional champions on this issue and was acknowledging her incredible work. He had already planned to welcome the Congresswoman's family to the White House on Friday. There will be a bill signing in her honor this coming Friday. So, of course, she was on his mind. She was of top of mind for the president. He very much looks forward to discussing her remarkable legacy of public service with them when he sees her family this coming Friday.
He said, Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? She must not be here.
No, I totally understand. I just explained she was on top of mind. You know, this wasn't what we were able to witness today, and what the president was able to lift up in this at this conference, at this event, was how her focus on wanting to combat food insecurity in America. And this is something that he was lifting up and honoring. And again, he knows that he's going to see her family this coming Friday. There's a bill signing that's going to happen in renaming a VA clinic in Indiana after the late Congresswoman. He knows that he is going to see her family, and she was at top of mind.
And just one more quick follow-up, because I'm trying to get my head around the response. The late Congresswoman was top of mind for the president, and her family was expected to be here, and that's what he was thinking about. Why was he looking for her? I'm not trying to be snarky here.
No, I mean, and I'm...
No. What we're saying and what he said there.
And again, I think people can understand. I think the American people out there who, watch the briefing from time to time, maybe at this moment, will understand when someone is at top of mind. And this was such an important event when we're talking about hunger, when we're talking about food insecurity, when we're talking about these champions, these congressional champions who were in the room, who have worked in a bipartisan way. We don't talk much about bipartisan actions that we see in Congress at this time. And as he was naming folks, she was on top of mind, and he understands and knew that he was going to see her family on Friday for this bill signing. Again, I don't think it's all that unusual to have someone top of mind, especially as there's a big event, two big events today and also Friday that is going to occur. And so he's going to see her family. They're going to honor her. They're going to celebrate her, and he will do a bill signing for this really critical, let's not forget, this critical, important issue for millions and millions of Americans across the country.
Gaslighting is a form of psychological abuse in which a victim is manipulated into doubting their own memory, perception, or sanity.
Yes, could I just add that even though you know what's coming, you won't be able to do anything about it.
From the totally real country of Australia, I bid you all good evening, good morning, or good day, as the case may be, across these many, many time zones. This is the pre-stream. My name is Thermo, and we're here to talk about the newsy stuff from this week, from Lawtube to Lolcows, from 4chan to Forbes. We'll have a look back at some of the news from the past week and see if we can figure out where Jackie is.
Who's Jackie?
She's dead. Exactly. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Dave, hello. Tem, El, Tim. Special guest, Faran Balanced. Welcome.
What's going on, guys? Great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for coming. Absolutely.
Highlight of the week, I'm sure.
You'll be just laughing.
So, to answer your question, El, who is who is Jackie? Jackie has unfortunately passed away.
Real
and
time.
Biden.
You know so much about this as well, and you're committed. And I want to thank all
Oh,
of you
you got to
here
turn him
from-
up.
including
Yeah, I just cranked it up.
bipartisan elected officials like Representative Governor, Senator Braun, Senator Booker,
God, he's terrible.
Representative Jackie. Are you here? Where's Jackie? I didn't
God.
think she was
In spirit.
to help make this.
Like-
So many of you know so much about this as well, and you're committed.
It's terrible.
bad.
Like so Jackie died like 2 months ago. And
Actually, sooner, a month ago.
was it a month ago?
Yeah,
I
it
thought
was
it was
So
2 months ago.
Yeah.
here, this is a crazy story, true story. Okay, I was a news anchor in Indiana, South Bend, Indiana, in particular. That was Jackie Walorski's district. So I did a number of news programs with Jackie. Had her on a bunch of times to interview her, and when I saw the news, it was a lot. Really, really sad what happened, but basically, and here's the crazy part of what happened. She was basically driving down, it was State Road 19 in Indiana, and originally the report said that another car veered into her vehicle and crashed into her. Then you found out it was her chief of staff, and her communications director. I don't know if it was like a texting and driving thing, but the police got it wrong first. They veered into oncoming traffic. Oof. And it was her, like I said, her communications director and her chief of staff were killed. Big Republican, especially in Indiana as well, did a lot of stuff for veterans, tons of stuff for veterans. That was every story that I did with her was for veterans. But to see Biden do this, I mean,
Do you think
why
he's
did they just
throwing
take
shade?
the L?
That's such a big flub.
I still wonder if he's throwing shade. Why is he even like the Republicans are monsters now? So it seems odd. What if he's doing it to be an asshole?
Apparently she worked on this initiative, this hunger initiative, and was part of it. And obviously Biden remembered that, but just forgot that she died. Like,
How do you forget that she died?
Well, he's been on vacation a lot.
Hey,
Maybe nobody told him.
When you have dementia, one of the symptoms is you forget whether people are alive or dead. Like you forget things that happen to other people.
Yep. Where's your family? Well, sorry, but your family already died long ago.
Yeah, like
I do that now though.
The
That's
wife.
a problem.
Yeah, like it's really like it's
But
horrible.
he's running the country. Love that.
Fucking elder abuse, full on at this point. Like it's just but the interesting part is the media narrative is starting to shift. They're actually asking about it now. They're like, hold on a second, what the fuck? Like I had it in the intro. That entire back and forth was ridiculous. The media's like, oh, was he looking for Jackie? Oh no,
it was a different
top of
Jackie.
mind.
No,
Top of mind.
I thought the initial response was, oh no, it's a different Jackie. He's not talking about Jackie Walorski.
Well, the narrative shifted a few times.
Yeah.
First, it was top of mind, and then it was her family was in the audience, so he was actually looking for them. He misspoke. And it's like, Jesus fuck. Just
Don't think so.
And honestly, what they should have done is just take the L, say, oh, he's got a lot going on right now. He's busy. Even just a day's worth of work is a lot for him at this point. Just take the L.
Just be glad he's here, guys. Like he made it. That's enough.
He survived another day. That's
you ungrateful pricks. Yeah,
he walked to the podium by himself.
Because if he doesn't survive another day, then it's President this idiot.
Oh God.
who apparently went to Korea and nobody knew. I didn't know. Like
dumbest. Nobody telling anybody about that shit.
Nobody said anything.
The administration's not telling anybody.
And apparently we're allies.
Yeah,
we're good friends.
apparently Trump did an amazing job.
He's a fucking
now
boss.
North Korea is an ally. I mean, who knew? Maybe he should get that Nobel Peace Prize.
Mind you, still has not gone to the southern border. So when they said she was at the border, They were not talking about the southern border. In
Well,
case
she only
you
goes
had,
to
you know,
borders that are well defended.
But why was
Like-
she there? Do we know?
No idea.
Because Democrats
I-
think
I-
that's still important.
I assume because Biden didn't want to go. Well, look, US is allies with Korea. They're a long-term ally and a close ally. So,
Oh
of course,
wait. So is she in South Korea and not North Korea?
yeah, she
like,
went
was
to
that
she
what
went to
the
South
flub
Korea,
was?
but she went to the DMZ.
She was looking at North Korea and said North Korea.
Said the
But she, of
okay,
course-
sorry, you guys. I don't pay attention to anything before the streams.
We know.
Okay, thank you.
So the United States shares a very important relationship, which is an alliance with the Republic of North Korea. And
She even said
it is an alliance that is strong and enduring.
She didn't say Democratic People's Republic, so I'm pretty sure it was a gaffe.
Oh, absolutely. But
yeah, how the
So
fuck
what
do you
did
not
she
know where you
mean
are?
to say though?
Republic
she
of
meant to
South.
say the Republic of Korea.
Yeah.
not the
Which
Republic of North
yeah.
Korea.
Republic of Korea is South Korea.
Oh,
Because the North
Yeah.
Korea
That's
is the
fun.
Democratic People's Republic of North Korea.
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
democratic.
she
As
could have fixed it by saying, I mean, not North Korea, you know, but
already
just
know this, yeah.
let
Better
it
if she
keep going.
jumped out of a helicopter.
Why
Yeah,
don't they
she
do
would
that,
have
though?
to admit that she made a mistake.
Yeah,
You're
and
not
it's
supposed
like
to
they're
do
terrified of that,
mistakes.
or they're just not used to having to.
I think
Because
that's probably it. They're not
The
used
media
to it.
just runs cover for them.
They're not used to it.
Dave just smoking a cigar.
Are you allowed to smoke on YouTube?
I don't know if you're allowed to, but it's okay. Whatever.
It's a
Not my
cigarillo
show.
and or a blunt.
Get it, Dave. Get
Who's
it.
to say?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was Twitch.
I honestly don't have any idea.
Speaking of your Russia is just a stone's throw away.
Oh, the bit rate. Goddamn.
Well, at least she's looking in the right direction.
This is very reminiscent of Sarah Palin, in my opinion.
No, nice. And it's so close.
It's 50 meters away. Yeah, that's right there. Fucking right there.
I have not
throw
seen this part.
football
Holy
over there.
shit.
He's being respectful. He's calling her ma'am.
Well, yeah,
Ma'am, it's right there. It's 50 feet away.
50 meters away, ma'am. Like,
Yeah.
50
Right
meters is
there.
those trees, ma'am. That is North Korea.
50 meters is what, 150 feet?
Yeah.
She's like looking at the mountain
Absolutely.
range and shit.
And then you get this stuff like, Jesus.
It is our lowest income communities and our communities of color that are most impacted by these extreme conditions and impacted by issues that are not of their own making. And so absolutely. And so we have to address this in a way that is about giving resources based on equity, understanding that
She said it.
we
She said the
fight
thing.
for equality,
Yeah,
but
she
we also
said the
need to fight
thing.
for
She said the
equity,
equity
understanding
thing.
not everyone starts out at the same place. And if we want people to be in an equal place, sometimes we have to take into account those disparities and do that work.
So yeah, we'll hand out some hurricane relief funds based on equity.
But in fairness, she said, "Oh no, we've got to go based on income and then based on color." So people are conveniently leaving out the second part.
Exactly, but
I mean, mind you, guys, I don't know if you knew this or not. This was very underreported this week that Puerto Rico just got the last of their hurricane relief money from like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So,
during the water
the
bottle?
Trump relief money.
The Trump
from
relief
so
money.
the minority thing is actually a thing. Is what I'm saying. Oh, Puerto Rican? Okay, wait another 3 years. You're good.
Have they built it all? Like, does anyone know? Or are they just totally disastered still?
Didn't it just get hit again?
Oh, yeah, because of this. Yeah. So it's crazy because Puerto Rico has a really, really, really weird power grid system thing going on. I talked about it last week where they actually used to have a public utility with their electricity It got completely wiped out from, oh God, I think it was was it Irma? Don't quote me. After that, they brought in a private company called Luna Energy. And they were getting all these government grants. They were doing all this stuff. It's been 3 years. Guys, Puerto Rico's like
was
maybe
this
the size of
company that
Indiana.
Was this the company that had 3 staff members?
Well, it started that way, and then they actually started hiring people. So you're right, but they saw that there was so much inside stuff happening. Puerto Rico, I think is maybe the size of Indiana. You know, they don't even have a third of the island of their power grid system restored, and they said that they were going to have it done in a year. And it's been 3 years. And the CEO eventually was supposed to testify in front of Congress. And he recently said, actually, sorry, my calendar's booked.
Puerto Rico's about 110 miles by 30 or 40 miles.
Yeah.
Very small.
It's about a quarter the size of Indiana.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's no reason this shit couldn't have been fixed in
exactly.
like a minute,
Guys, it was devastating.
corrupt government.
That's insane. Like,
and there are people still even without running water there. And mind you, it's a U.S. territory. So while they don't have
the Democrats want to actually be a state.
And while it's not
a state,
while it's not a state, we still, have, I guess, allegiance to give it money when it needs help. I mean,
they're all American citizens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump at least went down there and threw water bottles at people, but still, you know.
And then the government came and took the water bottles away and hid them.
Yeah.
left them out to
paper towel.
Left them out to get spoiled.
It's a strangely
I'm
square
sure those
island.
are more helpful.
But you see the same thing happening in Texas. For example, if you look at I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, you had the deep freeze in Texas and people died. Well, that's because all of their power grid systems are privatized, because you have the East Coast, the West Coast, that's all under federal jurisdiction. Texas, mind you, gotta love Texas. They do things their own way, which I get. I totally understand. They do not have a power line that goes across state lines whatsoever, strictly for the fact that they don't want to be run by the government. And I respect that.
That's when the revolution comes, yeah.
It
right.
is the risk that...
But
the
problem is that the federal government came in about a year before that deep freeze and was like, hey, you're going to have to spend a lot of money to re-weatherize all of your equipment, whether it be for hot or cold weather. And they were like, yeah, don't worry, we'll do it. And they did nothing. And then people died, because their attitude is it's much easier to pay off an insurance claim from somebody that died versus spend $10 billion re-weatherizing your stuff. Yeah. So it's a give and take.
Yeah, is that an area where the state government could have just maybe stepped in instead?
Well, there's now a state investigation with Attorney General Ken Paxton, who's got his own sets of problems, who's still under investigation for giving his mistress money with state funds. You know how people do. But yeah, it's just, I mean, guys, she needed a 5-star hotel. Okay. Like who's to judge? But yeah, so there's Texas, while it's awesome in a lot of the stuff that it does, I mean, everything has its problems. The grass is never always greener.
It's a shame it's so fucking hot.
Yeah.
Except for when it's cold.
That's what I thought, was that storm was like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of severity.
I mean, it got pretty cold, but it didn't even snow that much. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. Well, you live in Texas, so you would know. Yeah.
to be fair, Tim, we do come from a place that has once in 100-year floods every year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so
fair
and
point.
I would say I think it was more northern Texas, right?
Yeah.
It was more northern, like the Dallas area and stuff like that. As you go south, near the Gulf, it didn't get as bad. But
yeah, I seem to remember some of the problem was not just being connected to the national grid, but also a lot of the renewables, like the wind turbines, just wouldn't operate in those temperatures, which is astounding to me.
Well, a lot of them die out too.
They freeze.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are they even reliable?
No.
Wind
turbines
can be. Wind can be if you put them in the right place. But if the wind's too strong, they can't run. If the wind's too weak, they don't run. Like
if it's wind's too
Oh,
cold,
so if
they
there's-
won't
if
run.
there's
you've got to
weather.
pick it. You've got to pick it perfectly. Basically, you've got to pick the
You have to have the
absolute
right
perfect spot.
You have to have the right alteration for it, the altitude for it. You have to have the right geography for it. Not a lot of valleys in Texas where they actually had the wind turbines. So
yeah,
you
it's a
didn't
lot of
get
flat land.
Yeah, you don't have that wind funneling effect from the mountains. So
Well, we have ass loads of them around here, and there's no winds or no mountains anywhere near us. It's one of the windiest places in the country. And they're everywhere. It's all flat land.
you're
Well,
welcome.
Employers in Florida would like you to would like you to bring your family and pets to the office so you can keep working.
Oh my god, I saw this.
Fucking hell.
People still work in
Didn't
offices?
everyone
I don't get
just
it.
like start
Yeah,
working
no,
from
in
home
Florida they
here?
do, Tim.
It's just another Tuesday.
Maybe not. in
That
Florida.
reminded me so much of, what was it, last year where they had the tornadoes in, what was it, Tennessee, Kentucky, or I think it might have been
the
Tennessee, where
tri-state ones, yeah.
it was the Amazon plants made people come still,
Yeah, and it
to
got
work.
hit.
and they got hit really
Yeah.
bad and people died. Like, I mean, yeah, folks.
Yeah, your job is
Take
not worth
the
your
L.
life. Yeah.
But also though, you don't have regulations where, I mean, and again, I'm not for regulation. Okay, like I'm very much small government. A lot of people are like, "Oh, are you on the right or are you on the left?" More government. I think more government, more problems. But there are times where, because we have a lot of other regulations, companies can get away with this, or the fact that we have all these lobbyists that are, knee deep in the swamp in DC, like the Amazon lobbyists and stuff, where, they're not going to get a congressional hearing or something like that after this happens. So it's one of those things where, while it would be great to have a hearing or to hold them accountable, you know what? It's
not gonna happen.
It's never gonna happen. Yeah. And then we're all screwed.
Obvious. Yeah, there's only one way out.
Mm-hmm.
Which way is that?
I don't think you're allowed to say on YouTube.
Through the asshole.
The forbidden way.
This is Tim we're talking about.
Does anyone know how to tie a rope? Just kidding.
Yeah,
I could figure it out.
it requires 13 loops
If you can find a rope.
to do it properly.
I just wrap it in a bunch of coal. I don't know.
This was incredible footage. Like I said, this is just a fixed position.
I like how that guy just
watching the
goes right
storm
into it
surge.
too.
I love
Where
it.
is this? Puerto Rico?
No, this is Florida.
Yeah. Do you know if this is Fort Myers or Naples or?
Holy
I think this is
smokes!
Fort Myers.
Oh, it says
Did
right
this,
here.
is this in,
It's
like,
not
is
done
this,
yet.
This is
And
real
fast
time.
forward?
Holy shit!
Yeah, this
Did
is
it happen that
time
fast?
lapse.
Yeah,
I think
Okay.
it's a time lapse.
Yeah, this was a
Oh yeah, that's time lapse.
Okay.
Like,
Oh, no, yeah. The last shot to
Oh
this
my
shot.
gosh. Okay.
Honestly,
well,
the trees look like they're just swaying like normally, so I could, well, not normally, but
Now it looks like seaweed.
yeah.
yeah. And that house is just picked up and gone.
oh, that's devastating.
Yeah. Reminds me of what happened in my hometown. Yeah.
I wonder how strong did the wind gusts get?
For Cat 5, I believe it's over 180 miles an hour. Because
Holy
the Category
smokes.
1 is only 90 miles an hour for a Cat 1.
Yeah. Only.
I was gonna say I heard 160, but I wasn't sure.
Well, there's a I forget the guy's name, but there was a reporter out in the street during it hitting landfall, and he had to hold on to like poles just to keep from being knocked over.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, absolutely, you can go 15 years without getting hit once. It only takes one, and you're done. That's
Yep.
it. Property's gone.
That's it.
Just like tornadoes.
I mean, I always say I like hurricanes, but I've never been devastated by one. My family has. It's just not me, and I guess I'm an asshole.
Luckily, my family has never been devastated by floods or cyclones, but we've lived like near cyclone areas, and I've lived in areas that have been hit by the biggest floods. But for some reason,
this is the
palm
wind.
trees
You
look
know,
like canvas sticks
like
now.
before, that was just a storm surge.
Holy smokes.
Now it's nothing. Yeah.
Where is this?
There's still a lot there. What do you mean?
This is Fort Myers.
Once again, Fort Myers, which is gone
I don't know where
essentially.
that is.
Apparently,
Yeah.
it's in Florida.
And the worst
It's in
part was
Florida.
is that they told people in Fort Myers, or no, they told people in Naples, hey, you're going to get hit really bad. So people in Naples went up to Fort Myers for refuge, and then Fort Myers got freaking pummeled. So it was just like they literally went in the complete opposite direction.
This is Lee County. I've not shared the audio because it just put depressing music.
Damn.
But
That's
like
so
the last
sad.
time I can remember devastation like this in Florida was Andrew.
Yep.
Back in I think 94 or 95.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm showing my age.
Yes, I was gonna say your age.
I thought Andrew was early 2000s, but okay, I guess yeah. But
No,
I
I
remember
think it's
hearing about
90s,
Andrew.
yeah. It was 1989.
Holy smokes.
Thermalite was just getting his retirement fund going.
Across the bridge to Key West.
92 it was.
I wonder how long it will take them to rebuild it. Good thing it's not Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Why can't it be? I wish Puerto Rico was a state. I'd like to have a vacation state.
Well, right now the billionaires want to keep it a territory so that they can get a lot of tax exemptions. That's why, like, you have like Logan Paul and all those dipwads moving to Puerto Rico for real. I've thought about it. I wish I
Makes
could.
sense.
Thought it was for them Puerto Rican women.
I love a good loophole.
Exactly.
I thought Florida was your vacation state.
No.
Well,
Maybe
yeah, it was. Now it's a disaster zone.
Where's the Hamptons?
Went to Florida. It was too hot. Everybody
Hamptons
bitches.
are
They were
up in New
homeless
York.
everywhere.
In New York, yeah.
Ah, okay.
I'm looking at
on the island.
I'm looking at the numbers, and they say at least 36 with deaths
Hawaii's
reported from
10,000 miles
Cuba, Florida, and North Carolina. I guess North Carolina got hit really bad.
Go
I
up
guess
to the
storm-
Carolinas.
I guess it went through South Carolina like a breeze, and then picked up in North Carolina. So they're saying that at one point, the entire island of Cuba had at least an inch of water. The entire island. Now I was like, hang on a second, that doesn't seem right, because I thought that there were mountains in Cuba. So part of me thinks that that's fake news, but I think they might just be talking about like the level land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But or sea level, but still.
Well, if you have gauges all over the country and they're all reading, an inch, then yeah.
Yeah.
So this is what's left of Fort Myers. Like
nothing.
That's so sad.
Fucking horrifying. Like,
Looks like the fucking house I bought.
and there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing.
Get dumpsters.
No.
Because when Mother Nature wants to, when Mother Nature throws a Category 5 at you, there's nothing you can do.
And isn't
And it's
there,
built out
I'm
of
trying to
brick.
remember if during Hurricane Katrina, wasn't one of the big problems is that a lot of people didn't have there actually was levels of hurricane insurance. I'm trying to remember there was
that
a
was a big
scandal.
Yeah, there's a lot of
It's
fucking people with insurance clauses because what they'll tend to do is you'll be covered for the hurricane itself. And if the damage comes from the hurricane, you're covered. But a lot of the damage in Katrina came from the breaking of the levees.
Yeah.
Which was caused by the
that was
hurricane.
the
So
main
insurance companies pointed to that and say, no, it wasn't the hurricane that
act of God
that destroyed
clause.
your house. It was the levees failing. It's like,
Wow.
really?
So
Insurance is great.
Yeah.
And Florida has some of the most expensive insurance premiums in the country because of this.
Yeah.
Well, you never know you need it till you need it.
Well, yeah. Chris Rock calls it "in case shit." In case shit happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it does.
Yeah.
That's
And you're
essentially
like,
what insurance is.
"Fuck."
We'll cover the storm itself, taking your house down. But if a tree gets knocked over and then the tree takes your house out, they don't cover that.
That's an act of God, though.
The act
Not
of
covered.
Boy.
Fuck insurance. Fuck the government. Fuck all this shit. So tired.
Amen.
Here.
Oh, you didn't have quite the right insurance, but you've been paying $300 a month for 62 years? Wow, you're fucked.
You're like, oh, I'm sorry. Let me transfer you to the nearest rep so they can talk to you about it. Hi, yeah, this is
No,
John.
that's not
Yeah,
what
it's
they
not going to
sound like,
work.
Faran.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to hear that this happened to you. Let me transfer you to
I
my
stand
supervisor.
corrected.
This is all too real for me because I work in insurance.
I understand how you feel, but there's not much I can do on my end.
Yeah.
And then
Can
they
you please
randomly
verify the
disconnect
last
you.
4 digits of your social, please?
Can put you on hold. Click. Hello? Hello? The fuck? He hung up on me. Good luck going through the rat race again, buddy.
Yeah. I am very sorry that you're very upset. Let me get
How do you laugh
to my
in Indian or
supervisor.
Pakistani?
I mean...
That's how they laugh, I guess.
What on earth is even happening right now?
I don't know.
There was.
We're going to get mass flagged by call center workers in 2 seconds.
Don't worry. Tell them we're big fans of 90 Day Fiancé and you're good.
So, yes, it is a condom.
A lot of people are asking, what is on my microphone? It is what you think it is. It's a condom. It helps protect the gear. We can't get these mics wet. There's a lot of wind. There's a lot of rain. So we got to do what we got to do. And that is put a condom on the microphone.
I don't know if I've seen
Oh my
that before,
gosh,
though.
this should be an advert.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
condom
Like
on a microphone.
I've seen a lot of that stuff, but I've never seen them.
Practice safe news, not fake news.
Yes, exactly.
I'm very well
So, Faran,
informed.
did you ever have to use a condom to cover the microphone?
A lady never kisses and tells.
Think
but...
about that.
God, that was a deep sigh.
No. Luckily, I've covered a lot of natural disasters like blizzards, snowstorms, polar vortexes, all that. But I've never covered a
9/11.
hurricane. No, I was in high school. But the one thing that I will say that I was very surprised with, I had a friend that I worked with in TV news. This is again when I was in Indiana, and we had a lot of really bad tornado warnings. And like, there's a tornado watch where it's like, hey, there might be a tornado. Tornado warning is like, yeah, it's gonna come on the ground. We just don't know where yet. And she was freaking out. Her and I lived in the same apartment complex. She comes to my bathroom and she's like, what do I do? I can't die this young. What am I going to do? And I'm like, yo, we're just going to get in the bathtub. It's fine. And I was like, you're from Miami. Don't you live through hurricanes? And she's like, no. She's like, a hurricane you can track. A tornado, you don't know where the hell it's coming from. And I was like, oh. Then I guess people from the Midwest are pretty much badasses. You know, like, we don't give a shit.
Yeah. A hurricane, you'll generally get 2 to 3 days warning.
Yeah, you get a lot of time.
A tornado, you get 4 to 5 minutes if you're lucky.
Yep.
I mean,
and
even
I
when
never
they're
understood that.
strengthening, you get time.
Yeah. So
I mean, nowadays there's
I don't-
YouTube channels that track them.
I
And
don't
you just
wake
tune into
up.
YouTube and watch storm chasers tracking tornadoes.
I don't wake up for anything less than 5.2 earthquakes, because I grew up in California, literally like 30 miles from the San Andreas Fault.
You had no fear about falling in?
No, it's not open.
They can be open.
I mean, I was gonna say, as a kid in earth science class,
California.
I was like, I am never going to California. I'm gonna fall in that
California
hole.
opens
I'm
up
never
and
going.
falls
I grew up
into
in
the sea.
Alaska where earthquakes were like, I don't know, pretty standard, but I never experienced the devastation of one. So we just had them all the time.
Australia.
Wait, you grew up in
devastated.
Alaska?
Yeah, born and raised. Didn't
She
move till I
wishes.
was almost 19.
Do you know what I found out about Alaska like last week that I thought was
Tell
so
me.
interesting?
It's
That
called
the male to
Ford gay.
female ratio is like astronomical, and that like the
Wait a minute, what?
strippers in Alaska make a shit ton of money. And I know this because Courtney
wait,
Love
never
talks
mind.
about
Fuck.
it.
They do, but also I don't know how to respond to this without being racist against Eskimos. So
Is the industry very
Damn,
highly
I've seen Ryan
populated
Hall's
it's just they're all just
I was hoping there was a whole assload of women and no men in Alaska because I was getting ready to load up the truck and fucking.
No,
roll
it's
out.
there's so much men. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
fuck
not
it.
a lot of women.
No, there is a lot of men.
Sucks.
I mean, the population is only like 700,000 people now, like in the entire state, and it's a huge state, but there's only a minimal amount of it that's even populated. But yeah, I could see that. And strippers do make a killing up there.
600,000 of them are men.
They don't even have to be cute.
Mm-hmm. And I found out because Courtney Love, of all people, left California for a bit, went up to Alaska to become a stripper because she heard that
Did she
were gonna
really?
make a killing up there. Yep, dead serious.
Did anyone know what was happening? How did I not know about this?
I had no idea until about 2 weeks ago when my sister
'Cause it
covered
was
it.
30 years ago.
Oh, was
Yeah.
it? Okay. I wasn't
Hell,
just
you
gonna
were not
kid.
even alive yet, I'm
Oh,
sure.
baby. Yes, huh? How old do you think I am?
I don't know.
I
30?
spent about a week up there. I made like
Where'd you visit?
I made like
Did you do stripping?
10,000.
What? Do what?
Stripping?
Exotic dancing?
You were
Oh,
stripping
God.
up in.
Was there a spearmint
Yeah.
rhino in Alaska?
Is there a yeah? Is there a
Was it a
spearmint
gay
rhino?
bar or a regular bar?
A speed limit?
Spearmint rhino.
No, a spearmint rhino.
Oh, spearmint rhino. It's like,
Spearmint.
of course
the
there's
strip
speed
club we
limit.
established
Fucking
that Dave stripped.
I knew some dancers that went there, and I went with them to make some extra cash.
Where'd you strip at? I'd probably know about it. There's not a lot of strip clubs up there, honestly.
Elle's been all the male strip clubs.
It was
Well,
close
no,
to
it's
30.
just
that's great.
the population's small. There's like I mean, I think since I've moved, it's really boomed a
Yeah, but
lot.
the
I
cities
mean,
are
last
like 500 miles
I visited,
apart.
they had a Walmart.
There can't be that
It
many
was,
strip
it
clubs
was
in
in
Alaska.
it was in Anchorage.
I love Anchorage.
I don't remember the bar.
I bet
Must
you
have
did
been
a great
good then.
job. I wish there was video from your stripping days.
Oh, he's getting ready.
I
He's
don't.
gonna have some video.
That
Dave's
would be
getting
part of
into
the
it.
intro.
He's gonna do some stretching and some yoga. He's gonna get a long bar and do some routine on it. I don't know any stripping
Yeah.
terms, otherwise I'd throw them in, but I don't.
I was gonna say I don't either, but I could probably show you some.
We've seen that.
You
Farron,
want to go
that's
back
fine.
there? No, we're going back there.
Heyo!
Oh my gosh.
What is it? History
Oh my
doesn't
God.
repeat, but it rhymes. Yeah.
Yes, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. You know, like poetry.
And boy, does that rhyme, fuckers. Oh boy.
Back to
What the fuck is Wink News?
Oh, the
WW3
story is a good
news.
story.
Wink news for twinks.
We can thank
We got a story
Farron for
from
this
Farron,
story.
yes.
Okay.
So,
So-
I'll let you run this one, Farron.
Yeah, I don't know what you said about it all.
You know what? Let me just as first I just realized too I totally forgot to message the girl who gave this to me. Hang on, tune in now. Okay, so it all started when a person that watches my show messaged me and was like, "Yo, this is like starting to make headway all in Fort Myers." Basically what happened was it was Wink, which is the local news station there. It started when two anchors went out the side door to look and see all of the like what was going on. They walk outside and they see a kitten on a bench. And they look at it and they're like, "Oh, here's what's happening, whatever." They start to allegedly see the water rise and they go back inside. Yeah, that kitten that you saw there, okay? That's
Fuck
where
that
it
cat.
started. Well, stand by, hang on. Because I think you might actually feel bad for the cat after we're done with this. So they go inside, and everybody starts asking, like, what the hell happened with the cat? So then you have, again, it was a male and a female anchor. The one guy was the weather guy. He tweets out that the cat unfortunately like swam away or it went in the opposite direction. We don't know what happened to it. Then another person from the station tweets out, yeah, that right there, that, you know, oh, we heard the cat died or the cat didn't survive. And then all of a sudden, like hours later, okay, these internet, like, I don't want to call them sleuths because I feel like that's such a negative connotation, because these people literally do yeoman's work that like the news should be doing.
Not one of these motherfuckers could walk out and grab that cat like on a bench in 3 foot of water.
Well, it resurfaces. I was going to bookmark that. It resurfaces. People start putting a timeline together. And they realized they took a video of this cat on the bench. Then 5 minutes later, there's a video that shows up on Facebook Live where they're underneath their like little awning on the side, and they're like, "Oh my God, like the hurricane's getting so bad, but like we don't want to get outside because I can't get my hair wet because I have to be on the news in 5 minutes." And it's like total straight up narcissism. So people
I've got that
start.
video, 1 sec.
Yeah.
First thing that comes to my mind is they probably put that cat out there.
Oh, just wait.
About that.
Meteorologist Dylan Federico here with meteorologist Juliana Mejia. We're at the Wink News studio right now, and the core of Hurricane Ian is approaching downtown Fort Myers. The weather is rapidly deteriorating here right now at the station. We've been in some big gusts. I'm going to go ahead and turn around the camera for a minute. I can only stay out here for a minute or two, but I want you to see what's going on outside right now. All right, hold on. A meteorologist.
Like,
yeah,
get a fucking poncho, man. Like, geez.
Yeah. Can I just ask what his accent is? Just real quick. It's driving me nuts.
It's news anchor.
No, that's
Hispanic combined with newspaper or with news anchor.
Oh gosh, it's
Fake
terrible.
Hispanic
Okay,
news
continue.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, and I know Big Boss, I see you saying it's only a cat, but here's, again, you're going to see the big problem in all of this, because this gets so much worse when you go down the rabbit hole. So again, these internet quote sleuths, they start piecing together the timeline of all the different tweets, and people realize that they took a little video of this cat where they were able to save it. They then did a Facebook Live or a Twitter Live being like, oh my God, like, you know, and it goes on too, I think on their Facebook Live that they recently took down, where she says like, oh, I don't want to, you know, get wet or whatever. Then they see the tweet where did the cat survive? And then the cat didn't survive, when people start asking questions, and they realize that these guys had time to save the cat. All of a sudden, a picture pops up hours later of a cat right there. And they're like, oh my gosh, we were able to save it. Like, look at this. Our producer was able to go out and save it. And people start looking. Thank you. People start looking and they're like, that is not the same cat. It was all gray with white paws. That is not the same cat. Then you have a producer who comes out where she's holding the cat and she's like, oh, this is like my new baby. I'm going to name him 4 because he survived a Cat 4 hurricane and all this other stuff. And so the whole thing was like, there's 2 theories if you want to play the video.
This is such a disaster for them.
Yeah.
Asked if this was our cat, and he said, well, I was just gonna put it down away from the water if it has nowhere to go. So I said, no, we'll take him.
So someone else rescued the cat. Like what?
Right. So it was, well, no. So
she looks like Gumby in whiteface.
Yeah, it goes on where she says that, in like another tweet, she says it was found by a tree yards away from the bench. That there was no way the cat could have gone over there. And basically there's 2 theories. People either think A, it was another cat that was stranded that they just picked up and they're passing it off as the cat, or B, they actually either had, or B, they went and adopted one to like save face, or C, they had an employee go get their own cat and pretend like it was the cat. But these people are not happy, and their attitude is, if you can lie about this, you know, because then the weather guy, when he was starting to get questioned, he started blocking people. You know, he started blocking people because people were like, "Where's the cat? Where's the cat?" And people were blocking him.
Well, they're fucked now because fucking TMZ's picked up the story.
The news can lie about this. What else can they lie about?
Career's over. Holy shit!
Holy smokes!
Holy shit, you guys!
Though they have bought the maybe lie that the cat survived.
Anything on the screen? Let me. Okay, you continue. Sorry.
Yeah, see, that's not the same cat. It's all gray with white paws.
So yeah, so that's the cat, which you can see it's gray with white paws, and
that's a grown cat. That's not a kitten. That's a cat.
Yeah,
that's
trust
more.
me, I have two.
Gosh. Yeah, like
someone had like full on bloody.
I really think we should consult the expert here.
Someone
really should consult
done
Dave.
some calculations
about these cats.
Yeah. And so here's where like Elvis was like, this is don't F with cats 2.0. And it truly is, because these people, I mean, they look at it, and this is where, as coming from local news myself, you know, you get so many of these people. And I was ranting earlier about this with Elle. I was like, there's so many people that are just so narcissistic these days in the news. You know, one of my mentors, Rick Sanchez, who worked at CNN, he covered Hurricane Katrina and was in Louisiana and was pulling people out of houses, rescuing dogs, CNN actually got a boat and they were rescuing people because he was with CNN at the time. And they were rescuing any living thing. This is a local news station. You see it on a bench. Like, you tape it and then, oh, I don't want to get wet. Sorry. And it's like the humanity truly is gone. Like, I even see now more and more. There's a website, if you ever want to look up your own local anchors, it's called ftvlive.com. And it's a website where they talk, you know, they show all the latest news anchors and stupid things that they do. I've never been on it. Probably not until now.
Oh, I'm gonna love
but
this website. No, you're good.
The night is young, Faran.
Exactly. After hours.
Exactly. But they call out these news anchors for all of these, you know, different lies or what have you. And one of the biggest things is they call people out for is when they're at a 4-alarm fire, 3 people have died, and they're like, watch me live at 5, and it's a selfie of them smiling with the burning house behind them. No joke.
Surprised they don't throw
no joke.
It really does ruin your brain working in TV news.
You can't trust.
No, but
there's
see, I don't agree with that though, because I would never, back in the day, I've been in it almost 15 years now. We would never do something like that. This is a whole new age of journalism, folks, where people literally just don't give a shit. You know, and it's all about the clicks and the click here. And I understand at the same time the other side where the news directors are saying we need clicks on the website, we need this, we need this, we need this. So you need to be promoting it on your social media.
Get out there and drive engagement.
Right. But that's not the way to do it, you know? And I think this is another example of not only did they not help, they it's one of those things that
they just buried themselves.
Yeah.
Dickheads.
Yeah.
No, that's pretty bad. I want to know who the imposter cat is, though. Like, I don't fault the cat.
He bossed the cat.
Well, then that same producer, Elle, you found the tweet where she said, like, for all of you who think this is a fake cat, how could you? And it's like,
Cat didn't even know he was complicit, though. Like, let him off the hook.
Cat, and this thing is sus as hell.
God, goofy fuckers.
I think it's indicative of how, like, the whole fake news thing has just permeated down so deep into local news, and that they don't give a shit about truth. All they care about is Twitter engagement.
So you guys, Therm, you've seen
Twitter handing out blue checks to anybody who works in media. Terrible. Worst thing.
You've seen the video where they're all doing the exact same news coverage lines, right? Where they're all like, "Oh, this is dangerous, Stuart." My local news, 2 of my local stations are on that little clip. Okay, so that was local news. It's all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's all of them. Like, it's not like, oh, you have a local independent news. No, they're all owned by these fucking megacorps. It's all
and that was Sinclair Broadcasting. That was that company that did that, and there was I think 3 news anchors total that resigned because of that.
You might know, Faran, I don't know, but the ones in my area are owned by Meredith Broadcasting Corp, and they were on.
Okay, yeah.
So I don't. Is that Sinclair? I don't know.
No, Meredith, they're their own, but they're starting to get smaller, and it's now getting to be where it's just Nexstar Broadcasting, Sinclair, and then Gray. It used to be a number of other ones like Meredith, Cox.
So they were in on that too, though. Whatever that was, whatever that fucking retarded shit was.
Oh, you know what? No, you're right. Sinclair did buy Meredith, so yeah, they would have been on that too. Yeah, and the FCC rules is that a company cannot own more than I think it's 255 stations in the country, and they've literally let that go. They're breaking rules, and they're just that's fine.
There really can't be that many more in the country, though. Like, you assume two per state tops, 2 maybe 3 per state.
They're talking about cities. They're talking about major cities because there's about 200. There's about 250 markets, and you cannot own more than.
Can't own the markets. Okay.
Like, for example, in Peoria, Illinois, they now only have 2 news stations run by the same company.
Weird.
There is no competition. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Really?
They are their
and
own
people are furious.
That doesn't.
It's an FCC violation, but they don't look at them anymore the way they used to.
It's okay. They'll just change the FCC rules so it meets the.
They don't need to change the rules if they don't fucking follow them in the first place.
But I'm seeing that
they've done that before.
Meredith merged with.
Well, they need to try. What'd you say, Tim?
Meredith apparently merged with Dotdash. Or
Meredith
used to be about.com was their former name.
Meredith, there's two sides. There's the TV side, and then there's the radio newspaper side. Because that's the other thing now is TV stations or TV networks or these TV media companies are now acquiring newspapers as well. So not only do you have the news spewing out from the TV, it'll come out through your newspaper, and you're not going to have any pushback by anybody, which is why, I always say independent journalism is so important because they're the only people that are going to be holding these people accountable.
Yeah.
Like even Jean Aunt Nini, she has 2 owned by Nexstar in her city. Yeah, it's owned by the same company. Where's the pushback? None. So, yeah, it's
most people don't even know about this, though. That's the other thing, and then half of them. You have to let so many people know about things for people to even give a shit about anything. Like they just. They don't know, and even if they did know, 1 in 10 would give a shit. So
that actually gives me a good segue into this piece. I don't know if anybody saw this. This is about the new Italian Prime Minister.
The fascist far.
I don't know anything about this. I'm so curious to know. I've been making a point to not know anything because I figured it would come up on this. Can't wait. She's
It's
cute.
a right-wing lady in Italy, so of course she's a fascist.
Not her. That's
given.
Well, no, not her. Well,
no,
I
that's
mean,
not
just the
Signora
Prime Minister's
Meloni.
cute, but she's cute too.
The Prime Minister's probably better.
Its first far-right leader since Benito Mussolini.
A far-right leader set to take the lead in Italy for the first time since Benito Mussolini.
Her politics have been compared to that of Mussolini.
The first far-right leader since Mussolini.
The first far-right leader since Benito Mussolini.
First far-right leader since Mussolini.
First far-right leader since Benito Mussolini.
First far-right leader since Mussolini. First far-right leader since Benito Mussolini.
First far-right leader since Benito Mussolini.
First leader from the far right since Mussolini.
Walls are
First
closing in.
far-right leader
Walls are
since
closing
Mussolini.
in.
First far-right leader since Benito Mussolini.
First far-right leader since Mussolini.
First far-right leader since Mussolini.
First far-right leader since Mussolini.
First
Centre-right
far-right leader
coalition.
since Mussolini.
Centre-right
First
coalition.
far-right leader since Mussolini.
First far-right leader since Mussolini. First far-right leader since Mussolini.
First far-right leader.
This literally goes on for another minute and a half.
Yeah.
And it is exactly the same. It is just
not
one news outlet after another parroting exactly
this is all
the same.
basically non-Italian media. I won't say Western media. But
I really wish they'd do the full Italian pronunciation, though. You know, since Mussolini. Since Mussolini. Like every time, though, it'd be fucking.
Yeah, I would say that it is Western media.
I've heard
Western,
that.
Western
Oh,
media
it's definitely
included,
Western.
but, you know, Al Jazeera and everybody was also included in that list. But it's everybody.
Well, Al Jazeera is now Western
That's
media.
Israeli media.
You would be surprised.
Yeah.
Al Jazeera
No,
is now
Al Jazeera
Western
is
media.
Qatari
Yeah.
media.
Fair
And
enough,
the reason why Al Jazeera has moved to the West is because, for those that don't know, it's the Qatari news source.
Yeah, that's why I thought it
because
wasn't Western. Yeah.
After
Usually
9/11,
money.
they started moving more and more west so that they wouldn't get all these
Blown back
FARA
to the Stone Age?
requirements.
I see
Well,
now.
it's because so I was with RT America, which is the head channel is RT in Moscow. When you work for an international station, you have to register with the with FARA or the foreign agent. You have to register as a foreign agent, the news station. And
spy.
exactly.
Fucking Russian plant.
Although all my friends were American at work, and we were all American, but and I worked with more people that were from Colombia and Venezuela than Russia, believe it or not.
Здравствуйте.
Exactly. Hola. But Al Jazeera, if you guys remember, after 9/11, it was called the terrorist network, and what they started to do was move more and more to the Western ideology, except when it comes to Israel and Palestine. That's the
It was
only
Al Qaeda's
way.
network of choice for releasing statements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but the West is very well known for saying far right. Russia, they don't say far right.
No.
It's like the more conservative. Like that's how they judge their people.
Yeah.
Only
That's
in
how we
Western
used to.
media.
That's how the West used to.
Yeah.
Right.
But even in Italy, she is not considered far right. She's labeled as centre right by Italian media. And
she was a minister in Berlusconi's government.
Yeah. Even Matteo Renzi, one of her big political opponents from the left, says no, she's not a fascist.
But
her own
narrative.
political opponents have come out and said no, she's not a fascist. That's insane.
Very bold
Yes.
move for them, actually. in these
Personally,
times.
frankly speaking, I was against Giorgia Meloni. So I'm not the best friend, and we grew up together in politics, but we are, and will be
This is a
rival
former
always.
PM.
At the same time, I think that is not a danger for Italian democracy. She is my rival. I'm rival. We will continue to fight each other. But the ideas are now there is a risk of fascism in Italy is absolutely a fake news. She won election, particularly because populism a lot of times won in Italy. She have a majorities government, majorities coalition, and probably she will be, I think, next month, the next prime minister. And but I think there is not a risk for Western alliance. There is not a risk for democracy. There is not a risk for everything. That is very important because I fought against her, but at the same time, I think there is not a danger for fascism in Italy.
You sound dangerously French, sir.
Yes, that's fantastic,
that,
trophy
he
wife.
wasn't
Yeah,
supposed to
Italian
say
dude
that.
speaking English on TV from Japan. That's
Yeah. But he wasn't supposed to say that. He's supposed to say that she's a major threat and she's the next Hitler and Mussolini. And
That's how it works in the West.
Hey, at least she'll get the trains running on time.
Most far right since Mussolini.
yeah. She's gonna take away your pizza.
Yep. No more pasta in
As
Italy.
as
Where is
someone
my
who is half
spaghetti?
Italian, I'm offended. Faran.
Where's my spaghetti?
Spaghetti.
Who was
yes,
offended?
I was.
Why?
I'm Italian, so.
So am I. I could say it.
What happened to Elbs?
Oh well,
Elbs dead.
Farron, do you
Elbs
realize you and I are people of color?
Yeah, you guys
Oh,
are.
shit.
Wow.
Well, no, hang on. Are you Sicilian or Italian?
I'm Sicilian.
He's Moorish.
My grandfather was from Sicily, and my
So then you're not
mother
true
from-
Italian. You are Sicilian.
He's a
So
Moorish.
there's a reason.
My-
There's a reason they gave you your own island, as
You
my
can go
grandmother
and-
would say.
You can go and cry with Michael Knowles then, Thermo. Just
My-
sit in the corner.
my-
You are a person of
grandmother-
color. I'm Northern
My
Italian,
grandmother
sir.
was from
It's a shame what happened to fucking Sicily, but you know.
Yeah.
Moors will
My
be Moors.
family is from the northern area, Naples, or not Naples, Florence. Florenza. My grandmother used to say, "There's a reason they gave the Sicilians their own island." And I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. All right, Grandma, I just want spaghetti. I'm in third grade, you know."
Does that apply to the
Used to be
Sicilians?
Italians
my
in
mother's
grandmother's neighborhood. It was
my
terrible.
on my sorry on my grandmother's side is from Chieti.
Oh, okay.
From like the
Machete?
yeah, from Machete, yes.
Yeah.
Machete.
Like the movie. Mm-hmm.
Danny Trejo. Danny.
So yes, the far right one, big in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Led by the
What does that
far-right
mean for
Fratelli
Europe?
d'Italia. No, they're not fucking...
yeah, what does that mean for Europe? It means,
Nothing.
It means
Europe doesn't care about
It means
Italy.
they'll have a balanced economy, and Italy's not going to be overrun by the EU anymore.
Europe
Maybe?
is France and Germany.
Yeah,
and
that's fascism in practice.
Uh-oh.
So I'm reliably informed.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Oh,
God,
no.
don't mess with an angry Italian nonna. I know. I'm
No.
not.
Oh,
I'm not
good.
Italian,
So
and I
fucking
know
good.
this. I'm not Italian, and even I know that.
I fell in love with her right here.
Yep.
Emmanuel Macron ci ha definiti vomitevoli, cinici, irresponsabili. E qui la stampa italiana a dire, hai visto che ha detto Macron, che siamo irresponsabili. Vergogna.
She's pissed.
Irresponsabile Emmanuel Macron sono quelli che hanno
Italian
bombardato
pissed.
la Libia perché gli dava fastidio che l'Italia avesse un rapporto
shit.
privilegiato in campo energetico con Gheddafi.
She did.
Yeah, she went there.
Esponendoci al caos migrazione nel quale ci troviamo.
Wow. I love her.
Cinici Emmanuel
She spits
Macron
fire.
sono i
She does look like
francesi
a
che
lady,
mandano la
though.
gendarmerie a rispedire indietro qualunque immigrato tenti di passare il confine a Ventimiglia.
Oh my God.
Ma soprattutto perché le cose vanno raccontate.
She's waving her hands. She's like
come si
Mussolini.
deve.
Yeah.
Vomitevole. E chi buono, che lo vuoi tu?
Well, there's the old joke where if you want to shut up in Italian, you just tie their hands behind their back.
They go insane.
Never heard that before.
Vomitevole. E chi, come la Francia,
I didn't know this.
continua a sfruttare l'Africa stampando
Oh,
moneta
God, yeah.
per 14
France still
nazioni
runs
africane
colonies.
No,
sulle
I
quali
knew there were
applica
countries
il
in Africa that
signoraggio,
used the French franc.
Yeah.
But
facendo
That's why
lavorare
Gaddafi was
bambini
killed.
nelle
Yeah, they're still
miniere
using the slave labor and all that. Okay.
That's why
estraendo
Gaddafi was
materie
killed. He wanted
prime
to
come
create
accade in Niger, dove
a
la
whole
Francia
African
estrae
dollar
il 30%
called the
dell'uranio
donar.
che gli serve a far camminare le centrali nucleari e il 90% dei nigerini vive senza elettricità. Non
Sounds
ci
so much
venire
better
a
when they
fare
yell in
lezioni,
foreign
Macron, perché l'Africa scappa da voi.
Damn.
E la soluzione non è spostare gli africani in Europa, è liberare l'Africa da certi europei. Non accettiamo lezioni. Chiaro?
What say you leftists
Absolutely
after that?
claro.
Well, she's
Boy,
Mussolini,
shit.
so we don't have to listen to
Fuck,
her.
like,
Nope,
absolute fiber.
it's all fake. It's all lies. She's all full of shit. That's what they say.
Like, she's an absolute firebrand.
I mean,
Yeah, I like
she's
that.
she is spitting fire though. I mean,
Yeah.
and that's the thing is if you've a lot of Americans don't even realize too that we are starting a war in Ethiopia right now because yes, oh yeah, there's a whole Ethiopian problem right now happening where you had the
shit.
rebels. Yeah, you had
I know,
the.
I know
Did you,
Ethiopian
have you guys
problem.
not heard about how our military
No.
is now going to Somalia and shit again?
I'm not surprised, but yeah.
Yeah, they're going from
I didn't hear it.
Afghanistan to Somalia. Okay.
Great.
Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's discussing this. But basically, it was that Ethiopia, they had their whole democracy set. They had these rebels that came in. They overthrew the government with the help of the United States.
I saw
And again, I
something.
love my country. I love my country, but we back the wrong people a lot of the time.
Most of the
100%.
time.
If there's the wrong side to pick, the US will pick it.
Yep,
only
and
just Googling
we
it.
are backing the rebels who want a revolution. And France
was
is
the-
doing it with all the rebels in Niger and Libya, all of them.
Farron,
Okay,
you must have
Africa
seen-
is the new hunting ground.
Devil's advocate. I was reading a story. It's probably a couple years ago where they were still doing sacrifices in Ethiopia. I don't know. I just like what?
Oh, there's a
You
lot
think we
of
need to bring them
different.
some democracy?
Which is totally going to work.
Ethiopia's got a pretty huge Christian. It's either Christian or Muslim in Ethiopia, so
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
really
No,
think
it's sure
so.
something.
And a lot of times too,
Maybe.
you will
I don't know.
hear of like crazy barbaric things that they do.
It's Africa.
The,
by the way. Spoiler:
one
Africa.
thing, right? Because they can't say that they have chemical weapons because they're way too poor to have chemical weapons. But if you go to Europe, they're going to use chemical weapons. It's a common tactic that they use. If you've never read it, it's an amazing book called Confessions of an Economic Hitman, and he goes through about how the
Nobody
United
here
States
can read.
is just.
What are you talking about?
I just learned last week. But yeah, it's you go through and you see since 1960 the government has been involved in over 62 coups where we've either funded, we've been a part of, or we've helped orchestrate over 62 coups. Our latest one being in 2014 with the Maidan coup with Ukraine.
Iran
and
wouldn't
that's
be
why,
Iran without us. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, and then it's just
To be fair, the first Iranian coup that was mostly the English.
You guys, I
The
know
CIA
With the
helped, but
backing
the
of the
English,
United States.
the English drove that one.
right,
Same
but we
fucking
funded
difference.
it. We funded
right.
it.
If we could keep our fucking mitts out of everything, everything would probably be 10 times farther along in cultural than I just fucking can't stand it. Can't stand this
Where
shit.
would we get our
Like you said, Ukraine, the whole Ukraine situation, that's almost, well, there's probably 60-40 U.S.
about
bullshit. No, this is the previous
Well, I'd
shit
say
that
80.
leads
I'd
up to
say
this.
80-20.
There you
Because
go.
There's a
I
lot of
genuinely
stuff.
don't know what's going on in the Ukraine, and I feel like a terrible person because I'm like a quarter Ukrainian.
You
and,
Russian
like, my
sympathizer, the Ukraine.
But I
Jesus.
grew up in Alaska, where like my literal middle school mascot was a Cossack. Like, I just feel really
That's weird. That's pretty far away from fucking. That's odd.
What are you talking about?
Not
She
really.
could see it from a house.
Yeah.
She
Yes,
can't
exactly.
see the
Thank you,
Cossack
Sarah
region
Palin.
from her house because that's
Oh, I hate her
literally
so much.
Ukraine. It's-
Basically, the whole
It's
thing with
so
Russia
damn
and
far.
Ukraine, though, there's so many. I mean, I encourage people, if you haven't seen it, you can see it on Rumble. If you see Ukraine on Fire from Oliver Stone, I know a lot of people
Yeah,
are like,
that's a
"Oh, he's a
good one,
Putin,
yeah.
he's a Putin sympathizer." He actually said, like, "Hey, Putin, like, why did you invade? This is a little bit like over the
I don't
top."
know. It makes a lot of sense to me, honestly.
But there's just when you hear, for example, people say that Russia is the big brother of Ukraine, they are right. Like when the Soviet Union fell,
Because it
Ukraine
was Russia.
broke as shit, and Russia bailed them out, so they didn't have to owe a dime to any other country, let alone the United States. And then the
And
U.S.
the
went
heart
in.
and start of Russia was Ukraine in the very
Yeah.
beginning. So
Yep.
it's,
Okay,
it's
but
not
then
really
they
surprising.
Yeah.
like they droughted the Crimea. What is it?
Yeah,
called?
they hold them
Crimea?
more. Yeah, I don't know. I don't
I'm
know
gonna
enough
stop talking about
that
this
to
because I don't
really-
actually know any facts. I just
So the
know
crazy
little
part is you hear with
differences.
Crimea exactly what you're hearing right now with the 4 regions that just voted on a referendum. It's like the Donetsk, the Lugansk, and then 2 other regions that I'm not even going to try to pronounce.
Zaporozhye and Kherson. Actually.
Kherson.
Thank you. So with Crimea, they had a referendum. Now, every side is different, or each side is different. Putin says a shot wasn't fired, and people in Ukraine say it was a bloodbath. Either way, the people in Crimea voted themselves out. Same with in the Donbass region, which is the Donetsk and the Lugansk region, which is where a lot of the fighting is going on. It's all really in eastern Ukraine where it's still Russian-speaking people. When you see the reporters and stuff live where they're like, I'm in Kiev or I'm in Lviv, they're
Yeah.
not even near the war zone. That's not
Not
even the
close.
war zone. And so you have those 4 regions. Already, the Donetsk and the Lugansk already asked Putin, hey, we want your military to guard us. And Putin was like, okay, fine. Like, I don't want to do this, but fine. And now you have it where they all voted to be back part of Russia, to be back in a part of Russia, because, again, where it lies,
Farron, have you
heavily
seen,
Russian speaking.
Have you seen? I heard that they had international observers that said everything was on board for the
referendums.
And I have
only,
not. I
only the
haven't
West
seen
is
anything
saying
else.
that people voted at gunpoint. Only the West.
I've seen lots of videos of people just walking in their long videos, and it doesn't seem like anyone's being forced.
Yep. Only the
Just
West,
saying.
and you won't see those videos. Only the West is saying that people were held at gunpoint to vote. And
Gotta see him on that
believe
cursed
people were held at
telegram.
gunpoint, but if there's fighting, people fucking flee. So, like,
there's not fighting where they did.
People
these
voting for
referendums,
things right
though.
now?
So they're
yeah.
voting to go back to be part of Russia again.
The only one I
And
really
we
don't like
probably
is
don't want that, right? Like we don't
do
want
not,
Ukraine
no.
to be part of Russia, but
yeah,
because
the only
of
one I think
their
is questionable is the
access to
Zaporozhye
weapon
referendum.
things and stuff.
a lot of the reason for the hurried bringing the referendums forward now is because so Russia's military is kind of like the US one. That there are rules around where you can deploy troops and where you can deploy conscripts and when you can conscript soldiers. And especially because it's not a war, it's a special military operation.
It's gonna be a war now, baby.
They can't deploy conscripts into foreign areas, and volunteer soldiers can refuse during peacetime to be deployed overseas. So if it's part of Russia officially, then they can be compelled to be deployed there. Also, the Duma passed new laws changing what you can refuse to do in peacetime. They've essentially made it so that if you refuse an order for deployment in peacetime, it off to the gulag.
Yeah. But the funniest part though is
that's a lot of the drive for this, because there's a manpower shortage.
Yeah. Well,
they only walk. The whole point is this with the special military operation. They never really went in with more than like 250,000 troops. It was like the tops, and the problem is the reason they did this. The fucking they lost that huge amount of territory with the counterattack is that they don't have enough troops to cover all this.
Yeah, and
so
you know what,
they did.
Oh, you mean over a third of their budget is
troops.
not on the military? Over a third of their budget's not on the military, like ours? You mean like that, right?
Yeah, weird.
Their budget's not as big though.
They just didn't have enough people to cover. They didn't have enough people to defend the territories they've taken, and that's why it's been getting slower and slower on their march forward.
Yeah.
They just don't have enough. They have the assault troops, but they can't take everything. So they're sitting around and that's why they retook.
I think the problem
Kharkiv.
is, for years, Russia's been built up as this scary, because America has needed it. If you need
doing it right
an
now
adversary.
still.
You need an adversary to spend all this money on the military. And China, honestly, China's the adversary.
Thank you.
Russia's not the adversary. Russia should have been the ally. Russia should have been the ally since the end of the Cold War.
Putin asked Clinton in '99, dude, can we be part of NATO? He said it in his speech about,
He
I want to say,
didn't ask to
back
be
in
part
March.
of NATO. He asked to remove NATO and make something new.
No.
There are no
In
people
his
so culturally
speech-
similar as Americans and Russians.
In his
Literally none.
speech back in March, when he addressed his people after they invaded Ukraine, he said, I've never told this to anybody. I'm going to tell you right now. Back before Clinton left office, I asked him, will there ever be a chance, ever, that Russia could eventually be part of NATO? And he said, I'm not going to tell you what Clinton said to me, but notice how we're not part of NATO. Russia has wanted to be part of NATO because NATO was only created to stop the Soviet Union. Okay. The Soviet Union fell in 91. We don't need NATO anymore. Now you have Ukraine. Russia had 3 demands. A, don't fund the Ukrainian military. B, don't expand into Russia. C, don't let Ukraine be part of NATO. It's our little
we fucked
brother.
that up.
Don't start doing shit with them. What did we do? We started funding them and started funneling money through them. B, we sent all of our javelins and basically half of our military equipment so that if China even did invade us, we could not fight back right now because Lord knows we don't make shit anymore. And then third, now you have Zelensky being like, oh, we're going to apply for NATO now. It's like, do you want World War III, you stupid bitch?
Yeah.
We're literally
because
and
he's fucked
Putin,
without it.
The ultimate irony is this is an issue of Putin's own making, because Ukraine was never going to join NATO. They could beg and borrow and steal, but they were never going to be admitted because the rest of the NATO countries didn't want the hassle.
Well, they said the same shit about all the other countries that are now being admitted.
It's the same for Finland, and it's the same for Sweden. They weren't NATO members.
Here's a
they
question.
had no interest in being NATO members. Finland was perfectly happy with their detente with Russia. Finland had a great relationship with Putin, like the Finnish.
Finland does not like Russia.
President
has never liked Russia.
They've never liked Russia, but they've always had. They've since
Russia stole half their goddamn territory. I don't think they like Russia. Since the end of the Finnish War, they've had an uneasy truce.
Yeah, but like here's one thing that every American needs to ask themselves, and this is the kicker right here. Okay, you have Latvia and Estonia that joined NATO. Do you folks realize that if Latvia goes to war against Russia? Suit up, mother effers. We have to fight for Latvia. Are you ready to fight for Latvia? A land which you don't even know where the hell it is on a map?
Pretty sure it's a defense pact.
Article 5 doesn't actually work that way, Faran.
It's a defense pact.
It's a defensive act. So if Estonia invades Russia, tough fucking titties.
Yeah, good
luck.
No,
if Russia
attacks Estonia, absolutely,
we have to go to war. Yeah, we have to send our troops over. I'm not saying if they go to war with Russia, Latvia's not that stupid. But if Russia invades Latvia, suit up. We got to go over there. That's the pact.
That's
Russia knows that though. So the idea is it builds this, because the idea of NATO was, well, look, we'll all agree to go to war if one of us is attacked, and that way no one will try anything, which has been the concept for which has been the entire concept, the reason Article 5 exists.
HIMARS is getting fucked up.
So the idea is these small nations, because Warsaw Pact collapsed,
right?
Like Warsaw Pact ended, Soviet Union dissolved.
Warsaw was done in like what, 96? Like not shortly after.
It was shortly after the fall. Yeah. So Warsaw Pact disappears, and then what happens? All these countries they want to join NATO straight away because they're still worried. They're still concerned about the Soviet Union rising from the ashes and taking back these countries. I mean,
but here's the
I
question,
understand their concerns.
Who
I
worries
understand
them?
why they joined NATO.
Who worries them though? Okay, like for example, okay, you know, a lot of these countries in Europe, they don't spend the same amount as they do on the military the way the United States does. And I'm not knocking the military.
Nobody spends the amount of money on the military as the US does.
Not even China.
It's a jobs program.
Yeah,
We've
not
been
even
paying
China
to protect
spends
Europe
the same.
and ourselves and the entire world for it.
Yeah,
we
I mean, look at
have been
Dick Cheney.
paying for that.
You're also paying to keep the likes of Raytheon running. You're paying to keep the likes of Lockheed Martin running.
Dick Cheney retired to be vice president from Halliburton with $26 million, folks. Okay?
I don't give
that says it all.
I want to build 67-inch fucking guns on our coasts and then go fuck yourself, the rest of the world. This is our area. Don't ever come here. Don't care what you do. Do whatever the hell you fucking want over there.
But here's
trade and good relations with all countries and entangling alliances with none.
But here's the big factor. Big factoid
so
is
much
that,
tangle.
And Trump brought this up. We are the #1 money spending country when it comes to NATO by more than half of any other country.
It's like 70% or something.
Yeah. Exactly. We spend all of
we're
the
NATO.
#1. We are, yes, thank you. We are NATO. So here's the question though. Is it that, you have these smaller countries, and when I say small, I just mean smaller in how much they spend on their military, like, your Poland, your France, your UK, where they don't spend that much money, but you have a country being like, oh my God, do you see Russia? Oh my God, like that's where you got to get in this with us, because I mean, it's like we spend the money, we need to make it, financially worthwhile for us, right? So it's like, is Russia really that bad? Yeah, but it's like, is Russia really that bad, or are we trying to make it so that we're telling ourselves, yeah, see all this money we're spending, it's worth it? See what I'm saying? That's the question that every American should ask themselves: is Russia hasn't done shit.
Here's
a massive
Russia hasn't gone to war in 20 years.
I'm going to say something about Russia in the vis-a-vis the political sphere of the entire world, and this is not a humanitarian take; it's a political struggle take, right? Mm-hmm. You have theoretically United States, Russia, Europe, for whatever the fuck they are, China, right? Russia does not have what it takes. They've been basically, everybody says China's a paper tiger, which they are, but Russia's been batting way above their weight.
Yeah.
They have been batting way above their weight for like 50 years now.
Russia has great PR.
But when Putin sees the chance to take basically heavy Russian territories, I mean, they were Russia. They are filled with Russian citizens, like 6 million or something like that in those 3 territories they took. Crimea, the same thing. He's gaining, for the country, he's gaining massive farmland, massive industrial, massive ports, massive population. He's damn near adding a quarter of the value to Russia by taking these 3 territories. Geopolitically, this is not something that should be even like, I can see why you would do that. And I can see why the U.S. would try to keep you from doing this, because this is the game of geopolitical chess. Just how it works.
Right.
I'm not.
The liberal world order.
And
you got to look at it in the big boys pants world, where people don't matter and fuck the little guy and everyone's going to die anyway. That's
a lot
how
of
these
people don't
think of
understand
things.
too. Like with Crimea, for example, if you know where Crimea is on a map, it's at the tip of the Black Sea, and that was actually
Just south of Texas.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a very, very big naval hub. And it was whoever controlled Sevastopol.
It's the home of the Black Sea Fleet.
Yeah, whoever controlled Sevastopol. Whoever controlled it controlled the Black Sea. I mean, the Russians and the Turks fought over it. I mean, you had the Ukrainians and the Russians fight over it, hundreds of years ago. I mean, it has always been a key point. And for Putin to lose that during the Soviet Union and then gain it back, I mean, who knows if a shot was fired or not? But, it's one of these things where Americans don't understand the whole history and what goes into the Ukrainian-Russian relationship. And even with Poland, too. You could throw Poland, Czechoslovakia, Moldova, Chechnya, all these other countries where it's that little pot over there where it was a cluster for hundreds of years.
Just wait until Ukraine's looking like it's just totally toast and Russia's like knocking at the kniper, and Poland's like, actually, we want our territory back, and then they just walk into Ukraine too. So wait for that to happen.
If you watch Ukraine on Fire, though, it gives a really good history of Ukraine and what happened, just who it's been owned by for hundreds of years.
Sorry, milkers. Wait a minute.
What their industry was after the Soviet Union. You see a whole backdrop of why it was so appealing to the West. And when I say the West, I say the United States.
Well, to put it in perspective, when Ukraine left, a third of the Soviet military left with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, and when Ukraine left, they were the 4th largest army in the world.
They were the largest army in Europe or something when Russia invaded.
Yeah, they were the largest ground army in
like
Europe at the time. Like it's ridiculous. Like how and yeah.
Yeah.
And look, I understand. So from Putin's perspective, domestically, I completely understand. Like, you can understand why Putin's doing this, because you're approaching the end of your life. You want to bring back the glory days of the nation you love. I understand and respect that completely. But yeah, there is my concern is nuclear proliferation. Because if you can play the nuclear card, if you can play there's nothing we can do. Russia has nukes. Then it's fucking open season again.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing we can do. Pakistan has nukes. There's nothing we can do. China has nukes. There's nothing we can do. India has nukes. There's nothing we can do. France has nukes. Okay, there's nothing we can do. Australia has nukes now.
I think that's a politically expedient card. I don't think that's the real card.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But I mean, we're all talking about World War III now. We're all talking about.
I'm not. I'm not
fallout
concerned
shelters
at all.
and shit. So
we're
memeing about it at the very least.
Is this a segue into the Nord Stream?
I had some more clips of Malone's, but now I think we should. So based Italian MILF.
Wait. Well, actually, we should watch those first.
Let's watch those. I need to get a drink. I'm just going to put this on.
Yeah, just play them.
Non firmeremo alcun documento che non è nel nostro interesse nazionale e non è nel nostro interesse nazionale delegare la nostra politica di protezione delle frontiere alle Nazioni Unite. La Polonia dice è assai probabile che la Polonia, sull'esempio delle altre, non farà parte del patto globale perché le nostre regole, i nostri principi sovrani concernenti la protezione delle frontiere sono una priorità. Lo dicono i governi di mezzo mondo, l'hanno capito tutti.
Onorevole Scalfarotto, onorevole Meloni, lei si rivolga a me, onorevole Scalfarotto, lei taccia perché ha fatto già il suo intervento.
L'abbiamo capito noi, l'ha capito mezzo mondo, il punto qual è? Lo capiscono anche loro, lo capiscono bene. Il Migration Compact è esattamente quello che serve a chi ha utilizzato l'immigrazione irregolare in questi decenni per coronare il grande disegno della speculazione finanziaria di privare i nazioni e i popoli della loro identità, perché quando non hai più radici sei schiavo e quando sei schiavo fai gli interessi di Soros. E queste persone purtroppo a quello guardano. E quindi noi abbiamo letto bene il Migration Compact e continuiamo a chiedere al governo di avere una posizione chiara. Noi chiediamo che il governo dica pubblicamente di no, non ci basta che il governo non vada a Marrakech. Noi vogliamo il voto in quest'Aula e chiediamo a chi condivide con noi la difesa dell'identità e dei confini di votare contro la sottoscrizione dell'Italia al Migration Compact.
God, she's such a fucking boss. Like, honestly.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Like, why can't the rest of us have this?
Yeah.
I want
well,
that.
because they get labeled as far right and then nobody votes for them.
Can you imagine her telling you to take out the trash like that? Fuck, I guess I have to.
Do it in a fucking instant. No simp.
You.
Oh my god, Twitter. Suck.
She speaks English in this one.
Does she?
Oh, really?
Yep.
I would say with a sexy Italian accent, but there's no such thing.
It's your Pope.
I think it's this one. There is
Oh my
one where
God,
she speaks.
Twitter,
There
you
is
suck
there
so
is one
much.
where she speaks English.
Oh, Jesus, Twitter, you suck.
Fuck. Twits.
Pope knew perfectly well that nations and the fact of belonging to a people sharing the same historical memory were the bedrock of the freedom of every man. He never tired to repeating that there is no Europe without Christianity, a teaching which is more topical than ever today, when the Christian identity of Europe is under attack by a distorted secularism that even attacks the symbol of the Christian tradition while throwing open the gates to the most intransigent form of Islam that wants to apply Sharia law in our European homelands, and which lies at the heart of the Islamic terrorism that has caused bloodshed in Europe and in the United States. John Paul's second patriotism also enabled him to view today's historical events in the light of a Christian realism, short of all rhetoric, as in the case of immigration. He considered that the right to immigrate had to be preceded first and foremost by a right not to immigrate, to live in peace and dignity in one's homeland. Christian patriot, also critic of mass immigration. When you think about that, today John Paul II would be on the European Union's blacklist as a dangerous subversive, but not for us.
She doesn't yell enough.
Neither would.
Oh, if you're Italian, you have to yell. Speaking
she needs
Italian,
to
you
yell
have to
more.
yell. I just want to point
That's
out
what
this
she
is the
got, man.
fucking International Reagan Thatcher Society.
Oh, those dirty neoliberals! How the fuck do they? How the fuck do they get it? Yeah, like Edmund Burke Foundation. Yeah, so yeah. You know.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, she's preaching to the choir here.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that shit. the international.
This
Oh,
is
God.
Hey, Matteo!
George, Matteo Salvini.
Here we go. Now you get to real angry
Prime
Italian.
Minister in the last parliament because so he's the head of the Five Star Party.
Is he the skinny version of himself or the fat version of himself?
He's the fat version of himself.
Okay.
Tornano a casa loro. Non possiamo permetterci di
And this rhetoric
Fucking
may
love
be
Italy.
shocking to Americans and liberals alike, but this is the rhetoric here in Australia too.
Yeah.
So, any country that, and most countries that have issues with irregular migration, illegal migration, whatever you want to call it, has this kind of rhetoric in the public discourse. I'm shocked. I am positively shocked at how little this rhetoric exists in America.
What are we talking
considering
about?
the absolute staggering numbers of people who come into the country illegally? I think like 1.3 million so far.
We can't say these things in
Exactly. It's fucking
we all know
insane.
it. We all know it. So anybody on our side knows we all know it. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not really a secret.
Io non so quali dati ha visto Salvini, ma noi
I love Italy. They're about to throw some shoes or something. I fucking love it.
di cui il 60% di chi è arrivato ha chiesto asilo, il 40% è andato verso la Germania, la Svezia.
I think the subs are being cut off by our images, our thumbnails.
Quindi non sono clandestine come dici tu, sono persone che decidono di andare verso
They can't read soy is the problem.
Ma per una legge europea
You don't need to know what it's saying.
già cambi idea? Sono tutti
Li
rifugiati.
mandano tutti in Italia perché c'è gente come te che li mette in albergo a 3 stelle, colazione, pranzo, cena, sigarette.
Yes.
Notice the hand talking. Notice the hands.
Oh, he did the fucking OK symbol. Clearly far right.
Magari ci stanno guardando.
Fucking Nazi.
Look again with the OK symbol.
Alcune
Why are
decine
so
di
many?
immigrati con degli
Why are so
italiani
many
che
Italians
dormono in
members of the
macchina.
Look what happened to Sardinia. Look what happened to Sicily. Look what happened to Spain.
So they're not in the hotels.
Why can't we do this in America? Let's just have screaming matches on national television.
Well, you do. It's called The View.
Yeah.
No, it's not. That's not the view.
I know what you
It's
mean.
four fat leftists screaming at each
I know
other
what you
about retarded shit.
This is like American TV, like on steroids.
Yeah, it's great. I love Italy. They love fighting so much in Italy.
Screw off.
I think this TV
Go practice
format would
politics
work
in
America.
Africa.
I think it's lacking.
Noi la destra
I think it's what's missing in American TV, like Jerry Springer but politics.
There's a number of videos when it's been over the Ukraine-Russia stuff of the talk shows where they actually will throw water in each other's faces and like actually get up and like try to beat the crap out of each other. And it
Jerry
is
Springer.
so entertaining. Yeah, but it's like men in suits doing it, you know? It's like Jerry Springer but like high class, you know? Amazing.
Dank has been having fun with.
I love Jerry
You
Springer.
mean Tony Duncolicho.
So what were they fighting about? Because I missed most of it.
They're fighting about illegal immigration. So, unfortunately, the way the European Union works is the immigration laws are basically decided at the top level by the EU, and because Italy is very close to Africa, they cop most of it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Very close, like
Italy and
Spain
Germany.
and France, and
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the Italian government
mind the
wants to turn them
fucking
back,
Turks.
wants to discourage them from coming to Europe, and the European Union doesn't care
bi-coastal batteries. Seems
and
very
wants them to just keep them.
simple.
That's what you get for signing up to supranational organizations.
Well,
Yep.
when you give away,
You cede your sovereignty to an extent, yeah.
your sovereignty disappears.
They essentially turned
Shock
into
horror.
US states. So.
As in
Yeah.
the state, as in individuality. Do not cede your sovereignty.
I was going to do Bouzy next, but we'll jump straight to Nord Stream.
I thought we did that a minute ago.
Wait, but what is it? Is it a pipeline?
So Nord
Yes, it
Stream
is,
is
so.
well
Yeah.
was, I guess.
Yeah, it was.
We'll use the right pronouns.
But with the illegal immigration, though, too, really quick, you are seeing the same thing happen here in the United States, just at a different level, in the sense of, you know, Italy and Germany and France, like a number of countries took the load of many of these immigrants,
That's what you said.
which is like Texas and Arizona.
Arizona,
I was going
Texas,
to say, it's
Florida.
basically like the southern states.
And now you see where they're like, hey, we don't have the money, we don't have we don't have the manpower, we can't do this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And how they're now
That's about
sending
right.
him over to these quote sanctuary cities And now, you know, like Mayor Bowser in D.C., Lori Lightfoot, where I'm at in Chicago, you know, all these, we can't handle this. And it's like, oh, so it's easy to say it on paper, but when it actually comes to doing it, and that's what I think a lot of these other countries that have been part of the EU that haven't had to do shit are going to learn. And that's where I'm sure the Italian people probably love that woman.
I mean, almost all of them had to pay the price, whether or not they knew it or not. I mean, Sweden's becoming dangerously based due to the influx of migrants, and France the same thing.
Yeah.
France loves to burn shit down, and wait till they get to burning some shit down about the migrants.
Don't piss off the French; they will cut your head off.
You know,
they'll cut their own head off too. So just stay back and let them do it. So France is France.
There is a huge growth of Cameroonians coming to Washington, D.C. For those that don't know, Cameroon, French colony, or was. See, the United States has no problem bringing over people from Africa and all these other, you know, like countries in the Middle East where they have no problem bringing people over there. And it's kind of interesting because, again, like you look at, like, you know, the southern countries that we've kind of messed up a lot, like your Colombia, Venezuela, all that other stuff. I mean, we could go.
Can we name a country we haven't messed up a bunch?
I mean, honestly, at this point, what, Papua New Guinea? You got me, dude.
We did that.
I'm serious. I'm not even joking.
Okay.
It's not even being funny. Like,
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Every country in Africa, every country in South America, like, what do we? It's Central America, every country.
I mean, maybe the Falkland Islands because they went with the UK, but I mean, everything. Yeah, we've meddled in almost any and every little thing. But we're so like selective on who we bring over. Either way, back to my point, you have a major influx of Cameroonians coming here from France because Cameroonians and France, they have a deal going on since they, you know, used to be a French colony that they can go to France whenever they want. Now they're coming to the United States because they're like, it's not the same. You know, we can't get a job.
Fuck that.
Yeah, they're like, I'd rather be in the United States, and they're all Uber drivers in DC. And I'm like, wait, where are these people coming from? Because now DC was known to have a very, very big Ethiopian population and a lot of Ethiopian restaurants. Now you have the Cameroonians coming, and you're just like, this is weird. Yeah.
Machete fights in the streets.
What the fuck
in
do
London?
you eat at a Cameroonian restaurant?
No. These are the people that are trying to evade the machete fights in the streets. Like, we're not doing it. You know.
Okay. Look, I assume if someone's come from Cameroon to the US, they haven't crossed at the southern border. They've actually gone through the green card program.
No, they go through Canada.
Oh, yeah.
I will say something about every African immigrant.
I've
West
joked
Africa.
with Tim
In Africa
many times. We've joked that it would be easier for Tim and I if we wanted to move to the US.
I'll just go through
fly to
Mexico.
fucking Mexico or Canada.
Yeah,
and just come across as illegal, no problem.
US bet because it's part the
I told you I'd pick y'all up.
The only thing is Canada, they require the vaccine. Mexico doesn't give a shit.
They actually dropped all of that, actually, I heard.
Although in
Yesterday
Mexico,
or the day before
I've had
yesterday.
2 of my shots.
It sounds like you can cross the border without needing any regulations, like either direction.
I think Canada's finally dropping its mandates.
No, it's Mexico, so you don't need anything ever. But Canada dropped its mandates and all the requirements and all that other dumb shit, like yesterday or today.
Yeah,
I saw. Who
very
was
recent,
it? It was.
I think I just only saw it on Twitter. But yeah, we
It
just
was
sneak through
BG on the
Mexico.
scene. BG on the scene. He posted that.
But
So
yeah.
to answer your question,
Did you guys know that you can drive into Mexico and they're just like, okay, we'll just check in certain miles from the border. Like, you could just, I don't know. Sorry.
When I lived in El
give a fuck
Paso,
when
we could
Americans
literally
come to
walk
Mexico.
across the border with no passport
You
into
used to do that
Juarez,
in Canada.
Mexico.
that's okay. So can Mexicans, fam. It's fine.
I
In the-
assume that's the
by
same
the
with San Diego and
thousands.
Tijuana.
By the hundreds, there's thousands.
So to answer your question, Elb, this is the Nord Stream pipeline. Or these are
El,
the
do you know
Nord
where this
Stream
is? This is Europe.
So this
This
is Europe.
is Russia and Europe on it. I got it.
So this is Russia. This is Finland.
If it wasn't labeled, I wouldn't know.
So
I don't know
and this-
anything about anything.
This is the Baltic. So when they talk about the Baltic, this is the Baltic Sea.
Know something about Alaska?
So Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 are pipelines that run deliver natural gas through the Baltic Sea.
88
to
million
Germany.
cubic feet.
Yes, 55
Just
billion
in the pipe.
cubic meters per annum. That's the BC MPA.
And it goes from Germany to Russia.
Well, yeah, it's from Germany to Russia, but it flows from Russia to Germany. It only goes
Yes,
in
thank
one
you.
direction.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yes, that
And
is
the green is Nord Stream 1 and the red is Nord Stream 2?
Red is Nord Stream 2, yeah.
If it flowed to Poland, it wouldn't got blown up, I can guarantee you.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, so that's
bet my
okay. That's
life
one of
on
the
it.
theories. That's one of the theories that Poland. Okay, I won't.
Poland didn't
I'll
do it.
save
No,
They
that's
needed
all
to.
right. Sorry, I have to find my place again. God damn
I can say this as a
Okay.
Polish person. We can be really stupid sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
it. Your
I'm
submarines
Polish,
with screen
Russian,
doors
and
are
Irish,
fantastic.
so
Oh,
I'm a drunk and
I'm one more
retarded.
than you. I'm one more than you. I'm just add Italian, and I'm just like you.
Well, I have French too, so I'm
Okay.
fighty, drunk, and retarded.
Oh, you fucking
So your
exotic
French
people.
is my Belarusian.
Poor
No,
Tim, he's
well,
just
maybe, I
white.
don't know.
Oh,
He's not even. He's not a person of color at all.
No, I'm whiter than
Nope.
Elizabeth Warren. It's crazy.
Only in the pants.
Stop it. She's
Oh,
Native
Farron
American,
won't
you
know
bitch.
this. Farron,
That's what I mean. I'm more white than her. I'm
Farron,
more white than her.
You won't know this. I'm actually more Native American than Elizabeth Warren. I'm
So am I.
0.45%
I
Native
don't have.
American.
I don't have a drop of anything exotic.
And you live in
How do
Australia?
Native Americans
No, I
work
live in
in
Australia.
Damn.
I've got all
does
the. I'm British and Danish. I've got all
What
the
tribe are
Viking
you? I
blood.
could get you. I could get you that
Yeah.
green card any day.
And Thermo, you never thought about going to teach at Harvard or anything? Because I mean,
Yeah.
you're
That's
way
an
more
important
than she
man.
is.
I'd have to check that box.
Yeah, I
wouldn't
mean,
feel
that's
right
how
about
she
it.
got
Just
into
check it.
Harvard.
I wouldn't feel right about it.
Just check the box. Nobody's going to check the box. that
Don't
you
worry,
checked.
nobody
Just check the
feels wrong
box.
about it here.
It's the one drop rule never left.
Yep.
Terrible.
That's what
I
she said.
felt,
So,
I felt guilty the one time I checked the Hispanic box.
I mean,
By the way, I love that you're the only one on camera. I would go on
you look
camera,
like a damn
but
Viking right now, Dave.
I have a
You
deep
look like
conditioning
fucking
treatment on my
Viking.
hair, so props
Love
to you,
that.
sir.
Dave loves being on camera.
I don't
And
get
being
on
on-
camera
and
'cause I
being
could
on
be
the
fired,
polls.
so I just don't.
So yes, Nord Stream
Operational
just-
security,
Nord
boys
Stream
and girls.
had a
OPSEC.
bit of an accident.
Accident, quote
So,
unquote.
and this is the result. So someone, the
Whose
Danish
warship
Air
do I
Force-
see in the background? Weird.
I see
Nord
American
Stream
and
2
Russian flags.
farted.
I don't know what's going on.
You guys
see any
don't
Russian
even get me
flags.
started.
Nord Stream
So-
2 farted.
I made a
Yeah.
I made a Farron meme. So did
Yeah,
Thermo actually.
I improved.
So is everybody.
I actually wouldn't mind that part in the center of my meme. I'm not gonna lie.
Here,
It was just
Farron,
like-
I'll
Well,
message
we could show it to you.
I'm such
They're
a
they're
dickhead.
we could do that.
So
Well,
yes, this is
I
the
wouldn't
result.
be Russian if you didn't. No.
And
You're double barreled, loaded up, shotgun ready.
You just say the word,
Now,
Daddy.
shooter.
We'll do it.
I don't have them. They do though. The ominous they have them.
so yes,
They
someone blew it
have
up.
them.
Someone decided to blow it up.
Goddamn animals.
To blow it up. Jesus Christ.
That was Joe Biden, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was Joe Biden.
I've heard some rambling old man say something about that.
And there was a U.S. fleet 30 miles away doing underwater exercises and deep drone work. But yeah,
Gulf of
no,
Tonkin, what?
We'll
Wait,
get to
Gulf
that
of Tonkin, what?
because that's an interesting thing too.
Let me answer
Interesting.
the first question first. If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then
Your tie's crooked, you
there
old
will
fuck.
be there will be no longer.
But that's Jill's
Nord Stream 2.
responsibility.
We will be.
You guys, I'm so confused right now. What is Russia invading?
But how will you
Are you fucking... Just stop. Just be quiet. Just stop talking for 20
Sit in the
minutes.
goddamn corner.
I got you. Stand by.
Just
Hey,
don't.
you know what?
What the hell is that?
Are you running for president, El? Because you could just be as completely mindless as the guy on the street.
For real.
Hey, in her defense,
Do not defend her.
Oh no! I'm gonna defend her ass.
Don't.
This girl,
She knows.
This girl knows. No, this girl knows everything that's going on with American politics here in the United States.
She doesn't. Guarantee you she doesn't.
Trying so hard.
She's barely conscious of what's happening right fucking now.
I really wish I could have more than
Are
10
we
clips
talking about
because then I'd be playing the.
Yes, Ukraine.
Oh,
No,
okay.
Russia
I didn't
also
know. I was
invaded
like,
fucking Mongolia yesterday.
border.
So yes, that video is Biden back in
gosh.
February, I think.
You know what? You mix a white Zinfandel with a raspberry White Claw for the
Oh my
last
gosh,
2
it's
hours.
so yummy. It's
and
so good.
you guys talk to me about foreign policy because let me
Are you
tell
guys
you
gonna
something.
perform a tandem act? Like you guys gonna duel it up?
You know what?
It's
If I had a
actually yummy.
trapeze, her and I would be doing freaking
Oh,
spread eagles all night long, folks.
absolutely. I can spread eagle all day.
However, we are not trained,
How
and
much
I am
is a
not drunk.
trapeze?
I am drunk.
I'm gonna look that up. Trapeze.
Sir, enough of the questions.
Trapeze
Can we get back to the
on
gas
Amazon.
line here?
I mixed white Zin with some White Claw, and oh my gosh, it's actually so good. I just was trying it for science. I just wanted to know if it would taste bad. And
We
it's
got two girls,
delicious.
white
Tell
girl
that
wasted.
to
This is
Stephen
gonna be
Hawking,
fucking
okay?
retarded.
Tell that to Stephen Hawking, okay? Who's sitting here, oh my god, I don't know how you would mix those two. And here Elba's just like, I did it, guys, science. Here we go.
It's yummy.
Right, boys, we have to crowdfund
wanted to know.
$118 a piece. We need to $240 so we get in both trapezes.
When Thermo gets monetized, we can take care of that.
Also gonna need a fucking plane ticket for one or both to go in the same room, so we need two
I love your
trapezes
optimism, Tim,
and
but that's never
a plane ticket.
Hey, you're up to 84 subs. You'll get there.
Well, that's
I
a
have
big
to
jump.
review your
And I
channel.
will help
That's
any
not-
way that I can.
I appreciate it.
God, this is amazing.
So yes, this is so Elb. This is Joe Biden. That is your
Jesus
president.
Christ.
Although some would argue he's not, so give her stop.
Sorry. Yes. No.
Stop.
So this is Joe
Stop
Biden.
it.
He works for Ronald Klain, who is your president.
Who's Ronald Klein?
Who the fuck is Ronald
He's
Klain?
He's Joe
He's
Biden's
the chief of staff. Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't say he Ronald.
I
No,
thought he-
I would say.
Joe worked for Joe.
Well, I don't have a
So
picture of
that's
George
nothing.
Soros handy. So
I
that's
miss
the-
Jen Psaki's tits. Like, why can't they come back?
Actually,
Well, they're going to be on NBC.
She didn't have
no,
any.
MSNBC now.
She has huge tits. What are you talking about?
Oh, you want to
Well, that's
circle,
part
you
of
want to
his
circle
tits.
back to them titties, don't you? You want to
Yes,
circle
I
back
do.
to them
No, we
titties.
Yes.
always circle back.
I prefer her tits to the.
He has a mad hard on for Psaki. He's
Yes.
like, lie to me, lie to me. Oh.
But is it a
Gaslight
nice
me,
rack?
gaslight me, mummy. Gaslight me.
I feel like you're
I
just
ha- I
like
do
you're
have a
all like
tit
about
problem.
it to like wonder if like
bad.
the carpet matches the drapes with Jen Psaki. I feel like that's like
I
your,
hope
your
she has
I
no
think-
carpet at
know.
all. I hope she
But I
cut her
do
carpet
want to know.
right
I
down to the
love a
fucking,
ginger.
oh just grout.
Gingers are fun.
right down to the ground. Right,
I hope
grouted
there's
out.
The gingerest of
like a little
gingers.
afro.
The
Grouted
carpet
out?
matches the drive.
By the way,
Trim that-
speaking of grouted out, Nord Stream 2, what?
Yeah, what happened
Oh,
with
I
that?
forgot that's what we
I
were
will
talking
get to
about.
it. I'm
so
getting
sorry.
to it. Jesus.
Oh my gosh, sorry. I
Stop
thought what was
interrupting
going on with Mark
Thermalite.
Twain.
Do that.
Okay.
Exactly. Since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control.
We will, I promise you, we'll be able to do it.
How?
So she
yes,
did
that's
ask
Biden
Hal.
essentially.
She did ask Hal right after that.
He gave that
Yeah.
smile like
I
the
thought that
same
was
way I
the
took a
same.
shower with my daughter.
Yeah.
How?
Mm,
You know.
which
Mhm.
which
I'll
is
make it happen.
100%
I
confirmed.
With
hate
my
that I was
why
would
an
the-
idiot when you said that.
Why would the
Faran.
FBI raid a place for a diary that isn't real?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I mean,
Yeah, but
So, yes.
hey, guys, we totally didn't blow that up because why would we have done that? Because it only
You're right,
benefits
never
us
do
and no
anything
one
bad.
else.
we would
Well,
have to
why-
smell
why would
it
we do
first, the way Joe Biden does. So.
And if you know, as the rule goes, if Joe Biden smelt it first, that means he blew it up.
whoever smelled it dealt it.
Exactly. That's what it is.
I mean, let's
So
go.
yes, this was the result.
I just, you know what I pray for?
1 kilometer
Oh, is
wide
that where that
fucking-
picture came from?
This is the result of blowing up Nord Stream.
You know what I would have
making
loved?
memes of Faran, and I had no idea.
God damn it! God damn it, El! God damn it!
This fucking.
What are you do? What do you do all day? You are on the Discord all fucking day. Are you not paying attention to anything that's happening in the entire world? It's amazing.
Wait, hang on.
Amazing.
Whose Discord has the Nord Stream 2 blow up? Come on,
do
you
we
know
need
what?
to share it?
Every one that we're in, basically.
Oh, Jesus. All right, do you at least have the sound effect like...
No,
No,
they're hard to make with sound effects. It's not, they're not
You'll
that
understand.
Oh, shit.
I have a second one too, though. I didn't know I was doing a thing.
Surprise, surprise! This is very, very going off the rails. But
What did you expect?
but yes, Biden has said it
You
was
knew what you were
deliberate
getting
act of
into.
sabotage.
Of course it was. A deliberate.
If he did it, he would know. So
a deliberate act of sabotage committed by the U.S.
straight. Russia says a deliberate act of sabotage too. So
Good God.
they
This
must
guy.
know as well.
So it clearly is sabotage. They're both saying it.
That's right. It's sabotage. Oh, this is. So this
Oh,
guy
God,
did some
Biden.
analysis, but apparently there was. So there were U.S. government vessels in the area at the time. Not at the time. Nothing was there at the time.
There were.
But see, there were
ones at the
Polish
time.
vessels. There were Polish.
There were Polish vessels.
There,
There were Danish
yes.
vessels.
I think there
so
was
the U.S.
Poland.
vessels. This is from 2 weeks ago, almost. Yeah, 9 days ago.
I'm
So
pretty
here-
sure I
here's
saw
why I
it.
think
Why
it's
might not
went
post
through
it?
earlier. The Russians went through less earlier. I think they were there a couple of days before. I'm just trying to find the. Then there's this guy who's saying, they used sailing ships, which I'm like, has the Russian Navy really
They
that
use
desperate?
sailing ships.
No.
They use underwater
This is the
drones.
1800s, okay?
Back to muskets and
Yeah.
boarding parties.
The fucking U.S. was performing drone operations, underwater drone operations, earlier this year in the exact fucking location.
Yeah.
Weird. Shocking weird. Yeah, we
Yeah.
didn't do it, though. I mean, why would we do that? Also, fuck Germany.
Well, here's
Also,
another
fuck
too,
Germany.
Is we could that, and also here's the thing: is we could have fired it, but the guy that could have pushed the button was Polish. I mean, like literally, that's what I
Well,
think happened.
So
Like,
here's the thing.
Oh,
like,
it was Poland.
Did you see that Sweden had recovered parts of explosion and/or drone parts from the zone of whatever explosion? So Sweden has the parts of whatever thing that blew up the line. So interestingly, like
I
what's
did
going
not
to happen
hear that.
with that?
I'm assuming you saw that on Telegram.
No, I didn't see that on Telegram. You jackass.
No, yeah, no, but Sweden, if you remember,
But
Sweden.
I did have that, and I don't have it anymore because the world is fucked like that. But yes, Sweden apparently recovered the parts of whatever blew up the fucking pipeline. So
From everything beyond, like the Swedish-Russo war, all the little beef that they had, Sweden was very much like Switzerland, where they were like, no, we don't want to get involved. No, we're good. Kinderhoven, here we're good. No, don't want to get involved here with our fish. No, we're good. Amsterdam, we have a good time. Yeah, like they don't want to get involved in anything.
Are you
But-
confusing the Swedish with the Dutch?
yeah, don't do that to the Swedes. The Dutch deserve no quarter.
I mean, have you guys
Screw
seen
you,
Golden
Tim.
Girls on Rosen Island? She's Swedish Swedish Norwegian. They're kind of the same. I mean,
Is she
you
hot?
guys have never seen Golden Girls?
Yeah, Buddy White's
I've
character.
seen Golden Girls. My
You're
grandma used to.
talking
What?
to people who are like really young.
No,
half the people here are Zoomers.
Everyone here is
Not
How
as old
old
as
do you
me.
think I am?
Hang
Okay,
on.
Betty White. Betty White.
Yeah,
who
Betty
was
White is
in
Rose,
the
yeah.
show.
Yes.
Elb's
You know, okay.
42. Tim's probably
38.
30.
38.
Thermo's 106.
Y'all said I was 40.
Dave's 100 years old.
I'm 45.
I'm 35.
Farron, I'm
I'm
so
45.
sorry. I didn't know. Well, I didn't
No,
think
no,
I said it anyway.
Trust me. I trust me. We'll get to it. We're gonna have a fucking
Yes.
blast when we do.
Oh, he is 198. We're all very old here.
Tim, you're the
But-
youngest one here. What are you talking about?
Catnip is
Am
Benjamin
I?
buttoning
I don't
it.
even know.
He's 190.
Pretty sure you're the youngest one here, Tim.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm
think
pretty sure
so.
Tim's the youngest one here.
Tim, how old are you?
I'm
35.
30. Me.
Oh,
No,
10.
I'm 38 in 2 weeks.
How old are you, 10? Wow, your names really
30.
confuse me sometimes.
Yeah, I know it sucks. How do we fix
Yeah.
this? I don't know. 35.
Well, I'm using my real name, so you kind of need to change.
I'm not, and I won't because I've had this since 1998. So go fuck yourself. I'm not changing.
He's had it since the AOL days of the ASL.
Yep.
See, in Alaska, we didn't have AOL. We had, I think it was MSN Messenger. Was that
You
what
didn't
it
have
was?
anything. You had sticks
Oh
and
yeah,
stones.
MSN
Shut
had
the
their
fuck
own
up.
dial-up internet for a while. Yeah.
Jesus. You had sticks and stones and strip clubs.
You didn't have internet in 1998. I can guarantee you that.
Later.
I didn't.
Barely.
I had internet in 1992. Does that count?
Elb has got to be the youngest one here. How old are you? You're 12, 14, 18, 36?
I'm 33.
There you go.
Oh,
See,
there you
fuck
go.
I'm
Elb.
34.
She's baby.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
Elb and Faran are the babies.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know
We
10
get
you-
along really well, surprisingly.
I thought you were like 20. Aren't you in your 20s, Tim?
What? No.
No.
Are you calling him immature?
I said I'm 35.
Oh. Oh.
Well, I am probably
You're 35,
mature.
Tim?
No,
Yeah.
I'm 37, turning 38. The other
Shut
one.
the fuck up! We're not talking to you anymore. I'm 35.
And then we have
Thank you.
Thermo.
Yeah, see, even I'm getting
Then we have Thermo, who's older than Dave.
I know our names.
Thermo never says, but he's a fucking 100,000.
Thermo
years
who
old.
never says because OPSEC.
Thermo is a
OPSEC is a
So
boss.
we're almost in
based.
age order. Literally, if you look at it. Alp, me,
That's right.
yeah,
Tim,
yeah,
Tim,
yeah,
Catnip, and Thermo.
yeah.
Seniority rules.
Hey, there we
Okay.
go.
Hey-o.
So yes, did Russia blow it up? Did the US blow it up? We'll
Russia
never
could
know.
just have shut it off, so
Can
I
I
don't
just
think
say
they would.
Big
shut it
Boss
down.
Shut it off.
my giant
Like-
penis.
I mean, they could. I could see why they would, but I don't see why they would. Doesn't make sense to me. They're making an ass load of money off Germany.
The argument I saw for the Russians having done it was thus. It was, well, Russia is doubling down on invasion. They're going to switch to a war footing. So they didn't want to. They wanted to throw the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak.
They didn't want that extra
by
money.
blowing it up and then going,
For
why would we
wintertime?
blow up? Why would we blow up on pipe?
Why would we blow up?
We it does not serve us at all. We were just going to turn off and never send you gas again.
Okay, so here's
but
why
there's-
I would
That
argue.
that was the argument for, and
I would disagree with that argument as to why Russia would blow it up, because a lot of
It's
people
a shit
forget.
argument because Russia needs that money for the war.
Right. Well,
they weren't selling gas anymore. So Nord Stream 2 wasn't operational. There's no gas was flowing through Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 1, the Germans were pitching a fit because Gazprom was taking.
What was
it
all
down
that
for
shit
maintenance
blowing up
every
through the
5
water?
minutes.
Can you pull up the map again,
Even when
Thermo,
gas
really
isn't
quick?
flowing. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you pull up the
Oh, you
map
wanna
again,
pull up the
just so we
map?
can look? Yeah. Sometimes I think it's good to visualize, for the audience, so we can see here.
AKA me.
So
even
Nord Stream
myself.
2, Nord Stream 2 wasn't fully commissioned yet, so it could have
Right.
run gas, but it wasn't yet. Nord Stream 1 has been commissioned for years and was the primary source of gas for Germany from Russia. I think it provided something like 40% of Germany's gas needs.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
At
I
the
literally
time,
have my hand in the air right now.
even when gas isn't flowing, there is gas in the pipe because you need to maintain pressures, because at 70 meters there needs to be stuff in there, because if we're talking about a pipe that's
It needs to be
diameter.
pressurized.
I think it's like
or else
3
it would-
feet in diameter, like 3 feet across, and
So here's
like
the only
3
thing why
inches
I,
of steel, and then
Call on
concrete
Elb
around
for
it.
a minute, please, because
Wait, hold on, I
the
have a
fucking
question.
anxiety is bugging me. Call on Elb, Thermalite.
Elb.
Okay, wait. Does this affect us, or is this just like a war
Shut
thing?
the fuck, Jesus Christ! Recant your call on. Just don't.
There's not a lot of Russian gas flowing to the US, so no.
God damn it! I gotta
And
go. I gotta go
and
somewhere.
Elb. So what happened was when Trump came in the presidency, we were the #1 supplier of gas, like gas, oil, all that stuff. And literally Trump went into Putin and was like, yo, like, we're going to be #1 at this now. Like, you need to slow your roll. Like, you need to dial back, because I don't want you to control all of Europe with your one gas line. You need to stop building Nord Stream 2. You can have Nord Stream 1.
Building this Nord
Yeah.
Stream 2. It's
I love
gotta
it.
go. It's no good.
You can keep Nord Stream 1, but Nord Stream 2, it's a disgrace. We're not going to
It's a
have it.
Okay, so
We're not going to have it.
was the issue
Because
that
we wanted
Russia had
to
too
stay
much control
#1
over
with
their
energy.
stuff? Oh, okay. Okay.
And
Yeah, so we
also
wanted to be
Germany,
number one in energy for Europe.
Russia's going to eat your lunch. There,
Yes.
You get it. You got to not be so
So
dependent on Russia.
makes
They
more
can just
sense
turn off
now.
the tap anytime.
And mind you, like everybody says that, Trump was a Putin puppet. When Trump went to Putin was like, you need to shut down Nord Stream 2 like today. Putin was like, okay, whatever you say, I'll do it. And he shut it down. And he only did Nord Stream 1. And that's where he was even bitching to Angela Merkel. Angela.
Angela, she's a great broad.
Yeah.
She's a fucking flesh demon. She's
But
a horrible person.
he was telling Angela Merkel, he's like, you need to start, bitch, you need to like step your shit up and like start stepping up to Putin and being like, yo, we need more gas, or like you need to lower the price or whatever, because his thing is that he wanted the United States to be the number one supplier of energy. And Putin folded, but Angela was like kind of a dumb bitch about it. But either way, Putin shut down Nord Stream 2. The minute Biden got in,
German.
yeah, the minute that Biden got in, Putin was like, Nord Stream 2 back online, push button start. And Nord Stream 2 started the whole building it all again. Yes.
And the Germans were like, yes, please give.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're all going to
can't do
fucking
a
die
German.
this winter.
Yes,
if they
please.
don't.
Give us Nord Stream 2, baby.
She was the prime minister of Germany.
The Chancellor.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yes, thank you. Sorry, Chancellor of Germany.
She was the king of Europe. This is what you need to know. She was the king of Europe
As a
because
general,
Germany controls
pretty
Europe.
much.
Even though they lost World War II, they control fucking Europe.
One more question. So we want to be the suppliers of
The number
things
one
that
supplier
other people,
that everybody goes to.
But don't we like defer to other people for our supplier?
Yes.
Exactly.
No, when Trump was president, no.
But yeah, when Trump was president, all of the oil
Trump
came
was
from us.
president, America was a net energy exporter.
And so when
God damn it.
Biden
Oh,
came
I'm
in,
fucking
he
so
shut
angry.
down the pipelines. When Biden came in, he shut down the pipelines. Nord Stream 2, and mind you, he shut down the pipelines where we were actually helping supply Europe. Putin was like, fuck you, I started Nord Stream 2 again. And Russia then became the number one supplier of Europe via Germany. But Germany was trying to like play nice because Germany was like, yo, like, we get our energy, like, what do you expect us to do? Like when they put our power on, So then the other thing is that Russia, with all the war in Ukraine, Russia started selling its oil more so than we did. The problem with Russian oil, though, is that Russian oil is very, very dirty, very, very scummy.
Tastes like shit. Fucking gross.
But who takes Russian oil? Who takes Russian oil and makes it like pure gold?
Fucking
China.
Jews.
China.
Oh no, China does.
Shit.
China takes Russian oil. No, well, right now they all fucking hate us because of Biden. Like Saudi Arabia's not talking to us. All of them aren't talking to us.
China takes oil from only.
And then we have
one of the
poor
oil
Alaska
fields.
who's
There's-
just supplying to other.
There's a limited number of pipes to China. They want to build the Trans-Siberian pipeline, but it's a lot of money, and
But
China
right
doesn't
now,
want to pay for it.
haven't built
China. It's costs a lot of money because they're also building the Belt and Road Initiative where they're also going into South America and they want to like globalize everything, like what China did here, where everything is made in
Are they
China.
in South America?
They're doing it in South America, which mind you,
Which I think is hilarious.
violates the Monroe Doctrine, which means that nobody in the East can come over to the West.
That's my
mind you.
favorite fucking doctrine in all American.
Yeah.
Like, no, we should literally be like, if I was running the world, it'd be like, oh, Europe? Well, fuck you. We have South America, total America.
but
We
all
are
the
the Americas.
accents.
Piss off.
Why would you do that to the accents?
Because Brazilian fucking women. I don't give a shit about your accent fetish. Elf.
Yeah,
Like, fuck.
And so what's happening though is China is starting to infiltrate not only Africa and build
I
up
want my
their
tan-skinned women.
infrastructure. They're going to South America, and that's their whole Belt and Road Initiative, where they're basically going to all these countries and saying, "We'll build it for you. We'll buld it for you."
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
they're building
their
a road.
economy,
They're building a road and
crazy.
train network from the southwest of Brazil through Uruguay over to
Peru.
Peru.
Honestly,
where
it makes
it'll
a lot of
connect
sense
where it'll connect
strategically.
to a where it'll connect to essentially a train dock
have a graphic for
interchange,
this?
so that you can essentially take basically bypass the Panama Canal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mhm. But the point
so you
is,
just
though,
take
is
it to
that
one
like
side of Brazil, it goes across the country, and then comes out on the other side, and you've got a clean shot from the Pacific to the rest of the Pacific.
And that's the biggest thing is when, the Democrats really hate Russia, the Republicans hate China, and China truly is the enemy.
China's the geopolitical enemy.
Yeah, because they are crossing over into not just Africa, South America, and they're not doing it via war. They're doing it via, hey, we'll build this for you and build up your economy. And that's the thing is that even with Russia, even they're helping Russia, which is why Xi Jinping of China never has said ever that the invasion of Ukraine is ever bad, because he is getting Russian oil. They are cleaning it and they are reselling it to the United States. We are buying Russian oil that has been cleaned by China.
Of oil now is from Russia.
Yes,
this is so convoluted. It doesn't make any sense.
And Alp, you're honestly, it's probably better that you are naive in this to hear this, because it's like, wait, this makes no sense. This is why people are getting angry. Because it's like, why are we doing this? Trump had a pipeline. We were the #1 energy suppliers. Why the hell are we doing this? And
even the Canadians are annoyed because they want Keystone XL because it's
Canadians don't get annoyed. They're Canadian.
They do. The Canadian
they hide their maple syrup when they get annoyed.
Yeah. Hey, Canada has a strategic maple reserve.
Hey, I'm half Canadian, and I think I support this argument. Oh, that's amazing.
But that's
it just doesn't make any sense.
Because, like the price of oil being an issue, and the skyrocketing gas prices over there. Sorry, petrol prices.
It's gas. That's
it's petrol.
Term. No, it's not.
It's petrol.
It's gas.
But the skyrocketing prices over there, like Biden has severely depleted the strategic petroleum reserve. Like it's at its lowest level since like the last oil
that's
crisis
true,
in the 70s.
But I'm not sure that it really matters to anybody.
Well, it does, because the whole
there's literally not enough there to do anything. Like,
the whole point of it
4
is
days
so
of the end of the world. Oh, cool.
Well, it's supposed to be 90 days. It's supposed to be able to run the US for 90 days.
It won't.
Yeah.
It would have in 1970. It won't do it now.
Australia has, I shit you not, 90 hours of strategic oil. We can run the country for 90 hours.
You have as many people in your country as I have in my state. I don't really, whatever.
Well, fair.
But I mean, the question is, well, the statement here to be made though is that Putin is literally doing what Reagan did to Russia during the Cold War, where he is bleeding their economy dry, where they are spending all of this money on energy, on production. Us.
Oh.
But he's doing it via Ukraine. Yeah, exactly. He's doing it via Ukraine, to where we are literally just.
God, I fucking hate these people.
Yeah, and every American should be asking why. I mean, we literally, folks, we struck down the insider trading bill for Congress yesterday, but we allowed $12 billion more to go to Ukraine, when we literally have already sent them $74 billion. Where we could have literally given everybody in the United States health care. We could have ended homelessness. We could have ended the whole diabetes thing.
I fucking hate these people.
I mean, there's so much we could have done.
But it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Yeah, exactly. And the problem is
that
money
go to us than them.
Here in the United States, whenever it goes to a foreign power, they're like, yeah, no problem. Like, yeah, Ukraine need more for sure. When we're like, hey, can we like make sure that like 1 in 6 kids in the United States doesn't go to bed hungry? They're like, ooh, yeah. We're going to check the bank on that one to see if it's okay. And you're like, are you like, really? Really?
Sorry, card declined.
Yeah, ooh, I'm so sorry. Call your bank and, maybe work a little bit harder. Vote harder, That's all you get.
Yeah, vote harder, indeed. I don't know the solution. Vote for Trump.
The solution is national reliance on your own fucking country. That's what it is.
Wait, can I have just a little side thing. Between the vote for Trump and the vote for DeSantis, like, what would you guys choose?
Let me channel the old El Paso girl. Why not both?
Well, you can't choose both.
Why
like,
not
if you had to
both?
choose one or the other,
Yeah,
what
you
would
can.
choose?
You can have
one's a vice president, one's a president.
No, if one was running for
sounds like shit
president, the
together.
other one was running for president, who would you choose?
Out of the two.
Well, someone has to get through the primary, so that doesn't happen.
Somebody
DeSantis.
Question.
DeSantis.
I'm with Faran. I'm off the Trump train. I was never really on it,
probably
but
I'm not
the man's too old. The man's too old.
This was younger. But at the same time, I don't know that I trust him because I've already seen Trump as president. I already know that I can be confident in him if we've got.
I'm not particularly confident in him. I know
well.
that he's a hammer and a
DeSantis,
wrecking ball, but I'm not particularly
whether you
confident
love it or
about
not, DeSantis does not have January 6th looming over his head, and that's what they're going to use over him every
There's
freaking
way
day.
too much baggage
Even
for Trump.
with,
Till the
even
man
with all that
dies.
aside, when
It's
it
true.
comes to policy and you feel about your security for the nation, who would you vote for?
Every suburban mom is going to look at Donald Trump and say, that was the day that democracy almost died.
Yeah, but
And-
what
Almost
would you
definitely
vote?
died.
Yeah, but
Yeah. Whereas you look at a
Don Lemon
DeSantis,
told me it died last week.
How many of those suburban mums are going to look at, like, every time they fill the tank in their SUV, go, oh my god, I have less and less money every week.
but they're not going to like
they don't.
Trump.
They're
because
not
Trump-
paying the money.
Right.
They're not
But
the
with-
ones.
Right.
But with, I don't know.
They're going to look
With
at
the Trump
DeSantis
war.
and say, oh, look at when they had a hurricane, he stood up for Florida and he got them money. That's
They're
why
not
I
gonna
like
remember that
DeSantis
either.
over Trump.
Can I just say that I
Well-
love that you said look at? Because
Imagine Elb is a normal fucking voter. She doesn't know what's happening. Ever.
I am.
That is scarily true.
We don't have to look at
But I-
that. It exists.
There you
Well,
go.
okay, then I'm gonna one up you on.
How
I'm
does
gonna
she
one up
feel
all
about
of you.
anything? And that's
I'm
a
with you,
very
Farron.
good
Let's
false summation
talk.
right
Okay,
there.
let's talk. Okay, let's talk about the Virginia governor's race. Okay, what did it come down to? Virginia governor's race.
Yeah, it came
Trans
It came down
kids
to your
fucking
freaking
rapists.
school. It came down to your freaking school, and every suburban mom said, "I don't want my
Dave, you
kids
got any
having to wear
Fireball back there?
masks.
Yep.
I don't want my kids wearing any masks," and they all voted for Glenn Youngkin. Ron DeSantis said, "I don't
Wasn't
want
that-
you messing with our kids, moms
Did they
and
not
dads.
vote for him
your
because
kids
of the
are your
rapist
own."
situation?
Who?
Is that not
Glenn
why they
Youngkin?
did that? Yeah, because the fucking.
Well, that
what the-
happened during it, but that's not the reason. Glenn Youngkin
I
was
thought
all
that
about
was
the
the
masks in
reason.
school, and then it was the rapist situation came like at the very tail end of it.
Yeah, well, he
But
deserves
before
to
it was
die,
all
but it
about
doesn't-
the masks in school and how the unions didn't want to go back to school.
I'm pretty sure what put him over the top was the trainee boy
Loudon
fucking raping
County
a girl
stuff,
and yeah,
the
Loudon
Loudon
County shit.
County stuff.
I mean, if you want to go via Fox News, sure, but I mean, if you want to go the MSNBC route, I know
I
those purple
don't.
suburban moms. No, but I'm saying those purple suburban moms that watch MSNBC that were saying,
Deserve to die.
look at these teacher unions.
No.
They don't want to go back to school, and these parents are like, I have work. I got shit I got to do. I like
Yeah.
this guy. Send him back to school. I got shit I got to do, and it's going to come down to the kids. And DeSantis said, I don't want anybody messing with our kids, and
Mhm.
that's what I think it honestly could come down to.
Yeah, I agree. DeSantis seems to have much more of the populist message. Actually,
I can't remember
yeah.
who said that. I think it was a comedian. I think it might have been.
Yeah.
Ooh, see here, hey,
I've
this
made a
guy,
difference.
Tim,
I've heard it.
Tim,
Made
you
a
just,
difference. They
I
will
want,
make
I gotta interrupt everything. I gotta interrupt. It's big, Tim, you like this on Twitter 8 hours ago? Michael Malice, Trump is a much more useful martyr than a president.
Yes.
Very true.
Yep.
Yeah.
But do you think it would come down to Trump or DeSantis? Like, do you think that Trump would
no,
like,
it
want to go
wouldn't.
against
No,
him, or do you
they
think
would have
okay,
it planned
okay.
out.
I'm not
They
either
would
way,
cut each other
like,
off, or
let's
they would
together.
go in the same boat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be bothered whoever wins out of those two. But I mean,
But
if
I'll tell you who they're picking
yeah,
for VP. I already know.
It's not Ron Paul.
Nope.
Tell me.
Catnip Dave.
Tell me.
And I'm calling it here. I already
Call.
know from my peeps in DC. He was in Iowa twice, then in
Jordan?
New Hampshire, South Carolina.
What's his name? Do I know him?
Senator
Nobody
Tim
knows
Scott.
who that is.
Oh
Tim
shit,
Scott.
the black guy. The
There you
black
go,
guy.
folks.
Yeah,
Yep.
you gotta have a black. Yeah.
Yep. Senator Tim Scott, the black guy who they called an Uncle Tom.
I have no idea who you're talking about. But he sounds real cool because he's Uncle Tom. As long as he's not the creepy uncle, because we already got one of those as president.
Uncle Tim Scott.
There
Tim
you
Scott.
go. Yeah.
He's got a lot of teeth.
He does.
He looks like a shark.
Okay. Well, I have a gummy smile too. I can't really judge it.
But I was reliably informed that black people can't be Republicans.
Well,
Or vote
that's
for
exactly,
Republicans because you ain't black, man.
it's, you know what? Right now, there's not a strong enough female lead because, like, Elise Stefanik, she's not strong enough right
Thank
now, and they
God.
actually want Elise Stefanik to take over the House. They want a
How do you say
female
her
to be the
name?
new Nancy Pelosi. But Tim
Did you
Scott,
say
though,
she's hot?
Stefanik was part of Trump's legal team, wasn't she?
No,
You know,
no,
Pelosi
she's the one
never-
that she took over for Liz Cheney.
She really never
She took over for
exploited her
Liz
tits
Cheney.
like she should have.
Yeah. Elise Stefanik is a New York rep. She took over for Liz
That's
Cheney.
right. That's right.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
So
know.
they want her to take over the House. Yeah, they want her to take over the House in place of Pelosi, and they want Tim Scott to be VP because it'll bring in the black vote. And Tim Scott is liked by black voters in South Carolina because they're sick of Biden. They're sick of Biden.
Yeah.
I hate that we
it's all
base
strategic
on the vote and not like what's best for the country. Like it really chaps my ass. I don't know.
And
But
I
that's
see the Eva blink. I don't see Tim Scott, or I'm sorry, John. I don't see Tim Scott winning a debate, though. I'm not gonna lie. I do see him winning a debate. He did. If you guys remember, it was 2 years ago. He did the Republican response. No, I'm sorry. No, he did the Republican response. What was it? Last year to the State of the Union. He did a Republican response to something.
Oh, I
And
think
he
I saw
freaking
that.
knocked it out of the
I
park.
did
He
not-
knocked it out of the park.
Was it good?
And if
Yeah.
if
I
the
can't remember what it
slate-
was,
if
though.
the slate
Was he-
stays
he-
as it is,
he
and
has done a
Kamala's
response
the
to the State of
fucking
the Union. I'll put it
VP,
in private.
you really think Tim Scott can't take Kamala?
Oh, definitely.
God.
Oh my gosh.
Everybody in this room could take
My
Kamala.
dog Buddy can take
Everybody
Kamala.
I know could take Kamala.
Decided that Kamala Harris was like a
She's
decent,
fucking
like, first
retarded.
woman vice president. Like you just like put women back.
Yes, they
In my
did. She's the
opinion.
dumbest fucking person on the planet. She's fucking retarded.
California is
Coulda
not
had
the state
Tulsi.
to go to. She's from California, right? Or did I just make that up?
Yep.
Yeah.
She is from
California.
She's from hell. She came straight from
Look,
hell, and now
I knew
she's governing
something
in
followed it.
California or some shit. She's fucking
Mind you, like,
Biden could have had Mama Tulsi, and he wouldn't have to worry about people going, "Oh, stolen
Exactly.
election," because all the Trump
I'd
simps
love me
voted
some
for
Mama
anyway.
Tulsi.
Guys, I'm just really like when we're at like a threat of war, because I feel like we kind of are on the cusp. I don't know. What do I know? Nothing.
You're
But
right,
at the
though.
same time,
It's weird
it's
that
like
you
when we're
and-
like
Yeah,
I
you're
always
right.
vote based on like what's best for the country's like safety and security.
know,
like
though?
I would.
I want to know who would be best in the response. And when it came
I
to
would
something
love
like
to
with
see-
Obama, I was
I
really
think
disappointed.
DeSantis. I think
I would love-
DeSantis has proven
And-
himself time and time again.
I want to
DeSantis
know
is-
who's going to
yeah.
protect us. Like I know Trump has already proven himself to me in like some ways, but he's got that terrible freaking reputation. But at the same time, like when we're at threat of war, like I don't care about the politics. I just want to know
No.
we're going to be fucking safe.
Well,
That's
DeSantis
just
and
me.
Tulsi are both veterans. They've both seen combat.
Yeah.
They are both, and they're both still. I don't think Tulsi's in the reserves anymore, but they are
Has
veterans. They are
DeSantis
veterans.
seen- Or have either of them
she's a-
seen combat?
deal
I'm not
Yes,
sure.
DeSantis
Me,
was
it's
attached
just
to Navy
like-
SEAL Team 1 as a JAG advocate. He's actually
Yeah,
been
Good for
deployed.
him.
As an advocate, that's
He was.
not,
He was. Yeah,
doesn't mean
no,
anything.
he's a lawyer, but he was actually deployed with SEAL Team 1.
Yeah.
So how many people did he kill, and how many firefights has he been in?
But yeah,
None
I'd
in,
say
but he's
zero.
served. He's served. He's been
Zero.
deployed.
He was
He's been
on
overseas.
base.
None.
That's the
Zero.
point.
Zero.
That's the
Yeah.
point. It's
Yeah.
like they've
I
been.
That is the
They've both
point.
served. They're both veterans. So
I
that,
bet
that's
see,
the
I
goal.
don't
They've
think-
they've been to
me, like, what
combat
does that
zones.
matter?
Let's give them that.
I think
Yeah,
Tulsi,
they've deployed.
but
Just 'cause
I
I've
believe
seen
Tulsi has
combat,
seen combat.
I haven't
think
seen
Tulsi's
combat,
checked
but
out.
Tulsi
at the
did
same
two
time, I have
tours,
common
yeah.
sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I
Tulsi
mean,
did
here,
two tours in
like,
Iraq.
I mean,
Yeah.
let's call the elephant in the room, folks. Dan Crenshaw was a fucking Navy SEAL, and
I
he
know.
is all about doing a
Very
no-fly zone over Ukraine.
I
So,
know.
truthfully,
do
does
some
the army
combat
even matter?
tours with
Just
Tulsi.
you know,
No.
Yeah.
See, I don't,
mean, it
I
doesn't
don't look
even
at
matter.
combat
Bad.
experience.
No.
I have no
When's-
hope
when's
in Dan
the-
Crenshaw.
yeah.
I really
When's
do.
the last
I
time you
just
had a
wanna
veteran
be
as president,
clear.
though? That's the question.
Dwight
George
D.
Bush
Eisenhower.
Bush was.
Oh,
Was
well,
Bush W? Was he in the military?
Bush one
CIA
was
cunts don't
Bush,
count.
Bush W. He was in the reserves, and there was a lot of speculation which got Dan Rather kicked out.
W was in the
I think it's
Texas
just
Air
about
National
image.
Guard, and he never deployed. He was put in the air, he was put in the Air National Guard specifically.
Too busy
so that he wouldn't
sacrificing
be
babies.
deployed.
Yeah,
I think it's more about
As for HW never served. HW was a spook.
But I don't care.
No.
The
But if you
spook
want,
is
if you want,
spooks.
but if you're worried about war, maybe having having a veteran in charge of your country could help a bit.
Having someone who understands what it
Like,
takes.
But if you
guys in
know,
the army,
if you also
who
know
are
Smedley,
fucking ridiculous and trans and like giving away state secrets. I don't fucking care about army experience. I care about what they're gonna do for this country.
in Elb's
But that's
defense, you have Smedley Butler, who,
You guys
if you
are
guys
so
don't
weird.
know him, he fought in like over 6 different wars, and
He's got a
his
really
last
cool
war,
name, Snudley
what?
Butler.
Yeah, look him up. He's a freaking. He wrote
I
a
don't
whole
want
book
to.
on the military-industrial complex. The last war that he fought in was World War I, and he said, straight up, he was the guy that actually influenced Dwight D. Eisenhower. And he
What's
said,
his name?
I've learned, Smedley Butler, and he said, I've learned that war is a
Snudley
racket.
Douglas.
He said, I've learned that war is a racket, and I am a mere pawn. And he realized the military-industrial complex starting back in World War I. Yeah, and then that's why Dwight D. Eisenhower, in his good farewell speech, warned people of the military-industrial complex as a combat veteran. And that's why now you see many of the veterans today, they are bought by the military and industrial complex. In fact, they are the perfect candidates to be bought by the military-industrial complex because they're the ones that just say, I've been over there. I've seen how bad it is. We need to go over there and bring democracy.
Yeah.
Versus Dwight D. Eisenhower was like, you don't
They
know
need to-
what it's like to be
You
over
know who
in
was
war.
right? Fucking, what was his fucking name? MacArthur.
See,
Nuke them all.
I
Let,
feel like-
let God sort it out. Fucking lay him low.
I
He was
feel
the
like the
most fucking
military-
correct fucking general that ever lived. Just fucking
Oh,
lay him out.
badass. Mm-hmm.
I feel like the military
BRB.
has become just equally as politicized as like the White House, which I say it like that because I saw the White
Yeah,
House
it's worse,
Twitter and I'm incredibly appalled by it.
Also,
because
check
I
out the new
don't-
Army recruitment video where it's, oh, my 2 moms. They helped me go to the,
God.
they
Yeah,
helped me
not
go
that
to the
one.
rally.
I don't want it.
Pull that up.
Like I don't want it.
Oh,
Like,
I've
if
seen
someone
that. Oh my
who-
god.
Like my biggest aspiration in life was always to join the military, and I'm still young enough to still do it. I just won't do it
No,
during
you're
an
not.
election year, and I won't do it during a shitty fucking presidency.
No,
Join the
you're
Chief
not.
Force.
That
You're
you-
not.
I don't get it. Anyway, someone else talk. 'cause
Michael
I don't know
Malice
enough
had
to contribute to this conversation.
was on a podcast and had a really good take on that army recruitment video, and his point was that yes, it's woke, but it's woke because the people that needs to target, they are woke. They're the people you need to convince to join the army because the Republican rah-rah people, they're already joining. They're already gonna join to join the army.
Not anymore.
And then I saw a thread the other day from a veteran, and he was saying this is why the military can't recruit because it's not necessarily the woke shit,
They're too fat.
but that's part of it.
They're too fat. Private chat.
They're not too fat.
Because
private
they can't
chat.
do anything.
Private chat. They're too fat. But this was 4 years ago. So.
No, seriously, they can't do anything. Like these days, these people can't do anything.
The jobs that the military needs people to do, they can't find people.
They
to do
can't
it
pass
because
PT tests
because they're too fat. That's
Look, the PT tests, they were difficult, but they weren't even hard. Like you could pass them as a fat guy.
This is
like
this is 4 years
It was
ago.
not particularly difficult.
But this is Tim Kennedy talking about,
Rogan
or at least giving his opinion as to why.
From that show, and then straight into Hard to Kill, the show for the Discovery Channel, from going then deploying to Africa. Like this year, I don't even know. I can't even.
How does that all work while you're still serving? Like, how do you get the freedom to do all these different things when you after you re-enlisted?
So the Army will always get what the Army wants. First of all,
But it's got to help them having you be so high profile and be
That's
such
a-
a
that's a
great
huge part.
representative of the military.
if you're listening right now, go to your local recruiter. That's why.
Right.
But seriously, we are having special forces specifically. We are we are going to have the biggest deficit of eligible, a pool, a population to select from, because you have to have a certain level of intelligence, certain level of physicality, just to be eligible for special forces to pick from you. That pool is the smallest that has ever been in history.
Why?
Kids are playing video games. They're not eating Cheetos. They're less participation in sports. I mean, if you could just go to a high school and look at a high schooler now compared to 20 years ago, it's a different thing.
Really?
Yeah, we weren't like barely getting kids past obesity 20 years ago. Now, in a high school, if you walk into a classroom, half the kids are obese.
So you think this is just because they're sedentary, because they're playing video games and fucking around online all day?
Well, it's not me thinking. This is us absolutely quantifiably saying we do not have enough people to pick from.
Right. And that would be one of the best ways to really find out what the actual average health of viable males is, right?
Yeah, for sure.
There's always going to be the best of the best that want to test themselves. I mean, this is just always how it's been.
So we take 100.
Forces.
We only of that 100, we only get 6 or 8. But that's 100 people that go to special forces selection. That 100 that goes, they have to have a GT score. They have to have scores high enough on the military entrance exams just to be eligible. They have to have a PT score high enough just to be eligible. So we can't even get that 100. And then of that 100, only 8 of them are making it. So we're. This is to answer your question. How am I able to do these things? Is I'm in a position where I can say, for the love of God, please get healthy. Please walk to your recruiter's office and please take a test to see if you're eligible, because we are just needing people like we've never needed them before.
That's insane. 8 out of 100. That's how many.
I'm not surprised at all.
That's how many people.
I'm not either.
That's how many pass special forces selection. But yeah, getting that pool of 100. Good luck.
But I mean, look at all the wars that we've been in for the past since 9/11, and you have, for example, it was so crazy to watch. The last day that we were in Afghanistan, kids that were babies on 9/11 died the day we left Afghanistan. And it was one of those moments in U.S. history where you're like,
so depressing.
but it's truly one of those moments where you look at it and you're like, wow, like this is how long we've been at war. There were fathers who were going to war with their sons. I mean, you look at that and you want to know why people aren't signing up for the military, because they know. Look at all this shit. Like, we don't know what we're going to war for anymore.
It's fought a war for 21 years.
Legitimately made me tear up. That just really depressed me.
That's a very fair part of it, but I'm telling you, like, none of these kids, none of these fucking millennials or whoever. Well, what's the current generation? Zoomers.
I'm actually a millennial.
Everyone here is at least a millennial.
Yeah. So we're all apparently millennials, but
I said at least.
Thermoid, you're 106. We know you're fucking. You're literally a crypt
you and David Gen X. The rest of us are millennials.
You're the greatest generation. We already know.
Literally, you're barely even alive.
The lost generation. That was our parents.
But what I'm saying is, like, look, I'm 35 at this point. I'm doing a job where I'm in the position where I'm not supposed to be the guy doing all the physical labor, and I every fucking year I have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fucking kids come through. They can't do anything. They can't run a weed whacker. They can't start anything. They can't run a mower. I'm like, oh, here's this basic thing for you to do. Oh, I can't handle it anymore, and I'm just out. Like, they cannot do anything. They can't work. My first job was a rock picker for a farm, right? 6-8 hours a day, walked around picking rocks, throwing them in the bucket of a tractor.
Yeah, you've got to pick up the rocks that doesn't mess up the equipment.
These kids can't do anything. They can't do any work. They can't do fucking anything. They quit. They fail. They fucking wash out. They get fired. They are useless. Like, in 10, 15 years, we are going to be at the biggest dearth of, like, there's no one who can do anything. There's no manual labor jobbers anymore. There's going to be like a bunch of 60-year-old guys who are building your house, and there's no one underneath them. This is what's going to happen. These kids can't do fucking anything.
Well,
I mean,
yes and no. Participation trophies. People were allowed.
Yeah. Give him that trophy.
But like, okay, but to be devil's advocate though, I think one of the reasons why I think one of the reasons why that there's a number of different factors. One, I mean, they're just they're young kids. I mean, we were all young ones too. However, I do agree.
Yeah.
I do agree. My parents, they could have afforded me to have my own car, and they were like, "Bitch, you better work, bitch." You know, in the words of Brittany, "You better work, bitch." That's number one. Number two, a lot of kids today, they don't see the dollar the way that we did. Okay, like we were taught like back
I don't
in.
see the dollar the same way either. Yeah,
exactly.
That's
you know,
a very
like
fair point.
They
it doesn't
like
mean
we
anything.
see it.
Can't do anything with it.
Exactly. Like for example, like my father was like, you know, going to waitressing, going to bartending, all that other stuff, and I bartended at a really nice restaurant.
Nowadays you can't do that.
Exactly. So, you know, you have 2-parent incomes most of the time now. So obviously these kids are starting to see that the value of a dollar is down. You know, you look at Gen Zers and you're going to say, you know, oh, they can't work, they can't do this, they can't do that. But I will say, because I just, the only reason I say this is because I did a whole newscast on what's wrong with Gen Zers and what we can actually learn from them. Gen Zers don't take out credit cards. They don't trust them. Shocking, right? Our generation, what did you see when you went to college? Here, have this credit card, have that credit card. Oh, your new line of credit. Okay. They don't trust them for shit. They also look at things of, okay, you know, they're very frugal. Versus, you know, with us, it was, you know, oh, you can do this, you can do that, because we thought the dollar went somewhere.
I feel like that's tail end millennials, not Gen Z. Gen Z that I've seen, they care about money. I don't care about money for the same reason. It didn't mean anything. Like my dad's always like, oh yeah, you could go ahead and do this thing. You could save to buy a house. I'm like, I look at the numbers like, no, I fucking couldn't. Like,
you're
there's
like,
no
Dad,
way
I'm lucky
like,
if I get a house,
no
let alone having a
way.
fucking kid. Yeah. I'm lucky to have a house,
kids
a
are
wedding, a
pretty
kid,
fucking
nothing.
cheap, honestly.
Absolutely.
They're actually not particularly expensive.
If you want your kid to go to college, however, but that's
you
that's
shouldn't,
one thing that
because it's bad for them.
Exactly.
Actually, it's fucking don't.
But that's where these Gen Zers, that's
like,
where they're realizing. These Gen Zers
I understand
are
about
looking at
that, but it's like, okay, so who's giving you anything to live, though? Like, I understand the point of, like, money doesn't mean anything, because to me, like, I'm still doing whatever I do. I mean, I have a lot of shit, I guess, but I have no, like, retirement end of life, because I'll just die, I guess. But,
right,
you know,
because we were promised that when you went to college that you were actually going to make more and that you were going to have all of this saved up for you by the time you wanted to retire. And we were lied to, exactly. Because we're paying for everybody else, and everybody, and our grandkids are going to pay for us. The one thing that I will say about Gen Z, though, that I think they're going to change the frickin' game, and this is where I hope they do, because I'm already seeing it with a lot of kids. They're not going to college. They're like, it's a fucking scam. And what are they doing?
I just want to hold them all down and shave their heads.
No, but hang on.
So depressing. I'm so sad
they're not. They're not going to college. After COVID-19, we have had a record number of kids drop out of college saying it's not fucking worth it. Why?
It's not worth it.
And it's perfect. It was perfect the way that happened.
They're right.
One,
it's not worth it.
They went to college. Okay, and they were told, oh, we can only do Zoom learning, but you still have to pay full tuition. And they were like,
22 a year, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can only take University of Arizona, like University of Phoenix level classes, but you get to pay Harvard prices.
Exactly. But the one place that did not close during COVID were the trade
Walmart?
schools. The trade schools. Your plumbers, your electricians, all of the trades and the skills that we need. You have electricians now that are going to be making more than fucking lawyers. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
And
they
already do.
Well, that's probably been a thing, actually.
My brother is an electrician.
I come from electricians.
And that's why Gen Zers are saying, you know what? I'll go 2 years. I'll go 2 years. And trust me, I see you, Tom, because I have a brother who's a carpenter, and he sees the same shit that you do, and he bitches about it to me all the time. But my brother did tell me one thing. He's like, these kids are getting smart, though, and they realize going to a trade school and starting out.
Well, They can't
I don't know.
They're fucking retarded. I feel like I should just hit them with a shovel to put them out of their misery. They're
Is
fucking
that,
so dumb.
is that just because you live in Michigan?
Oh, you're in Michigan?
Maybe. Yeah.
What part of Michigan? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to say.
On
the mitten. Okay, if you cut it in half, east or west.
East.
Okay, all right.
North of Detroit, 10 to 20 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, 60 minutes. North of Detroit, ways. You know.
By the way,
I'm within
I will be there.
stone's throw distance of every dangerous city on the planet. Like Brazil's favelas, be like, oh shit, yeah, you know, like that's.
By the way,
where
I'm
I
going to
live.
be in Detroit in 2 weeks, so we should totally go grab a beer. But
All right,
you
well,
should.
you're gonna have to drive
You
north
absolutely
for a while.
should.
I'm going to be in Farmington Hills specifically. Hi, internet.
If you're ever in Texas, I'll totally grab a beer with you, and we'd have so much fun.
I'll meet you halfway. If you want to meet in Lapeer, I'll meet you there. If you,
sure.
you know, that's as far
But
as
no,
I'm gonna
but
go.
so the thing is though is I mean I don't know what I mean I'm in Chicago, so a lot of kids
Yeah, it's horrible place.
where they see the colleges aren't worth it, they're not making shit, especially
Literally
in Chicago.
hell.
They're going to the year trade school and then they're coming out and they're busting their ass, and they're the type of kids where like I want to own my own business, and they're more entrepreneurial than
Fuck, I want to see those kids anywhere.
Yeah,
anywhere. I'd love to see
my
them
brother. My brother works with them, and he's like, everybody talks about how Gen Z is so bad. He goes, the ones that I work with, they're such hardworking kids. He's like, because they actually see, you know, how great it is to be like, because they see the end game. And that's one of the things with the Gen Z, like they see like, oh, I want to make a lot of money, right? Like how we were as young kids. Now we're like, fuck the government, you know? Whereas these kids are like, oh, nobody's an electrician. I'm going to make a shit ton of money. Everybody's a lawyer, but nobody's an electrician, you know? And that's one of those things where they don't care about the stigma. Versus like when we were growing up, especially even kids in the early 90s, you go to college, you get another degree, you're going to be above everybody else. You walk past an electrician and it's like, well, I went to college. Not anymore, folks.
Yeah, that
Not
was all
anymore.
a fucking lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lie.
In my day, it was the doctors and the lawyers who live in mansions. Now it's the sparkies.
Yep.
Like the electricians, the plumbers.
Yeah, my
the
brother
carpenters.
My dad's a neurosurgeon and a fucking lawyer, and he'll tell you it's not fucking worth it. We 6 kids, not one of us went into medicine. Why? My father was like, don't you fucking dare. He's like, it's horrible. Medicine is horrible now.
Yeah.
Awful. $300,000 these kids are graduating medical school with. And what? You're going to be a doctor? You're going to be working as a fucking, like, serf, basically, till you're, what, 45?
Yep.
And you went to all this years of
10 years
schooling?
interning.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody looks at it as a viable source of income, which is why you folks are going to start seeing all of our doctors are going to be coming from India and Pakistan.
They already
Why?
are.
Because our medical schools will give freaking student government breaks to kids from out of the country.
They have been for 100 years.
Yeah.
And
you know why? You know why we started that? You know why we started that? Fucking Cuba.
I'll
Confessions
give
of
all
an
the
Economic
Cubanos
Hitman.
the fucking. I'll give them all the fucking tax breaks, but instead we have a bunch of Pakistanis and Indians who don't give a fucking flying fuck about what happens to these white folk. They just don't care. It's literally a thing. It's not a racist shit. It is literally a thing. They don't care. They want the money. They want to get the fuck out. That's
Exactly, because
true.
if you read Confessions of an Economic Hitman, you first get them through their agriculture, next you get them through their medical industry. Why do you think there's so many doctors from Cuba here? It's because the United States lured them over. Oh, go to Miami, baby. Go to Miami. Every fucking plastic surgeon. Every plastic surgeon is Cuban. They know how to make the best tits in the world.
I don't know anything about plastic
Is this the urban legend of of Cubans' high standards of education?
No, I don't.
The
I've never heard that in my entire life.
Cuba has extremely high standards of
Doubt it.
higher education.
They come here. They
Yeah.
get free schooling here.
Yeah.
And we offer it to them strictly to remove all of their medical intelligence from Cuba to come here so that they don't have that.
Yeah, this is why
Dave,
Cuban
where's the
Cuban
fireball? I know there's
sympathizers
some
say Cuba
fireball
has
back
ex-
there.
has
Where is it
exceptional
at?
higher education when that's not true.
That's why we're doing it with India and Pakistan, because India's siding with Russia on basically everything. Modi, who used to love Trump, y'all remember the Modi?
Yeah, it's weird how people make sense of reality.
The Modi political ads. He was like, "I love Modi. I love the Hindus," and then it's like, and he's like, Modi, like literally crazy ass political ads of Trump and Modi. Now he hates Biden. Now we're stealing all their doctors. I mean, it's you read the book and your mind just opens. All right, my rant is over. I promise.
That's fine.
We love rants. It's stuff for Elb to clip.
Yeah. But yeah, 12 years was just not worth it for me.
12 years in what? A slave?
Oh, no. College. Yeah,
12 years of
learning.
fireball.
Did you go to college?
I was in college I was training to be a psychologist. And
Fuck yeah, Dave! Give me a fucking virtual fist bump. Come on, Dave. Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
How's your degree working out?
That's right. You do psych as well.
Yeah.
Tim does
How's
psych
your
as well.
how's your psych degree working out for you, Tim?
Yeah, I do. Also, I'm not diagnosing it. I already have, and I'm not going to let it be known. So
I work in IT, so mine was all trade schooling. So
That's good.
I went to university straight out of high school, and then I changed degrees from IT into multimedia for a girl.
65
that I was
years ago, it
pursuing,
was
and that didn't work.
back in 2007.
Not only did she not want me, I didn't do very well. Not only did she not want me, I didn't do too well in the degree either, and I almost got kicked out for poor grades. So yeah, I dropped out of university, and then I got a normal fucking job, and then a decade later, I went back and finished my fucking degree, and yeah,
Boss.
Don't go. Yeah, don't.
I'm literally. I spent so much time being.
Don't go to university straight out of school. If at
I
all.
spent so much time being
If
an
at all.
asshole in college. Like I'm literally like. I'm like 2 semesters away from like 16 different fucking degrees. Like, if I just like literally went for like literally two more years, I could get so many degrees.
Yeah.
But I'm
I
just
should
not
have.
gonna.
I should have joined the military or done a trade.
do they have?
Yeah,
do they
Australian
have a gap, do
military
they
is
have the
very,
idea of a
very
gap
cool.
year
Yeah.
in the US?
Like, well, it's cool,
Do they
but I
have
mean,
what?
American, like, I'm
So,
gonna
over
join the
here-
military as American. You're gonna go have to kill some fucking Hebes. Like, that's not
So-
good.
Just join the Coast
Over
Guard.
here, we've got a concept called a gap year. Essentially,
That's the thing.
after high school, you take a year off. before
All
you go
our
to
parents frown on it. They all hate that shit.
So no. What the equivalent of the United States would be was if you join ROTC, which
What?
is basically like the reserves in college.
ROTC.
No.
ROTC.
Oh, the ROTC.
Yeah,
yeah.
ROTC, or
ROTC.
ROTC as they call it. So basically,
Nobody
you
calls
would go
it
to school. Everybody in the military that I know.
In the
Only in
military, maybe
Chicago.
they say they
Dirty
Okay,
Chicago.
so you
Yeah.
did a gap year. Okay.
No, I wasn't even a dirty Chicago. This was at Fort Bliss. I used to call it
Filthy
ROTC.
Chicago.
You know what, you little
Disgusting.
fucker? I called it
Disgusting
ROTC
Chicago.
at Purdue, and when I went to
And you were
Fort Bliss,
correct.
I was like, "Oh, the ROTC."
Stand up for
and
your
they're like,
fucking values.
At Purdue.
I was like at the ROTC, and they were like, "It's called ROTC."
Was that in
Down in
Ohio?
Fort Bliss. No, down in Fort Bliss, Texas.
That makes
call
sense.
it
Texas. Fuck Texas. Texas isn't a real place either.
Oh shit! Elb most affected. Holy crap!
I'll left.
Fuck Elb. She's no Alaska
Have you
to
paid
Texas.
off? Have you paid off Purdue yet,
I doubt it.
Marin?
So I will be 100%
Fuck
honest.
you, Tim. Fuck you.
That.
Sorry.
That.
My phone is charging.
Oh God.
I love that shit.
Wouldn't be the first time.
But ROTC or ROTC, wherever you're from.
It's ROTC. In America.
Basically, like it would be basically like you go to college, but you're also like in a military program
Yes.
where
retarded.
you graduate and you're a captain. But ROTC or ROTC are the kids that didn't get into like West Point, Annapolis,
Yeah, they
like
can't
the
read good.
higher.
Yeah,
Yeah, the higher military schools.
We have that for our. We have
a weird walk.
We have the college
Duntroon,
called
yeah.
Duntroon. Yeah, so you can do that. You can
The
go
Royal
to
College, yeah.
university, and you will graduate as the lowest ranking officer.
You'll end up being a truck driver.
Yeah,
a lieutenant.
Lieutenant or junior lieutenant, whatever branch you're in.
Or a
But
truck loader.
They only offer
Okay.
specific. They offer like engineering or law or business degrees.
Stuff that's useful for the military.
Yeah, exactly. You can't just do any degree, but you can
Probably
go.
could have done IT there.
You go through it, and you're doing full-time university while you're also doing military
Right.
officer training. So yeah.
Now, you sound like you're from London.
I get that.
No,
I'm
god damn
not.
it. They're both from Australia. God.
I love
Honestly, my
accents
accent
so
keeps
much.
my accent flooded.
Shut up, El.
Nice.
Nobody
No,
cares about your
I love
fucking
accents
fetishes.
too, El.
We're actually in a
God
bunker
damn
underneath Wright Patterson. So
So
Australia's not
Tim
real.
Tams,
Not
you're
even
not
close.
from England?
No, I'm not.
You're
from
not
England.
underneath me.
Oh,
so
okay.
you're not right.
No. My
They're
honestly,
both Australian.
I don't have the strongest
Fucking
Australian
animals.
accent. Like.
Okay, thank you. Caesar doesn't have the strongest one. So,
No.
It's
and I'm
Australian,
actually
though.
very good at I'm very good at accents, and that's where I was kind of thrown off because I was like, okay, it's not full Aussie, but it's.
It's
I mean,
full Aussie.
I'm
it's
born
just-
and raised
it's
here.
just
I'm sure I don't know
questionable.
what you're
Oh,
talking
damn it.
It's a
about.
little. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you had to drop that one. No, I'm fifth to sixth generation Australian, born and raised, but yeah, I don't have the.
Oh,
the
so your
Get out,
ancestors were
Turbo. Get out the
prisoners.
Neo.
Oh
Get
yeah,
it
but
out.
I don't
dude.
have the full nasal Aussie kind of accent, Steve Irwin kind
He's
of.
100% Australian accent.
I don't have that natural. That
You said
accent
what?
is not
Fifth
natural.
generation? So your family was definitely prisoners.
Or well,
Or the guards.
possibly.
Yeah, it's fine.
Maybe the
Ah!
guard. Legit, I actually don't
I
know.
stand corrected.
But they were here before Australia was federated, so I know that much. So,
Prisoners.
Oh wow.
could be
My
prisoners,
wife-
could have been guards.
Have you seen his? He's Billy Butcher, basically.
I'm not putting my camera
He's
on.
very cute though. He accidentally doxed himself one time.
You can't even
It was
tell.
really
Like
funny.
I did.
it's a blurry picture of a man with black hair. He looks like
No.
Billy Butcher.
Hold on, I have the clip still. I'm gonna.
Oh, Jesus
You know what?
Christ.
No, I'm
Look,
not
Stop.
gonna-
My face,
Stop.
my face is on the internet. I'm not.
Leave this man
I'm
alone.
just not saying. I'm just not going to give you my full name. I was like, but I've been on other people's streams with my face before. It's fine.
It was
Dave, all
so
you need is a
funny when
fucking
he got
you need a
doxed.
wig,
He had
and
no
then you're
idea.
gonna be the fucking boss out here.
Yeah, I didn't realize my camera was on at the time.
Yes.
Don't worry,
We
I
did.
didn't either.
We saw it.
Or I thought the camera wasn't going to pick up something, and it did.
Oh,
It did,
are we
though.
ever gonna talk about that?
We
I don't know. I feel
can.
like there's
We can
like
talk
a
about
small
it, yeah.
elephant in the room. Oh my gosh!
That is not nice to call Faran that, Elb.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cold.
Stop
Cold
it.
ice.
Hey, at one point I was.
Oh my
I'll
gosh!
admit.
Can I just say,
Dave
you
is a cat. Oh, hi.
done great work.
Oh, he?
That's what's important.
Oh, he-
You
that's
did great work.
God damn it. I can't remember.
You can do it. Come on.
Elb's very drunk.
Huh?
Come on.
I'm so sorry.
Words are hard.
She's going to start white girl crying soon.
No, I don't. I'm
White
just
girl
trying to
wasting, white girl
for
crying.
myself
Let's
right
get
now.
after it. Let's do it.
Hey,
Drink
You know
more
what?
alcohol.
Honestly, that was the one thing I was
room.
so worried about. I was like, as long as I don't white girl cry, because I'll say
do.
it.
White
I'll
girl
say
waste
it
is
again.
worse than white girl
I
crying,
get
though.
it. I'll say it
So much
again.
worse.
The day before we lost my uncle / godfather, I was having. We came back from the wake. I was already buzzed, drinking with my
I love
Irish
Awake.
cousins,
I fucking love Awake.
and it was an Irish wake too. So I was
yeah,
like,
fuck
okay.
yeah, it's the best
Okay.
wake. I want to have an
Okay.
Irish wake.
Yeah.
When I die,
So
I
I
want
was
to have
like-
a fucking wake. Fuck your funerals. I want a wake.
So my whole thing is just don't
Prop me up in the corner
cry
and drink
when you're
alcohol.
drunk.
Just
And I
fucking
didn't cry once. And I went to bed happy being like, wow, bitch didn't fucking cry once. Like, you
You
know,
woke up and streamed.
we didn't
it.
cry. And then I
you
woke up and I was like,
Just
oh
nasty.
God.
Weirdos blew up your phone.
I just spent the last 20 minutes with my eyes watering because I was thinking about all the young kids who died because when we pulled out of Afghan and they weren't even here for 9/11. Like, I've just been so sad
What the
about
fuck? Are you fucking kidding me?
She's 2 conversations ago. I know where she's coming from.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
But no, everyone should
cry
know
about this weird
that
thing
Faran
that's
and
not
I are,
particularly
like,
maybe
great
true,
friends
maybe
right
not
now.
be true, but I cried about it for like fucking an hour.
Yeah.
It just made me really sad. Okay, it was really depressing.
I need to push this shit forward, or we're going to be here forever.
Yeah, you want to
We're
get
gonna go
really
longer than
depressing?
Nick's show if we fucking
So-
don't get along with it.
So
You better
Boozy's having
push it forward.
time. You've been following this, haven't you, Faran?
Oh God, yeah. Hmm.
Yeah.
That was one of the reasons why. That was one of the myths where we thought that Nick actually took it down, was so that Bouzy didn't have something against him or me or either of us. There was a number of myths. Because again, really quick, I woke up at 3 p.m. still half drunk. I heard somebody go, listen.
Yeah, that's me.
I woke up at 3 p.m. I know, I heard you. I didn't want to call you out though. But I woke up at 3 p.m. I woke up at, I'm trying to be nice. It's my first time. That's what she said. But I woke
Don't
up at
be
3
nice here.
p.m.
Everyone hates
and-
me, so go ahead.
and
do
was
what you
like, oh my God, like I'm still kind of drunk, but like whatever.
do.
And
What happened yesterday?
well, no, and so I woke up to all these messages on my phone, and I was like, wait, what happened? And then I went to go try to find the
Literally, yes.
stream, and it was gone. And then I checked my Twitter, and I had 2 messages from Nick. One said, I unlisted the stream, and then like 10 minutes later it said, actually I privated the stream. And I was like, oh shit, like what happened? And then I listened to my voicemail, and somebody was like, you have to take everything down. It was terrible. It was awful. And I'm sitting there like,
Fucking hilarious.
What was so terrible? Because you guys, I thought the camera didn't see my hoo-ha at all. I thought because
Well, they didn't.
I was sitting there, because the whole time the camera only saw like from like three quarters of my boobs up. Okay, so
Those
I thought,
jorts definitely did you a big favor. They
oh, thank
protected
God
you.
they did.
Look,
They fucking
I'll be honest, Faran.
deserve to give them a burial in fucking state. Like,
I'll be honest, Faran. I thought you were. I thought you were wearing a skirt. To be honest, I legit thought it was worse than it actually was.
Big quality jorts. She did.
I had no problem. Yeah, it was perfectly fine by my taste.
Yeah, Dave loved it.
Of course it was, Dave.
So
But
here's
I was
the
afraid
deal,
of, like,
folks.
I was afraid of Nick getting a strike on his channel.
No.
Okay, that was the original reason why I thought, okay, so either way, I wake up and I'm like, okay, what's going on? And everyone's like, oh my God, you didn't see. And I'm like, no, like what happened? And they're like, you threw your legs up and you could see your crotch. And I was like, no, you couldn't see it. I was like, it was just my legs. Trust me. And they're like, no, you could see your crotch. And I was like,
trust but verify.
yeah, and I
But-
exactly. And I was like, all
Everywhere-
right, I'm
everywhere
going to
on the house,
verify. Yeah, so I was like, I'm going to
That's where you
verify.
were, like what you thought. Like that's.
Oh shit.
And again, so like
honestly was
when you're
oh
on
my God,
stream,
no idea.
yeah, exactly. So like when you're on stream and you're sitting there, especially wasted, and you only see like, you know,
feel it.
from
I
like
do
a
it
quarter
every
of your
week.
boobs up. Yeah, so like you're on a quarter of your boobs up. You're like, oh, if I fall back and throw my legs up in the air, like to be like a joke, like, oh my God, like I forget what cartoon I was thinking of in my drunk brain. If it was like, you know, like Roadrunner or something, like something stupid, like where all you see is legs. I was like, oh, you're
Probably
not
should
gonna
have just
see
took your
shit.
shirt off. Probably been better.
Yeah.
Stop it! I'm on a roll. But I thought, okay, and that's why like I flailed my legs after I went straight up, and then I flailed my legs one after the other, and then came back up because I thought in my drunk brain you can't see anything, just my legs.
Yeah, well, Nick was
And then
screaming
I went
at
back
you.
and watched the footage. I went back and watched
Screaming.
the footage, and I was like,
Oh,
oh
he's such a
fuck,
good guy.
oh God, this isn't
To be
good.
fair, I blurred your vagina for you.
Thank
There's
you.
nothing to blur. We couldn't see anything.
To be
We
fair,
looked, there's
I-
nothing to see.
To be fair, I did shave that morning.
No, I'm
Good
so
for
proud
you.
of
For the wake.
Could you imagine? Oh my God.
Why do you shave before the wake? That's a weird fucking thing to
Well,
do.
no,
No, I did that
Fucking,
morning.
well, you know, before the wake, I shaved though.
No,
what the
it's
fuck
not
are you?
sexual.
What is your
First of
plans
all,
for the
sir,
wake?
I gotta remember, I hooked up at one of my. wakes
Jesus
that
Christ!
First
Guys,
of all,
let Faran
sir,
speak.
No.
Congratulations.
Dave,
Yeah.
I really hope it wasn't a strictly family affair.
first of all, it was the morning when I did it, And it wasn't like I had like it was like a brand new shave, like I was shaving off like fucking pine trees. It was like, just to like, just maintenance. It was a maintenance shave, number one.
Why would you need to? Why would you need to specify that it was before the wake? Then, like, why would you need to say? Why would you need to do that?
No, I was saying
You don't need to. You do not need to specify. Like, well, I was just doing a thing, and then like before the wake, though, I need to make sure this is all cleaned right.
Let the record show. I have asked to scratch that from the record. And what I'm going to say is that I shaved that morning. The wake was at 4. The wake was at 4. I shaved that morning.
So there's plenty of time. Yeah.
Are you Richard Nixon? How the fuck fast is that shit going?
I am not a
kidding me.
I am
Are
not
you
a
fucking
crook.
kidding me?
Mhm.
Jesus Christ.
Have you not heard of 5 o'clock shadow?
This is a disaster.
You know what? Thank you, Thermo.
In this
You get
case,
it.
no.
You get it.
No, I have
No,
not.
he does get
I
it. He's
have
been
not.
married for a while, probably.
Yeah.
A very long time.
He hasn't
48
asked her what she
years.
likes for a long time. But if you
I don't
did
have to,
it, she'd
I
be
don't have
like,
to worry about 5 o'clock shadow. I have a
if you did ask her, she'd be like, nair it. And you'd be like, that burns my balls. And she'd be like, nair it.
I just learned about Nair very recently, and I am fascinated.
Who are you? What are you? What the fuck are you, Elb? Like, where did you come from? You just
Okay,
dropped
anyway,
out of a
I
fucking
learned-
spaceship.
Use
Let
Nair
Faran
on
continue.
my man bits, and oh my god, it was the regular Nair, so it
Oh, God.
burned the fuck out of me.
I have
Yeah.
not had that experience.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Though?
It works, yeah.
It works.
It works.
It didn't burn though.
But
I
you're
think Mark is saying about the chemical
You might have used the
reaction.
wrong one, Dave.
a medium rare for a good 2 days.
I mean, you're gonna get a little bit of cancer, but I mean, after that, like, it's fine.
Exactly.
So,
And how Nair honestly hasn't perfected their shit for the last 40 years, I have questions. You've had
I thought you
40
said it worked,
years. We're discovering cures for ALS, and you can't figure out the cure for Nair.
Wait, did we discover a
I
cure
found
for
the cure for
ALS?
Nair.
We're talking about it. Yeah, they
Okay, sorry. I'm gonna stop
Yeah.
interrupting. I'm
ALS
so
is Lou
drunk.
Gehrig's disease, isn't it?
Yeah.
Elb, do you know what ALS is?
Yes, I
Literally
1,000%
don't know what
do,
anything
and I'm
else
so
is.
glad that there's hope for people. Like, it makes
Jesus
me so
Christ,
happy.
I don't believe you. I don't fucking. You're so fucking weird. Like, oh yeah, oh this thing, yeah, definitely. I know what
The Dark
ALS
Star,
is.
I also
okay.
have had my back nared and never fucking again because every time you put on a shirt when it's
Yeah.
growing back,
nared.
it's
Oh,
like
God.
fucking dragging
Well,
across.
now
the
you know
center.
how women feel when they have to
Fucking
shave their entire
horrible.
bodies to please men.
How
Thank
was
you.
it when
That's
last
why
time you shaved your
maintenance.
back, Elb? How was
One of my
that?
exes was
Yeah, Elb. I'd like to know when was the last time you shaved your back?
Yeah, how,
She
how'd
was
that feel
referring
for you?
to the hoo-ha, okay?
I
Like,
prefer
I
the
trim my
full-
shit. It's not a big deal. Who gives a fuck?
well, that's how guys are, okay?
Dave, would you feel weird if you had
Let
to shave your shit
Farron
if your girl liked it?
continue.
Would I have
no.
what?
Would
I
you have a
feel-
problem with it if your girl liked you to shave your fucking entire area?
Yes, big boss. You can use Nair on your face.
Don't
Women use it on
the
their
big
upper
boss.
lip.
He's retarded.
Here,
Don't
here,
talk to him.
let Dave
He's
speak.
from Ireland. Fuck him.
I've done it.
Talk to Dave.
I've not only have I done it, I've let my exes actually do
Of
the
course he's done
do
it.
it.
Okay, I wouldn't do that, but I applaud.
The only
effort.
reason I wouldn't is because of the ingrown hairs. Other than that, I would do it all day long. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'd shave
well,
it,
you
I'd
haven't
cut it,
shaved
I'd
your
nair it, I
entire
don't give a fuck.
body before
What you
10
do
minutes
is,
shows.
once you shave, you take out the tweezers and get the extra.
Oh God.
What? I don't. There's no extra with.
That's
what?
like adding
All right, I
insult
don't
to
know.
injury, like plucking it. Oh
Well, what-
God.
One of my
Ripping it out?
I'd much rather pull it all out.
She was in the plucking, and it would keep it clean for a good month and a half.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Was she Asian?
I like to use the hot iron and just burn it all off.
Just wondering. Because that's what the girl used to do for me at this nail salon. She would wax my eyebrows and be like, "Oh, I pluck for you to make sure I don't come back." And I was like, "Okay, whatever."
Sounds accurate. Sounds like what she
Never
said.
been waxed.
God, that
but
sounds
that
Filipino. Holy
impression
shit.
No, these are. But mind you, hang on. Let me clear the record. It was just my eyebrows, not like a hoo-ha. I was in 8th grade. And it was my
got it.
eyebrows, guys. 8th grade, my eyebrows.
You
I've
guys
seen-
know
I've
I'm
seen
pedo
stores
shit,
in
so don't think
that.
otherwise.
Yeah,
and they
no,
do
I've
your
waxed,
eyebrows
and
with
I
like
found it actually enjoyable.
they do your eyebrows with a bit of string.
Well,
They sort
Catnip
of just pull
Dave,
the string
you,
taut, and it sort of captures the hairs one at a time, and it looks excruciating.
Oh, threading?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Oh
they just,
God,
like,
it's fucking awful.
Oh.
I would rather go to war than
You're
have
literally
my
just ripping
fucking eyebrows
ripping
threaded.
hairs out. It's like,
Yeah. I'd be like, give me a freaking machete or a gun and send me into Afghanistan than to get my fucking eyebrows threaded. It is awful.
What
And
is
I'm not even exaggerating. I'm not even exaggerating. It's they have these like threads over your face, and it's like slowly ripping out your skin and your hair, and you're like, the fuck did I sign up for? And you're like, oh, the draft. And then like all of a sudden you're like, oh, but your eyebrows are perfect. Like
Are
no,
you sure
it's
you're not Sicilian?
I swear to God, I'm not. I swear.
I'm pretty sure you might be.
No.
I've been pulling out my fucking
can we
middle
fast
eyebrow
forward to the
hairs
part
since I
where
was
Faran
like 13.
and I are now like literally best friends.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's weird. Kind of
Isn't that
fucking
weird?
It's weird, but we're also kind of the same person, which makes it more
kinda
fucked
weird.
up.
Both retarded. Yeah, it's weird.
Oh, this
We both have
motherfucker.
very strong adamants and very strong egos, but we also get along. I don't know. It's fun.
So here's how it all
Right now,
started.
kiss.
All right, Theron, what do we have next? Can we move it along?
Okay,
What's going
everyone,
on
let's
next?
stop interrupting her, Blaze.
Excuse me, you don't want to talk drama, Mr. Scales over there?
To a woman.
Oh, is
Stop.
that
Let's
what
move
that
on.
is?
What's going on
Scales,
next? Let's move it on.
yes. I never even noticed.
That is scales. It's
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Let's move on. What do we have
Did you
next?
thread the hair out of those scales? Because they look awfully
I
hairless.
threaded the hair, all my scales,
Yeah.
long time. Very painful, long time. Anyway, let's move on. COVID, let's go.
No, it was Bouzy.
You don't like talking drama?
No, I'll do it. It's just.
Should we
well,
talk
it's weird when
drama?
you're- Yeah, let's do
Bouzy.
talk you and.
That's
Oh,
what we
no,
were trying
let's-
to get
Okay,
to.
We'll talk Bouzy, and then we'll
We
get into
can.
all of it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, yes, he's having a bit of a time today.
Oh wait,
I
are we
have to
gonna
read
like,
all this
gloss
'cause
over
he's
this again?
fucking
oh my
retarded.
gosh.
So, I can always tell. I
Doesn't
don't
put
remember what
Jesse
it
in the
sounds like.
fucking
Far
God.
too generous for Christopher
Hang on.
Bouzy's voice.
I
I
can always
feel,
tell
hang on,
when
I
someone
feel
doesn't
like we
like
need.
chess.
I feel like we need like dramatic music. And we
This motherfucker doesn't play chess. Come on, come on. He doesn't play. He's fucking dumb as shit. Bouzy does not play chess. God,
Well, the funniest thing is,
he does,
like-
this motherfucker doesn't play chess. He hasn't
Mr.
read The Art of
Ply.
War,
Nick
which
Ply
is
does play
basically
chess,
a
actually.
fucking
no, he
primer.
does play chess. He's fairly strong.
this
He's
dumb
1900 on chess.com.
Oh God! Oh God!
It's like
Like,
wait, where was
he
the
doesn't
tweet?
play
Where was
chess.
the tweet?
Dumbest
one of
motherfucker
the
on the
replies to
planet.
Bouzy to the
Bouzy
Bouzy
says,
saying,
I can always
Okay, hang
tell
on.
when
I'm gonna
someone
see if I
doesn't
can
play
see
chess.
see if I can do it. Hang on.
Hasn't read The Art of War or any books on tactical planning. Nathan
Basic-
Lawyer
the
still hasn't
basic
figured out.
bitch
He has
ass-
painted
oh,
himself into
God.
a corner.
Oh,
I
God,
don't
I
know
gotta-
why I'm slipping into like Southern gentleman, but I'm
I
just
can't
going
deal
with
with
it.
that.
He has gambled his
need a
reputation
mid-julep
on the,
on
and
your
the
front
reputations
porch.
of Lawtube and Ron Coleman for a stunt.
Hang on.
He
Here's mine.
raised $32,000, and his donors expect action soon. He overhyped Ron Coleman's lawyering experience and has no choice but to sue Balt Sentinel. If he doesn't, there will be a lot of angry donors who will want answers. But it doesn't get better for Nate.
He not
He
only
not only-
has to survive a motion to dismiss, but he has to raise significantly more money for the trial and actually win. Anything
Is this an
short of a
Reddit reading or
win,
something? What the fuck?
and Nate, Lawtube, and Ron Coleman will be ridiculed for a very long time. Lawyers were mocking them for that damn letter. Even anti-Meghan Markle accounts. Oh yeah, the letter. This was unforced. An unforced error by Nate. I will be here to ensure
that no one forgets it.
No one
Checkmate.
What a fucking retard. That is the dumbest shit I've ever.
You guys, he only blocked me because I told him he had a small PP. No, I said small PP energy. But
He blocked me and I don't
I've
even
been
know who he
quote
is.
tweeting him, commenting to him forever, and then I said he had small PP energy, and it was like immediate blog.
He's just block
like,
botting
okay,
people.
that is true,
Yeah,
right?
And he's doing it manually too. Like, so I don't
bet he
have to
is.
read
Asinine
asinine questions. And she's just asking.
But I also
hi, I'm curious.
like-
Who are you, and why do you have so many people who never interact with you on Twitter blocked? There's a whole
But
thread of people
also-
saying you've blocked.
It's all about who
them.
you
What does
follow
he
and
do?
interact
He fucking
with.
blocks her.
Guys, I had the best bot sentinel score. Like I had the best one. I was
Yeah, you were the-
winning.
You were the
And then as soon as I
most
got blocked,
disruptive
it
out of all
went
of us.
down. And I feel like it's like he knew that I was like intentionally trying and increase it. But 72% was very impressive. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. I'm kind of butthurt about it because I can't get it back up now. That's what
He
that's
likes
what
to
she
bang
said.
on about Meghan Markle and the horrible, brutal racists who tweeted her, and yet this shit rates fine on his platform.
Threatening,
like threatening, the future king.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Normal,
Totally fine.
normal,
He's fine.
no problem.
Fine.
Well, because the queen is racist and she doesn't like
She's a
the
brutal
dogs.
racist. A brutal racist.
I don't like the fact that you give me shit over my
Jeez,
family.
that's dangerously.
That's actually very
accurate.
good.
That's very accurate. It's weird.
Don't mind the fact that for thousands of years my family has literally enslaved millions. But
Well
the fact that one Meghan Markle has come in here to marry the spare, as we call him,
We've now morphed
you
into
need
the
to
Iron
just
Lady.
deal with the half-darky Afro ginger baby that will be coming into the royal family. Good night
shit.
and Merry Christmas.
Very good, Mom.
Oh God.
Why
God.
don't you do that more often? Oh my
God.
god. Oh my
But
god.
That was fucking. What is her name? What is her fucking name?
Whose name?
The fucking.
Give us more
No.
clues, Em. I believe in
No.
you. Please give us more clues. Oh my
The
god.
Iron Lady. Fucking what's her
Thatcher.
name?
Margaret Thatcher.
Margaret Thatcher. That was Margaret Thatcher.
How did you know that?
Margaret Thatcher was more in her.
Yeah, that's more Thatcher.
In a more own throat. In
Yeah.
yeah.
She was very heighty. Margaret
Yes.
Thatcher.
And the banks
Is that not
are
the same
going to
thing? I'm
help.
confused. All right, I want all that all the time, so let's just call them both.
Farron's
and then
been working on her
Al-
received
Farron's in now, so
pronunciation.
it's over.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
But Christopher Bouzy is sitting here
Damn it.
acting as if he knows everything about the royal family. And all I have to say is that he knows nothing of the royal family when it comes to everything. And when I tell you that Meghan Markle is half
I love when
black,
life gets really weird like this. It's
we
fucking
don't
great.
like the darkies in our family. So because of that, before it happened, I died. So I would never see the first blackie in the family. Now you have my son, the weirdo that talks to plants.
Do I hear
Good night,
the southern
God
fucking
bless.
taps playing?
Dave, was that
I
you?
hear it. I fucking hear it.
That's Dave.
Farron, that is the best Queen Elizabeth I have heard in a very
I
long
know,
time.
it's really good.
Fucking dead on.
And then there's Prince Charles. Well, I love
Mummy.
my mother.
Oh, I hate him.
My
Is that
dear
Mummy?
Papa.
Yes.
I took really
Stop
offensive
it.
people saying he had
Mummy.
sausage fingers.
Mama.
Like, those are my
My
fingers.
darling Camilla, how I love you so. Yeah.
And
But
to
yeah,
Harry and Meghan, I
the
wish
Queen
wish
is
the
my
best of
fucking
luck.
bitch. Like, And I'm not even joking. My sister and I were doing like all these Queen accents before, like literally a week before she died. And
Yours is so amazing.
my sister was
very good.
like, "You literally called for her death," and I was like, "I know."
She's
I hate
165
it.
years old. You can't call for her death. She's ancient. She's dirt. She's
She had
should
more
not be
life
alive.
to live.
She didn't.
All she had to do
Always.
was, and Lou Richards is now still alive. So we lost Betty White. Now we've lost the Queen, and Lou Richards is still winning the Highlander game.
Oh, Lou Richards is still alive?
Is he?
Shit.
I think so.
Do you know how many countries time to overtake? God
What's that
save
guy
me.
from fucking
Lou
Highlander?
Richards. No,
God
not
save
Lou
me,
Richards.
that's great.
Lou Diamond Phillips.
Lou
Diamond
Diamond
Phillips. That's who we're thinking about.
Lou Richards.
Lou Diamond Phillips.
The musician. The really drugged up musician.
Need the law and Lawtube should
And
refund the
Lawtube.
money and apologize.
Now you sound like a southern slave.
They're
owner.
insane enough to file a lawsuit similar to the demand letter. It will not survive a motion to dismiss. Nate,
What is
Lawtube,
even
and
going
Ron
on right
Coleman
now?
have lost credibility with this charade.
Are you trying to do Morgan Freeman, or are you trying to sound like the
I have
slave
no
owner?
idea. I have no
No,
idea.
you're
what
I thought I
doing
heard Morgan
so
Freeman.
good, Tim. Oh my
Morgan
god, that was amazing. Oh, okay, you guys, I'm done. I'm gonna mute myself for a minute because I'm so drunk.
Sober yourself up.
Oh, good God.
By the way,
Definitely
I just
sobering
got
myself up.
Alb's DMs of the Nord Stream 2
Oh god.
Farron memes,
God.
and I'm
I
on the
didn't know they were
floor.
Nord Stream. I did not know they were Nord Stream. But one of them, that is her mine, the other is Thermos. I'm so sorry, but also I'm so proud of myself.
I mean,
Women are the fucking weirdest creatures on the planet. You guys
Can
are
we
so
share them
fucking
though?
weird.
Like, I don't know. You know what? It's not my show. Whatevs.
I
You can
mean,
share whatever you like. I don't mind.
if I were to
Whatever
think that
you like.
anybody would blow up Nord Stream 2,
Oh, God damn it.
it would be my crotch shot on a very infamous
Thermo,
stream.
share them.
Well,
Share
I
them.
thought
Share them.
when I threw my legs back over my head,
I feel like we have a
no
fucking
one
gift for
could
this.
see my royal ass. Unfortunately, I woke up, and everyone told me
Why is
much
it
more
so
was
good,
seen than my
though?
ass.
Oh my god.
And now I must live with it forever and ever, thanks to the clip channel of LB.
Darren, we're not supposed to be friends. We're supposed to be enemies.
I know, right?
Oh my gosh. Thermo, can you share them? Can he share them? Is that
You are the
okay? I
gayest
mean, I've
people
already
I've ever
shared them
fucking
myself.
met. What is-
I don't
can
give a
we
shit.
can we
Fuck
move
you,
on
Sam.
again? Can we
Fuck
just
you,
fucking
Sam.
slide this on?
No, let's just can
move
we
this
just
fucking
address
forward.
it? Can we just address it?
We did. I don't care. Let's fucking move on. I don't.
Yes, the queen size queef shot.
Did you just say queef shot?
Queef shot.
Stop
He was
it.
correct. It's a queef
No,
shot.
it's the queen shot. The queen with an end shot.
Oh,
Queen
oh my god.
Good God.
They're the best edits
These
ever.
fucking
Thermo, share
memes.
them right now.
Hang
Thermo,
on,
just
hang
share
on.
them.
Oh, my God. I've got so many
Just in the
tabs.
Discord, not like on the fucking internet.
Oh, you
Just
do? Oh,
gotta
okay.
move on. Just
Damn.
move it
You're
on
lucky.
down.
Holy shit.
Wait, whose body is my head on though?
I just
My
wanna
head,
drink
my
more
head is
alcohol.
literally turned all the way around, fucking exorcist style.
Your head is backwards as
talking
avocado. Avocado.
Stream.
Somebody
The-
sent
the-
it to
is it-
me.
I could have sworn
I
you
was
were
such a dickhead at the time,
You're
Farron.
right,
I'm
sometimes.
so sorry.
No, I'm not gonna
Fucking
lie.
Weirdos. Goddamn weirdos.
These memes are fucking gold.
You could barely identify
So
them.
sorry, Baron. But you know, I was feeling real petty at the time.
She's not sorry.
No, she ain't sorry. I don't blame her.
I'm gonna go. I gotta go find more alcohol. I'm just gonna go away for a while, and then maybe something better will happen.
No, I want everyone to know that Farron and I are like getting along really well because we're pretty much the same person, just not when
Yes,
we're mad.
weird, isn't it? You basically the same. Weird.
Yeah.
Fucking weird.
Mhm.
Oh,
Actually,
that's all,
never
that's
mind.
All that's all the structured news I had. Now it's just bits and pieces. I need an intro for bits and pieces.
Well, hang on, what did you have planned, though? What was right
generally,
before that?
like two women
generally what I
having a
do is I
fucking
have
pillow
like
fight. That's bits
the
and
main
pieces
stories that we
intro.
discuss, like the big stories, and then I just have bits and pieces where everything else ends up. So stuff like Rip Coolio.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Coolio passed into the gangster's paradise.
Oh.
Shame he was never a gangster though.
No, he wasn't.
There's this insane broad.
Dave is more gangster.
Who just happens to run the country across the fucking ditch.
Fucking hell!
This is the section where this hits just
yeah. Okay, for the two Aussies here, this bitch, our next door neighbor. It hits too close to home.
We've got two women on the stream.
Yeah,
I want to avoid the misogyny label at least for 5 minutes.
This cunt
Fuck
next
that
door.
horse face.
Thank you.
Terrible horse face bitch. Fuck her.
This week we launched an
Fuck
initiative
everything about
alongside
this
companies
bitch.
and non-profits to help improve research and understanding of
Bird-ass
how a
lips and
person's
giant
online
teeth. Fuck this
experiences
bitch.
are curated by automated processes.
You sound like
This
my
will also
university.
be interested in understanding more about mis and disinformation online, a challenge that we must, as leaders, address.
No, you
I'd like to
mustn't.
point out this is in front of the
Sadly,
UN.
I think it's easy to dismiss
Like
these problems
an
as
empty
one of
room
our
or something like that.
Yeah.
I can certainly
No one's
understand
actually
the
there
desire
listening
to
to
leave it to someone else. As
Show us
leaders,
more
we're rightly
teeth.
concerned
It's
that
good
even
for you.
the
Show us
most
more
light
teeth.
touch
India's like,
approaches to
this bitch is only known for Lord of the Rings.
It's being hostile to the values of free
What fucking
speech
country
that
is
we
this?
value
Where Bob
so
Vagine?
highly.
Where's
But
Bob
while I cannot
Vagine?
tell
You
today
shove Bob
what
and
the
Vagine.
answer is to this challenge, I
This is
can
the
say with
country where
complete
Lord of the
certainty
Rings
that
was
we can
filmed. Not a good movie.
to do
It's
so
not only
poses an
AOC
equal
where
threat
the
to
Bobs
the norms we will value.
don't see Bobs.
After all,
Don't
how do you
confuse.
successfully end a war? If people are led to believe the reason for its existence is not only legal but noble, how do you tackle climate change if people do not believe it exists?
There's the kicker.
How do you ensure the human
Climate
rights of
change
others are
exists,
upheld
just-
when
is
they
it
are
human-made or
subjected to
not?
hateful and
Maybe
dangerous
mildly.
rhetoric and ideology?
Dangerous ideology.
Hateful ideology like your own, Jacinto. Now fuck off and stay in New Zealand.
Situate them is often the same. To cause chaos
God, I'd
and
love it if she
reduce the
get hit by
ability
a
of
bus.
others to
It'd be
defend
great.
themselves. To disband communities.
Didn't you just disarm your population,
You
Jacinto?
cannot defend yourselves, you fucking retard.
Didn't you just disarm your population after the Christchurch shooting?
Weapons of war do not become an established part of warfare.
Of warfare.
In these times, I'm acutely aware of how easy it is
I
to
love
feel
it.
disheartened. We are facing many battles on many fronts.
You aren't facing any.
She's not. She's talking to the fucking UN. They're all a bunch of fucking like diplomats.
She wants
What have they
internet
got to feel
censorship.
disheartened about?
Fucked.
Yeah, fuck
I
them.
don't know.
This is
They're
the
just
big
so
thing, though.
These.
The
I'm
big
so
thing is these people are
diplomat.
sitting there. I'll continue with whatever you're doing.
No, I was done. I'm just so sick of them
Okay,
because,
anyway.
like, I don't care. It doesn't matter. They just want to like people make people happy.
But the point is,
and I
these
just
people
wanna
are
know what the
sitting there
facts are.
and they're fucking complaining to a bunch of other elitists about shit that they all have agreed on. That is whatever the fucking rules are.
Elitists
It's like, are you-
complaining to
it's-
elitists that their lies don't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this is like how you can absolutely believe these people are absolutely 178% full of shit. It's like they're going to be like, oh, look at all these horrible
lot
things
of
that are happening in my country that I have been fucking literally the cause of.
Jacinda
Yeah, my
Ardern and the
big-ass fucking horse
globalists
teeth.
and the World Economic
Hi,
Forum
Alex.
are want to suppress
You know-
your speech.
Yeah,
Wait,
Alex
who
is
said
back.
that?
Jocelyn.
That was Thermo.
Jocelyn.
That's Thermo. That's Thermo's Alex Jones.
Yeah,
That's my Alex Jones, Farron. It's great to meet you.
Amazing.
Holy shit, I thought that was actually him.
Oh, we wish.
I was like,
we
oh god,
wish.
You wish, huh?
Alex Jones
We need to
impression
send
has
Alex
fucked
Jones
me
a
up
fucking
so many
kite, by the way.
times.
His
Because I
Alex
don't
is better than his Hank
realize
Hill.
the
Like that's.
My
Has
Hank Hill
has
is
Nick like
stellar.
called
I
you?
will
Has
have
Nick
Oh,
Mercado
I-
like
I'm not-
called you
Nick
to
hates
like?
He
us.
should.
I'm not knocking your
said
Hank
Nick
Hill, but
hates
your
you?
Alex Jones is even
Yeah,
better.
Nick wants us to die in a fire.
Why?
Nick wants the Discord to be destroyed
Yeah.
because he knows it is a globalist plot to
It's already been
I am
infiltrated.
freaking the fuck out right now.
It took me like 3 streams to figure out that was Thermo.
Yeah, that was not me. I can't do Alex Jones.
Joking.
I can't really do that many impressions.
I gotta go find more.
I just have a
alcohol.
radio voice.
Oh.
Oh.
I am like shook right now.
You and Elb are the same person. It's
Trudeau
fucking weird.
and the government of Canada is allowing the Chicams to put police in
My
Canada to police
God.
you. Can you believe it?
What about the fluoride in the water, Alex?
Well, they put the fluoride in the water to make the frogs gay.
They're turning the frogs gay.
I like putting chemicals in the water that turn the frickin' frogs gay. All right. Sick of the shit. I'll eat your ass. I'll do it.
Did you say I'll eat your ass?
I'll do it. I'll eat it up. I'll eat your ass.
He's gonna toss that salad so hard.
You know what it is? Let me explain to you exactly why. Why, for example, like me and LB like are like, what the hell did I just listen to? Because sorry, American men, like deal with it. Like when you hear a guy that's either from Australia or England, like, you know, they're gonna have like the proper accent, like they're gonna like talk like this, or like, you know, or like, oh hello, hello, I went to university. How are you doing? Or, you know, or you know, I'm from Australia.
You should get Alex on.
Right, right. So then when you hear a guy that has like this richly proper accent, you know, because he's from the area, all of a sudden you're, oh my God, they're turning the frogs gay. You're like, holy shit.
When you find someone who can hit that switch, yeah.
Yeah, because you know what that means when they can hit that switch.
But
You're blowing bubbles under the Nord Stream 2, baby! All right.
Well, I do sell propane and propane-based accessories.
Okay, Hank Hill.
You're all fucking retarded, by the way. Just want to let you know that.
Okay, you guys just let us get along. We gotta like talk week.
Yeah.
So
You're the same fucking person. How can you not get along? You're the same person.
That's
Fucking
exactly
weird.
why we didn't.
So yes,
Exactly. Fucking weird.
Chicams police.
Oh, God damn it! Oh, no!
What the hell? Oh.
Sorry.
God,
Sorry about
who's
that.
eating their mic?
Sorry. Sorry. It's my fault.
What the fuck, Tim?
It fell over. It happens every stream, by the way.
It does.
I've never heard that from you. I from
You're never here, so you haven't heard it.
I'm always here.
You're never here.
Always there. That's the
Okay.
trick about flippers. They're always there.
It happened.
But China's infiltrating Canada again.
Canada's
Yes.
lost.
Okay. Sorry, I got distracted.
R.I.P. your upside down Maple Leafs.
So yes, China is apparently trading police. So they're stationing Chinese police in Canada, and it's not just Canada. This is happening all over the world.
Everywhere.
It's happening in Spain, like across Europe. It's happening in
Is that-
Africa. There are exchange programs where China just sends out police.
Is that Bruce Willis?
Yes, that is
No,
Bruce
that's
Willis. How did you know?
Xi Jinping.
That is Emperor Xi.
That's Bruce Willis.
What? What the fuck's Bruce Willis got to do with anything?
That's Bruce Willis
that's
from
Bruce
the first
Willis.
Die Hard movie. The
No,
first
that's
Die
like
Hard.
the fourth one, though. He's really old, but
That's him going back to Nakatomi Plaza.
Ah.
That
In
is
the
I don't know
fourth
what
one.
that is.
That's his name.
Are you serious? That's in the first Die Hard, where he's in Nakatomi Plaza.
Farron, I'm not an actual person.
And you
so
call
I don't-
yourself an American.
I don't. I'm not a person. Not
But
even
yes,
an actual
this,
person.
This shit is pernicious. Because it essentially means that that
Is
Chinese
that some
nationals
sort of
living
Bruce
abroad,
Willis slur? Was that what that
pernicious.
is?
Yes, that's a Bruce Willis slur. It means
You
Chinese
son of
nationals
a
that live
bitch.
overseas. Chinese nationals that live overseas being policed by the arm of the CCP in a country that should be free.
Canada's not free. Hasn't been forever.
Well, there are other countries.
Which ones? Mexico? Oh yeah. I saw
Is
this.
someone else's computer binging, or is that mine?
It was Dave.
No, I was on mute. That wasn't me.
Nobody else hear that bing?
I was muted too. It was Dave.
No, that's 10. Or is not? That's Elb.
It's not me, you fucking asshole.
No. I saw Elb's levels going up. That's Elb.
You son of a bitch. You're like, oh, it's 10. It's like, it's not even fucking moving.
I always assume it's you if something's getting knocked over.
Oh, you son of, you're right though. Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Yes. Black actor says things are racist. Whatever. Oh, that's
Yes, so
This is
an
when the old
84-year-old
was
woman
murdered.
was murdered for handing out pro-life literature in Thames Town, or state at least.
Where was it at? I posted, but I don't remember.
Where was it? It was
Michigan, Ionia County, somewhere.
yeah, Ionia County.
Oh, that's outside of Detroit.
It is, but
Right?
I can't remember exactly which.
That doesn't
one
narrow it down.
It's south. It's southwest of.
Is it? I thought it was north. Well, I'll have to look it up.
Yeah,
now.
I don't know over that.
Well,
Lake
you
Odessa.
learned my states, I don't
Lake
Odessa.
Lake Odessa. Yeah.
Wherever that is. Yeah. So.
Oh,
The,
it's. I'm sorry. It's just east of Grand Rapids.
Yeah, that's what I
was
thought.
way off. Samsonite.
North-ish
Way off.
and east-ish.
So
Yeah, fuck
there was
Grand
a,
Rapids though.
there
Yeah,
was
I was a news anchor there too. It's interesting.
there was a black kid in season 1 of Netflix of like Stranger Things. I don't remember this kid.
He's been in all seasons.
Who?
This guy.
He's the
Oh, the
black
black
kid.
kid?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
what
black
about
kid.
him?
He's the token black kid from it.
Things are.
Is he one of the?
Yeah.
Is he one of the main
He's
kids?
not.
Yes.
Yes,
what did he
has
say?
been.
Well, he
His
said
sister is actually
he doesn't have a
more
following
prominent
because
than
fans
he's
are
been.
racist.
Fans are racist. Black actor
Fans are
says people are
racist,
racist. Water as well.
That's why
kidding me?
he's not popular.
Yep.
I assume he's not popular because I don't even fucking remember him.
I haven't even
Not because
watched
he doesn't
Stranger
have a
Things.
soul. Because he's
No,
black.
you know why I remember him? Because he does the when they do the he does Apollo Creed. He does like the whole thing. Oh God, what's the movie with Rambo where he's the black guy?
Predator.
With Rambo.
Predator.
Rocky.
With
Carl
Schwarzenegger.
Weathers.
You mean
is
Carl
one of the
Weathers?
most
Carl
ripped
Weathers.
Motherfuckers.
Carl Weathers,
Carl
thank you.
Weathers is a
Carl
fucking
Carl
man
Weathers.
beast.
Yes.
He
He's a
does.
fucking-
He's like, yeah.
Goddamn,
it's during
Carl
the
Weathers
80s,
is
and
a
he's
fucking
the Carl
monster.
Weathers kid. Where he mimics him.
He ain't Carl Weathers.
son
No,
of a bitch.
no. Carl Weathers was a fucking specimen. He's a fucking creature among men.
Absolute specimen. Go watch Action Jack.
Fucking Caleb McLaughlin is a fucking small, scrawny black man. Like no, Carl Weathers
McLaughlin.
is a
He's not even
fucking-
Irish.
He's apparently black
That was a
Irish.
slave name.
No, McLaughlin's definitely an Irish name. So and he's
he's
black.
black
so
Irish.
Irish people are black. So
Oh, yeah.
Liar.
The equivalent
that's
there.
Carl Weathers,
I have
the
a
best
food
six
delivery.
pack
I'll be
I've ever
back.
seen on a person ever. He was like a 14-pack. Carl Weathers is I mean, he's fully roided out, but man, Carl Weathers.
All right, so here's what I honestly contributed to. Okay, like for example, like the fool of myself that I made 2 weeks ago. Any other woman could say, "Oh, it's because I'm a woman. That's why I'm getting all this shit. Oh, it's because I'm female," or all this other crap, right? A lot of people can take whatever they want, whether it's gender, race, what have you, and attribute it to that. How about it's just, hey, I was a drunk and I was funny and I made a fucking fool of myself. Like, whatever. Versus like, hey, you're an actor, you're a supporting character. Why does it have to immediately go to that you're black? You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's just like it has nothing to do with your gender or where you come from, or it's what you're doing in the moment. And
I mean, I feel like
I
feel like the number one rule in this whole everything we need to learn in the last 3 weeks is like, don't wear jorts.
See, I would say the
I
opposite.
legit don't remember this kid.
Wear
I legit
jorts
do not remember him.
and wear them tighter.
Oh my!
Tighter, tighter.
Jesus
For
Christ!
women,
Are you trying to
you
get into
know what?
OnlyFans, Farron?
No.
Jesus,
Stop
you
it.
must.
No, if I wore them tighter, we wouldn't be in this
different.
situation, would we?
Well,
Also,
women are
never
It'd be a
different
worse
than real
situation.
men.
All I can say, Farron.
If you wore them tighter, they'd be
Bicycle
even
shorts.
more exposed, and then we'd all be like, well, the fucking feds and the fucking simps would be all like, well, how much you gotta have for
Sims
that
are
shot?
not so bad. Sometimes.
Actually, I did have
We
a
know
question,
you love
Faran,
fucking Simcell. You should
'cause
actually
I wasn't
monetize them
sure, and
much
people
more
were
to
confused.
monetize the
Were you
Sims.
sitting on the floor?
Yes, I was sitting on the floor.
Yeah, I thought
Mhm.
so.
You know
People were-
what?
how did
I
she
would
not fall out of
totally
her
make her
chair?
mistake 1,000 times over. Is the problem?
Which
like,
is
I totally
exactly
get it.
why when I
When she
leaned
talked
back,
back-
I was not on a chair, which is why when I leaned back, I thought you could not see like
Yep.
from my thighs down.
Yeah.
And then when I went back and watched, I was like, fuck my life.
Was there
Thank God for Nick
See,
Riccardo.
can I just say what my
When you went
impression
back,
of the
it was like-
situation
it was
was?
like you dropped something up on a pillow or a cushion.
No,
came down.
I feel like she
Hang on,
thought that it would just be her two legs and
Yes,
not
yeah,
the
clearly.
bit, which is
Exactly.
exactly why I never, ever, ever even clipped her in that moment. I archived the whole thing. Okay, guys, you need to like stand down for a second because Farah and I need to have a moment where we like forgive
Go
each other.
somewhere else,
I don't
then.
know.
No, we already have.
Fuck you, Tim. We've already been everywhere together. We're like best friends.
Oh God.
Look at Thermo. Look, Thermo made us like just us each other on the stream, like we're lovers.
I mean, secret lovers. I mean, hey, we'll be here all night, folks. I mean, we'll take over your stream. We're cool.
Oh,
we'll play it right up. Yeah, there he goes. There he comes back. There he
Yes.
goes. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
I need everyone to be on very good terms. We both had our moments. I definitely had mine. Farron, do you want to weigh in?
So let's just and I promise I'll be really quick. So basically, like, I wake up the next morning. A few people are freaking out, like, oh my God, you got to fix everything. I go to look, I go to see, and again, I'm saying this because I'm just going to refer everybody once you clip this to this stream because I'm tired of explaining it. But okay, so I wake up the next morning, still like semi-drunk. And I'm like, oh, like, I had a blast last night, my cats are fed, like, we're cool. And because I was in the stream with my cats, and which I have a dog too, by the way. I'm like a weird zoo person. And I have a few select people that are like, oh my God, like, you have to like get everything offline. And I was like, wait, why? What happened? And they're like, oh, it was awful. And I was like, okay. So I go to Nick's channel and I don't see the video up. And I'm like going through like the latest stream that's up that's from the previous night, not like the night I was on, but like the previous night. And you always look at it like one day ago or whatever. And I'm like, wait, so this isn't like 12 hours ago. And I'm scrolling through and I'm like, wait, what the hell? I go to Twitter and I see that he messages me and he says, I unlisted the stream. And then he said, actually, I privated the stream. And I had no idea why. He never really gave me an explanation. And all of a sudden I'm told like, oh my God, like you wouldn't believe what happened. And I was like, they're like, oh, there was the part where you threw your legs back. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, you didn't see anything though. like literally, I legitimately thought like still like in my semi-drunk brain, I was like, you didn't see shit. And they're like, no, you did. And I was like,
so much.
I was like, oh God. And so I go back
But
and
it was
I watch
hot.
and I'm like,
it was sexy. You do you.
I'll be like, I'm gonna tell you right now, shut the fuck up. Like, no, bitch.
No,
I was in
but it
I
was
was in
hot.
pajama shorts. I was in pajama shorts, throwing my legs back, thinking like, oh, you're not gonna see anything. And then it's like, whoa.
But you know how often I wear those? Like, I get
I
it.
wear them every night.
Like, I totally get it.
Get it, girl. So that happens, and I'm like, oh shit. So then I just literally YouTube search Faran Balanced, and I see Alyssa's videos, and I'm like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Oh no.
So
like, you know, any like a subscribers I don't have? Like, oh no.
well, no.
Continue.
So I originally saw though, I was like, okay, like it doesn't really show anything in the thumbnail. You can't really see anything. And then I was like, and I messaged them and I was like, you guys, like, if I just say nothing, like nobody's going to do anything. Like you can't even really tell that this is like a big deal. And they're like, no, everybody's gonna clip it. It's gonna spread everywhere.
Ugh.
You are the next Kim Kardashian with the sex tape. And I was like, oh God.
No.
So then I emailed you. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. That's what I'm like, when I'm telling you, like, I was in a panic. I was like, oh shit. Oh my God. This is awful.
I wasn't in your state yet, which is probably half of the problem. Like
Look,
I was not on your level at that point.
So I email you and I'm like, hey, girlfriend. And I will say it again here. Yes, came back from a wake, was really drunk with my cousins, came back, drank more, like, you know, my whole goal was to not like drunk cry like a girlfriend. No, but again though, like I don't want it to be an excuse, but I'm just saying, like, yes, I was white girl wasted. I own it. It is what it is.
I feel you in this
there's no excuse. Yeah. And from what I remember, to be completely honest, okay, the one of the biggest things I remember is that Nick was like, yeah, I'm coming into your stream. And I was like,
oh no,
bitch. I was like, I'm coming into your stream. You have more viewers. And he was like, no, like I'm going to come. And I was like, no, I'm going to come into yours. I want more viewers. I want more subs in my stupid brain. And so I accepted the invite thinking like, oh yeah, this is how I'm going to get more subs. Sure enough, I fucking did. Because everyone was like, you were so awesome. You were so cool. Oh my God, you were totally yourself.
Okay. But
and that's why I was
time,
like,
I but at the same time, I need to just do a disclaimer here while I'm very faced. You were the most relatable person in that moment. Like,
and that's what everybody was telling me. And I was like, really?
It was fun.
Yeah.
It was you. It wasn't the news anchor voice, which is kind of what I always compare it to, because I don't like the news anchor voice. But it was so much fun at the moment, and I would party with you and have the best time.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I get where people are like, okay, like, the stuffiness, like the prissiness or whatever. I get it. And I think as I've gone through like this little internet YouTube journey, I've like learned to lighten up a little bit. But again, like I said, so like, I'm thinking in my brain, like, wait, what's going on? Like everything is fine. You couldn't see anything. I go back, I watch. And then again, I'm freaking out. I message you.
You
and
saw
then,
your vagina.
Yes, you well, not the vagina per se, but just like, whatever you saw.
Well, no,
And
not
then,
the whole vagina. Just the like both part of it.
But so then after, you're like, okay, no problem, I'll enlist it. And I was like, okay, perfect. Oh, thank God. Okay, here we go. And then
that should have been the end of it, though. That should have been the end of it, in my opinion.
But then I'm getting messages like,
but then
she didn't unlist it. It's still up in Nick's Discord. Oh my God, like this bitch is trying to get views. Oh my God. And I'm just like, oh my God, like, and you start to freak out. You really do, because, and again, folks, like,
yes, I get it.
When you have a lot of, when I say a lot, I mean like at least 3 people coming at you and they're telling you like you need to freak out.
It's true.
There's a part of you that's like, okay, I wasn't freaking out
at this point. It is completely legitimized. It is completely like, okay, maybe I should be concerned about this because more than one person.
Exactly. Because for me, I was like, what? Like, I was like, it's not that bad. I was like, I have worse pictures up there from when I danced in the NBA with like my legs spread open like that, on an NBA court. Like this is nothing.
Hot. Oh my god.
And that's one of those things where I was just kind of like, okay. But then when you, again, just as you said, when you have more people that are like, oh my God, this is going to ruin everything. You're like, oh God. So that's when I was like, hey, like, and the way that I truly did, I was like, hey, like, I know that you unlisted it, but like, I asked you to kind of delete it because like, oh my God, I'm kind of freaking out. The way that you took it though, was I came in aggressively, which is totally lost in translation, which is why most men hate fucking text messages because it's never appeared the same way that it's intended. So women, there you go. We literally screwed ourselves. And that's when I saw the stream of the pre-stream where you were like, yeah, she came at me really aggressive. And I was like, no, I didn't mean to come at you aggressive. I swear to God. And then it kept escalating. And then I went into the Discord and I was like, what the fuck is going on? I was like,
terrible.
Well, bad idea, folks. Never go into a Discord unarmed. But I go in there and I'm like, you guys, like, because that was the other thing is everyone was like, oh, everything's changing as to why you wanted to take it down. And honestly, the way that it happened is I woke up and Nick had it down. So I was like, okay, did Nick do something? And then it was, oh my God, you won't believe what you did. And I was like, okay, so then I did something. And then when I was asking people to take it down, then I heard the other thing where it was like, well, no, you both, like, we got to protect both of you. And that's where I was like, okay, what is going on here? Like, who is being protected? Who's not? And then it was like, well, Nick's going to get another strike. Because then I heard from the Lawtubers, oh, Nick's going to get another strike. And I was like, oh my God, over the crotch shot? And they're like, no, over the copyright. And I'm like, what copyright? And they're like, you were singing songs that were copyright. And I was like, oh, fuck. You know, like, it was one of these things where I had no idea why it was actually taken down. And I still, to this day,
chaotic.
Right.
I still don't know either. And
Exactly.
I've spoken to you and I've spoken to Nick. And personally, okay, I'm just going to say this. I've spoken to you. You are 1000% okay with archive being public.
Yeah.
And you are. And I cannot fault you for that. And I have had my own conversation with Nick. I am very drunk right now. But I'm
Girl,
also
welcome
not
to the
going to
club.
reveal.
At least you're off camera. At least you're off
I
camera.
know, right?
Because I'd be like, girl,
But
turn this shit off right now.
But I'm also my conversations with Nick. With him and I've had many conversations, like on a like just different levels on different topics.
Right.
But I respect him fully. I trust him fully, and if he came to me out of his own accord and said, hey, can you do me this favor? Like, I'm gonna do him that favor, and I don't need to fully understand the favor, but he's also a really good friend.
Right.
He's a good friend to you, and I admittedly have not fully watched the stream to know like what's going on.
Right.
But
and that's where one of those things where I will say, folks out there that are watching, you know, like when you come on to the internet and you're like, I want to start streaming, I want to do this, I want to do that. There is a natural progression that you have where I'm serious, like where you feel close to your audience, like you know your audience, and you're like, I can talk to these people. I can tell them anything, you know, like they're like my friends, like my close allies, you know. And then you get in a Discord and everybody's like, oh, you know, we're here with you, like, oh my God, like, you know, and they feel a very parasocial relationship with you where they feel like they can talk to you directly. And as a, you know, I hate to say like as a creator, but like as a creator, you do see like, oh my God, this is kind of nice, like, where I can actually talk to my fans. It's not like how YouTube used to be where like, you know, they had to get a hold of you like through a random Gmail account if you were lucky to post it. But at the same time, there is a moment where, you know, for example, like on a drunk stream, or like you're going through some shit where you're like, oh my God, I'm talking to these people because I feel so close to them. But at the same time, it's on the fucking internet, you know?
But you're not actually close to them, and that's the problem. It's you can be relatable for some people.
Like they're
but
all
not to
in the
others.
same fucking
And
we're the cool. We love each other. It's the
but
best
it should
fucking
never,
shit in the world. Are you kidding?
ever be weaponized.
But here's one of the things though that I think what Alyssa and I did learn from all of this, because there was a moment where I went in the Discord and her and I just went at it like freaking mountain lions, like rams, like
we saw.
Oh no,
and,
it was terrible.
And I will tell you,
really bad. It was
it was like U.S. and China folks, if
Oh,
you
I've been
guys
kicked
want to
out.
get a glimpse of like a nuclear war,
No, but
watch
the
what we
issue
did.
is that Farron and I are like almost the same person at times.
Well, no. To make it all clear, you know, I had a vacation planned where I went to LA for the Taylor Hawkins tribute
All right, I gotta
concert, who
go.
was the drummer of the Foo Fighters. And, you know, I was at the concert and I was just, you know, there like in the moment. And I was like, you know, like, I feel for real. I was like, you know, like,
What the fuck is happening right now?
Shut
Sorry.
up, Tim.
Why are there two of you?
I don't know. I'm very annoyed.
He's
I've been silenced. I've been silenced unjustly, and I'm very angry. I've been kicked out.
Oh, now you know
What's
what
happening?
it's like to feel like a woman. Anyway, so
Fucking doubt it. Fucking doubt it.
So easy.
I am kidding. I am
guys,
kidding. I just said it to piss you off even more. No, but hang on. So I was at the concert.
I've had to
like,
talk
you
to
know-
Turd Ferguson for 6.5 minutes. It was awful.
Tim. Let
No,
them
you've been
talk.
talking for 6.5 hours. It's been so fucking long.
Shut up.
I'm sitting here not knowing what's happening.
My last
dick
thing
is so
that I'm
much
going to
bigger than
say.
yours.
Why are you still here?
My last thing that I'm going to say is that you're at a concert where it's a tribute where somebody died. Granted,
No
it
one
was
else
over
has
drugs.
listened to anything that's been happening for the last hour and a half.
I'm not going to lie. I feel like a lot of people have been.
Nobody
but,
has.
Okay.
The
give me
point
a
is
Farron.
that
Fight
the point
me.
is that when you start looking at life in a different perspective and you're like, okay, what
The gay
actually
woman
matters and what doesn't? Not even the gay perspective. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, you know, I have a very, very guilty conscience and I don't like being mean to
Jesus
somebody.
Christ, send me back to Turd. I'm like, send me back. I'm out.
Oh my God, you're such a fucking little bitch.
I warned you about him. He's our lofty.
Swear. But when you start looking at life in a different perspective, in the sense of, again, you're at a concert where everybody's trying to memorialize somebody, and you're like, you know what? Like this guy was, you know, for example, those that don't know Taylor Hawkins, yes, he had a drug problem. I get it. That's why he was died. But you see where he was friends with everybody. He loved life. He was very positive. And you're like, you know what? Like, yeah, that wasn't me. And, you know, I was riding my bike on the beach and I was, you know, we were at the skate park and all this other crazy shit. And I was sitting there and I was like, this is weighing on me. I feel really bad. And so Friday when I got home, I emailed Alyssa and I was just like, look, I was like, I feel terrible. You know, it's my fault. I take 100% responsibility. I went into, you know, all of this kind of being freaked out. This is the first time I've ever kind of dealt with this. And, you know, kind of let you know what was going on behind the scenes. And I got the best email back from her. And from that point forward, it was like, here we were two freaking rams going at each other. And then we realized how much we had in common and how much like why we were going at each other as hard as we did was because we have so much in common and we were able to see certain things within each other. You know, for example, like the wittiness, like, you know, like going for the jugular, you know, exactly that too. But yeah, so all is well. And
to wrap it up, we're like basically best friends right now, and it's very,
Exactly.
very odd.
Are you going to start crying, El? Because it
And
sounds
I-
like you're going to
but
start
honestly,
crying.
I
probably because
the lesson that can be learned. The lesson that can be learned is when you think you're supposed to hate somebody or somebody's attacking you,
But
just
then
stop
you
for a
love
second.
them.
Yeah, just stop for a second and really talk to them. Because you might even realize that you guys have something in common. And it sounds gay.
and we're both
cooperate.
we're also both like
That was
equally
terrible, Dave.
degenerate, and we
Exactly.
just like hear each other, and we're just like, okay, well, there's no like alpha female because that would be super gross. Because like I think about arm muscles with alpha female,
Plus
but,
women are all betas.
Exactly.
but
Beta.
also like her and I don't know, we just got along really well, but it was a nothing burger. Also, Tim, you're like super quiet. I just want you to know this.
Yeah, I've
No,
put him down to
also-
like 5.
Tim.
Also, fair and balanced has been officially changed to feral imbalanced. for those moments. So I would. That's
Yeah.
trademarked. You heard it here first.
Aaron can be feral, but also that's life, I guess.
All right,
What were
I'm
you
going to
saying?
turn Tim back up again.
We kissed and made
World is getting fucking. It's getting deep out here.
That-
Wait, yeah,
that
hang on.
kinda
No,
reminds
it
me
gets real
about,
deep, but
the
that's how it
first
should be
time-
in the vagina.
How do these things work?
Kind of reminds me of
Dave,
the time
You want to
help me.
know
How do these
unless
things
you've
work?
got like a short dick man. I don't know.
I have-
Whatevs.
I
No.
have,
Yeah,
returned,
there
I
you
have
go.
restored
Yeah,
you
yeah.
to your
Yeah,
regular
everybody
volume.
can hear
Tim.
everything.
Tam, what do you want to talk about? What is that you want to speak on? We're gonna
complaining
let
about
you
Thermo's
speak.
fucking sodarism.
Don't even. Don't. Talk about
You
going on
speak.
You speak.
So on a lighter
Speak.
note,
Yeah, this just happened. I saw
This
that
just
in my
happened.
Twitter feed during the bit.
The world is broken.
Yeah, fucking hell, putting the Brits to shame.
Yeah.
127 people killed in a football
having a good
riot
time, though.
in Indonesia.
All right, how do we do
Wait,
this?
what?
All right, I'm gonna
Yeah.
be-
When did this happen?
Right now.
The tweet is like 5
Hello?
hours old, apparently.
Oh shit!
No, fuck you guys.
Yeah,
This,
I'm trying
this
to find
leads
more
me-
info on it.
Hello,
This leads
are
me
you there?
to one of my Daveisms.
Dave? Are you there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Term, are you there?
I remember
Elb,
the
are you
first
there?
time
we're
I-
here.
Yeah, apparently a
Hello?
apparently a massive stampede.
Yeah, we're here.
Giant penises. What? Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. Can you not hear us?
I hear you.
I love
Are you
giant
there, penises?
Fucking
Penis
Christ.
is hello. Chime in.
All right, good.
Yeah, apparently there was a big
wait
stampede.
There's a giant stampede of penises. I'm very angry.
Well,
about everything that's
Indonesian
happened.
penises, yeah. So massive stampede at a
Well,
football
none of
game
those
in
are
Indonesia.
giant, those are all
127
very
people killed.
small.
Oh, it's like Liverpool.
Tiny giant penises kill people.
I
What
don't
happened?
know.
Yeah.
But
Kind of reminds me of
Capacity, pitch invasion, excessive use of tear gas.
yeah, cops rocking up using tear gas and causing everybody to riot.
What, did they say exactly why?
Because they're tiny penises.
I mean,
Okay, so
is
no,
it,
no,
is it a
the
football
losing,
riot or is it something
yeah,
else?
the losing
It's a
team,
football
the
riot.
losing team invaded the pitch, and then
Oh.
yeah, shit,
With their tiny penises.
shit broke out
kicked
from
off.
there.
I just want to point out, look at all this fucking, like, Jesus Christ, you're a
I want
cop.
to point out how annoyed I am.
cop
that I've
in-
been
Not a
in South-
fucking North
unjustly-
Korean
You're a,
general.
you're a cop in Southeast Asia. It's all one and the same. It's all one and the same. All their military is gendarmerie anyway.
So Virgin Atlantic is going to let the men wear skirts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God,
I mean, the
this.
point where we run through the last 5 minutes. Is this what we're doing right now?
Got a fair bit left.
Bits and pieces.
Oh,
is
goddamn.
always,
If
bits
you-
and
if you
pieces
want-
is usually the big.
If you want to
segment.
go, bits and pieces is usually the longest segment at this point.
I don't want to go anywhere. I've been just fucking send out. I feel very upset. I have emotions, very angry emotions.
Like,
Why are
I'm gonna
you
say
angry?
Watson.
Are
Just
you
don't
angry
cry.
Why not?
because women?
We're
can
here to
come
listen.
along?
Go ahead. What
Or are you?
I'm here
But
for you, Tim.
You
Or are
need to
you
center,
like-
you need to
Jesus.
center your
No, no,
emotions,
let's
Lie
Tim.
down on the couch.
Yes.
Please
He
tell
does not
us
know
what
how to
you're
walk in
doing.
those shoes.
Yes.
He's got legs.
God
He
damn
knows
it.
how to use
When did it all
them.
start?
Oh God.
Staff can now choose their own uniform. What the high holy McFuck? Michelle, totally not their real
Optional
name. Totally not
pronoun
their real
badges.
name. Let's go. What?
Until it starts costing them money.
Yeah, until they start losing customers.
Ah, shit, I just realized it's too late. You guys can't see the fucking
Industry leading. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
A mix of
I'd imagine
reactions.
it attracted a mixed reaction.
I like it. Yeah. Fix the rest of your fucking customer service before you worry about uniforms.
Like,
Are we really moving on this far? Like Jesus.
Yeah, that guy's not walking right in those shoes.
Yeah, he's gonna ruin his hips.
Not not what. Not
Not
my,
even joking.
not my critique. Yeah.
Now, of course.
So, yes.
Sussex.
Fucking
Yes.
Brits. Oh, wait.
Isn't the Duchess in charge of this?
Wait,
Fuck is that car?
Just to be clear,
Really good.
just queer Freudian slip. Right. Freudian slip. Just to be clear, is this Sussex in the UK or is this Sussex?
Is Sussex in the UK.
Okay,
you know,
I'm just double checking that. I know there's more than one Sussex.
Your fifis. We're hurting
It's
your
either
fifis.
France
You're
or
arrested.
UK.
I thought there was. I thought there was Sussex in Canada or something.
No. This is definitely this is
double checking.
Absolutely
Cool.
the
cool.
UK.
Yeah.
Just to be queer.
Just to be queer.
So yes, a serial pedophile was found guilty on 30 charges. John Dixon, who identifies as a woman,
but has not legally changed the gender, will be sent to a women's prison. Great. So
and of course, the response from Sussex police calling this shit out was, "Oh, you got a license for that speech." They call out
Got a
hateful
license for
comments.
that
I would
giant
post the original
fucking
tweet,
saggy bra?
but they deleted it.
Oh, of course they did.
They deleted it and folded like a cheap suit.
And of course they're sending them to a women's prison, so there's going to be more women
Hi,
getting
Sussex
raped.
police do not tolerate. Oi, Sussex police don't tolerate any hateful
I'm not
comments
still banned from the
towards
screen,
their
though,
gender
right here.
identity,
Am I actually-
regardless of
Crimes
crimes
committed.
committed. This is irrelevant to the crime that has been committed and investigated. Sussex police. Jesus Christ! You can familiarise yourself with what is regarded as an 8 on our website here. If you have gender critical views you wish to express, this can be done on other platforms or your own page. Don't be targeted and not targeted an individual. My God, fucking UK police, the worst.
Scottish feminist Marion Miller was charged with a hate crime after posting a photo of a suffragette ribbon
Can we
on
get a
her
reset?
social
What's
media.
going on? I need
crime
to
words.
What's going
Pull
on?
us on
We're doing
down.
bits and pieces.
I fucking hate these victims. I fucking hate them.
How's Dave doing though? Like, let's get can we get a
Yard? There is a pirate on this channel, eh?
He looks
Period.
upset.
Oh, poor is me. Oh, they're saying
Yeah.
bad words. Oh,
Get him, Dave.
Oh, it's not even people claiming victimhood, Dave. The police are scouring your Twitter feed.
Fuck
So
the police.
the police are just scouring your Twitter feed. So no one has to cry victim. The cops will just rock up.
Yeah.
fucking.
It's the reason why we have guns.
They spent $1,000 of public money wrapping just 2 of their police cars in rainbow colours for a gay pride parade. The UK has spent £100,000, which is a lot less than it used to be. US dollars, at least.
Look, 10 pros.
Did you just freeze?
That's
Fuck
what
off on
happened.
my computer blue screen.
But
I was scared for a moment. I thought my computer froze.
And yeah, because the white noise disappeared, and it's unsettling.
Yes, yes.
It's unsettling when the quiet returns. It's like a horror
Stop
film.
it. You're validating me. Oh.
What?
No, the white noise is
What?
really bad.
That's better. It's okay now.
Hey, the noise is gone.
Yeah.
Turn
Tim,
it down
what did
a
you
little
do?
bit then. I didn't do anything. Turn it down. I can't do anything about it.
No, I'm telling you, the noise just gone. Maybe all your fans turned off. So
No,
there's
they're
some
not.
hope
They're-
for Tim.
They're still cranking.
So she's
Yeah.
available.
Look. She could probably deadlift me.
I mean,
to be fucking clear,
I'd
to be
fuck her.
clear.
Well, we've established she's faster and stronger than Beto.
Yes.
Definitely.
Best.
Oh yes, this is a follow up from
yes.
last week.
Wait,
Mhm.
where'd that girl go? Wait a minute.
It's all right. I'm bringing it back.
Yeah.
This ain't no girl. Georgie is
This is a
whatever.
woman.
She's very, very old.
You know, she looks quite old. but
that's
I
a
don't
bit
care.
fucking harsh,
We have a
Jesus.
fucking.
I didn't say
Very,
she looks
very
bad.
old.
I'm just saying she's not a girl.
No, you're
She's
making it
quite
sound
old.
like she's 80 years old.
I
She's at least
don't
50.
think she's that old.
She's probably 45.
Yeah, she's been around for a
Ooh,
long
I
time.
don't think so. I think she's quite older than that.
Oh no, she's been around she's been a presenter for a very, very, very long time.
How do you know that? Why do
Because this is
people
my
know
country.
about
This
American
is from because this is from Australia, Tim.
Overhauled
sorry.
to impose
You're
fines
right.
that could run into hundreds of millions of dollars in the wake
Oh,
of the
she looks better
massive
when
theft
she
of
talks.
data from Optus. The Attorney General says the penalties have to be high enough to deter companies
I'd stroke
from
her out.
mishandling sensitive personal information.
Oh no! Oh no!
They've got the audacity to play like they're the victim. No, they're not the victim. They're the soft target.
It's the second time her personal information has been stolen from the telecommunications giant. This time she was notified in a text.
No humans actually rung me and apologised.
The government is also taking aim at a telco it believes fell well short in its duty of care to customers.
Australians' personal information belongs to Australians. It's not to be
Fuck off,
misused.
Mark
It
Dreyfus. You are a
absolutely has to
fucking
be
liar. The
protected.
government
There is
has
a
no
growing
qualms
chorus of
taking your
calls
personal
to give the
information
Privacy Act
and giving it to people that
It's
you
really
don't consent
important
to.
that we act now to ensure that a breach like this can't happen again in the future.
The Attorney-General says he will redraft privacy laws to impose fines for mishandling data that could run into the hundreds of millions
Will
of
those
dollars.
fines apply to the government?
Data breach.
So
it shouldn't be just treated as a cost of doing business, but that there's a very serious penalty there, enough to be a deterrent.
The government and opposition are united on one front.
I think Optus should pay
How
for
long does
all
this
costs associated with the terrible breach that's occurred.
Yeah, this hack also raises
That
serious
bitch has a
questions about the
jaw
amount
on
of
her.
personal information companies are harvesting,
shit.
how well it's being defended, and how long they should keep it.
What we need to be making sure is that the least amount of our personal information is being stored so that if there is a breach, then the harm is going to be much less.
And Charmaine has a message she would like to send to Optus.
Well, your name and
What
date
the
of birth
actual-
are stored by basically everybody. So there's 67% of any of whatever anybody needs to identify you and do shit.
Elb has gone because she's fucking wasted.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Farron, what do you think about that?
I think Farron's still in the bathroom.
Um,
Oh no, she's
Oh
back.
shit, no.
Yeah,
I was gonna say I don't want to dip out, but I have to dip out because I gotta go take my dog for a quick walk.
Weird. Elb and Farron
then
are
hit the
dipping
gate
out at the same
because,
time.
That's all right, Farron. It's been 4 hours.
Here's the thing is, I gotta be up super early for a
Sunday
little
morning mass.
Oh yeah, it's
No,
like
I went.
midnight nearly in
even
your
worse,
time.
even
so.
fucking worse. It's a 5K.
Ooh.
It's a Halloween 5K on fucking October 2nd.
That makes no sense.
Okay.
I know.
Halloween's 4 weeks away.
My mom thought it would be fun, so
It's something you could do together.
Just
Exactly.
spoon with Elb, I guess, in Texas or whatever.
Yeah,
you guys
exactly. So
That's all right. When you finish, you can pick up an adult Happy Meal.
Oh my God. Yes.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hey,
I'm there, bitch.
nostalgic
I'm there,
toys. Which ones do they have? The
I'm hoping it's the Muppet Babies because they were awesome.
oh shit. I was hoping it was the fast food Transformers, but yeah.
Either way. But no, I really quick, I wanted to thank you guys so much for having me on.
No. Thank you
You're
for
always
coming,
welcome.
Farron. Seriously.
Yeah, absolutely.
And honestly, whenever you guys need a guest or whatever, I'm here. So these next couple of weeks are going to be a little bit crazy because I'm moving to DC, but Saturday nights are actually pretty open for me. So
Poor woman moving to DC. Fucking hell.
I'm moving back
I will.
Oh, shit.
I will send you the link every week.
Sounds great, and
Always welcome.
I will try to be there as much as I can. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you for coming.
Freaking blast!
It was
you
a
guys
blast.
are so intelligent. This is like one of the best convos that I've had in a long time about everything that's going on with foreign policy. So and so much more. So everybody, make sure you like and subscribe if you're listening, and I will talk to you guys soon. So sorry I have to leave.
See ya.
All right.
No
Bye, guys.
worries.
Good night.
So anyway, these goddamn simps.
All's right in the world. It's now like 100%
We're
male
back to
again.
balance. The balance has
No,
been
it was
restored.
fine. I liked it a lot. It was good. It was real good.
I really enjoyed it.
Farron's great value.
Really enjoyed it.
She's funny.
Oh, this is the trans
So yes,
officer
this
and his
is
wife and his wife.
the trans officer who. Oh, fuck, where is it? I thought I had it next to each other.
How do you make money though doing that? Like, can I do that? Like, how do you make money doing that?
Doing
what?
Medical records? Like, who gives a shit?
Handing over
I didn't understand what advantage it gives.
I don't either.
No, medical records of senior military officers to Russians.
Oh yeah, of course. So if you
military.
say, like, if you tell Russia that a general has a bad heart,
yeah,
I still don't think that's.
He's got a bad
particularly
heart. Oh, okay, maybe we can try and
He has
yeah,
an
comrade,
allergy
we
to-
poison
he has
you
an
well.
allergy
It's
to
good.
They
nuts.
just throw them out fucking windows.
allergies.
though.
That's right, Dave. Yeah, could be anything.
They just throw a motherfucker out a window. Like, I don't understand why this is.
And
Like,
if you want to be subversive about it, you wouldn't just throw him out a window.
If you want to assassinate someone without being blamed, that's what you do.
they
You
never
get their
do though. They assassinate people with blame. They want people to know
That
who
too,
fucking
maybe,
assassinated.
Oh yeah, but if you
them.
wanted to get someone to do it
they throw
inside
them out
the
a window.
Yeah, but if you
Yeah.
wanted, but if you wanted
He
to get
just
someone to
fell
do
out
it
of a window.
But
okay, did he though?
When's the last time you heard of a military assassination in the States of someone being thrown out of a window?
Never.
Like,
yeah,
exactly.
defenestration's not exactly a large cause of death in the US.
My favorite
Like,
way.
if you wanted to assassinate someone on U.S. soil, you'd be doing it subversively.
Yeah, you do it quietly.
Throw him out a
hush,
window.
So yeah, you'd
Or
want to know if
polonium
anybody's got any
19, whatever-
diseases
what
or
is that?
allergies or other medical exploits that you can take advantage of.
Cigarettes, Russians, Jews.
Yep.
Big allergy.
One little bit of rice in here and there.
You'll be able to see what doctors they see, so you can figure out their pattern.
Yep. Because all that information will be there. Hey, let's target their doctor. Let's target all of their medical supply and all of their healthcare providers.
Sorry, I had to talk to my wife. I'm still trying to find the fucking. Oh, actually, I'll share this because.
Look at this.
Jeez.
Get a load of this guy. He's got a wife and a wife.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Like a weirdo.
Yeah, so I saw the tweet. I haven't watched the clip, but it's a Kari
Yeah,
Lake.
I haven't watched it either.
Kari Lake ad.
This is the Kari Lake story
Where are we at?
tonight on 9.
I don't know what's happening.
I think there's
I don't
always
know.
that
I'm very
Midwestern work
disoriented
ethic that you've heard about. Because I grew up in a family of 9, it was honed even more because we had to work. We were poor. My family was very poor. We didn't have food in the house. I lived off of a gravel road.
Damn.
We didn't even have a house
He
number.
just kept trying.
Couple times of winter we would
Until
wake
he
up
ran
at
out.
6 a.m. and we would go out
my
and have to
great
split wood and
granddad
cut wood
had
in
11
order
kids.
to heat our home. During that time when I lived out in the country, I remember having a really
I don't
tight,
believe you.
close moment with God. I saw a
I don't
plane
believe
flying
you.
over it. It was
Don't
really
believe what?
tiny. And I thought to myself, someday
she
I'm
said.
going to be on a plane doing
Oh.
something. And I had this God moment where it was almost like God said to me, you are going to be on a plane. You're going to go places.
be
You're
on a
going to do
plane one
something
day.
big.
You and I have a rendezvous with destiny.
Ronald Reagan was my hero, and he is the reason that I registered the day I turned 18 as a Republican. I look at that college degree at the University of Iowa. It wasn't an Ivy League school, but I worked hard for every single course I took and worked my way through college. Working as a janitor in a drug treatment center where people are coming straight from prison to go through drug treatment. I learned how to use the big floor waxer. I mean, I can run a janitorial crew very well. I started my career at the same station that Ronald Reagan was at. I got my first on-air job, and I was there for about a year and a half, and I got a call from Phoenix.
And let's go to Kerry Lake.
I am taking you along here in Arizona. And I just fell in love with Arizona. And the people fell in love with me too.
Kerry Lake, known in Arizona as a charismatic newscaster.
He's a lion, hear him roar.
A staple on Phoenix TVs for more than 2 decades.
This was back when people did tune in. They tuned into the news at 5. It was based on trust and friendship. I felt so blessed having a 27-year career covering this beautiful state and the great people of Arizona. And I treasured my career and that job. It meant the world to me for all of those years. But like so many Arizonans, and frankly so many Americans, I woke up to a lot of reality during COVID. I realized that there was an agenda being pushed by the media.
And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
And And I didn't want to be part of that agenda. I know this job has gone from being a job I loved,
really wish she'd
feeling
get,
like it
like,
was
long hair.
unethical and biased,
Go back to
to
the
being
long hair. She
completely
was- she
immoral.
looked
The
pretty
hang up for
fine
me
with that long hair.
was walking away from a big salary. I remember sitting at my desk in my office, and I just was praying to God about it. And I took the Bible and I just opened it up. 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 7. You bring nothing into this world and you take nothing out of this world. And I remember getting the message loud and clear. Okay, message received, God, I got it. You want me to go. And right then and there, I decided I'm leaving my career. I don't like the direction it's going. And I wake up the next morning and my phone was practically hot to the touch. Many people said, you've given me the courage. You've given me the strength to show that kind of courage. And all of those thousands, literally tens of thousands of messages, one common thread that I kept getting from the people of Arizona was, would you please consider running for office? Okay.
The next governor of Arizona, Carrie Lake.
We are a red state. We are a Wild West state. And we demand common sense, not communism. It can go right back across to California. We don't want it. It's funny. I think that job, janitor, might be the job that prepares me most for politics. If you want to keep pushing propaganda, your days are numbered. Because the people don't like what you guys are peddling. I'm not afraid of the fake news. I'm not afraid of the globalists. It is no longer the party of warmongers. Wake up, Joe. We will rip them to shreds before they get their hands on our kids. We're going to lift everybody up. We will never stop fighting for the unborn.
Carrie Lake is strong.
I'm not afraid of the cartels. Arizona, we got to save ourselves. Day one, we declare an invasion on our southern border. There will be no mandates and no lockdowns to restore quality of life to Arizona. For our students, after 10th grade, they decide if they're going to go to college or learn a trade and be able to get the jobs that are out there. I will be working for you. You will be the boss. Arizona, I love every one of you. God bless State 48. Wow. Maybe God is tapping me on the shoulder, saying, this is what I freed you up for. This is what I freed you up for. We can't wait to see what you do when you grow up.
I'm gonna be just like you.
Oh, how cute.
Keep
That's a good ad. I can see 4 or 5 good ads cut out of that easy.
Oh yeah, it's way too long.
Yeah.
Like, it's a good bit. I like Carrie Lake. I hope she wins. It would be good to see.
Yep.
There's just a lot of awkward, weird shit there that I don't like.
Yeah, a bit of proselytizing. I guess, but that's what you do. It's part of the game.
Yeah,
Big
well, that's the
problem with
audience.
Jesus people
So-
that just can't stop.
Yeah.
Oh, you're Republican. You kind of got to campaign a bit on God.
Presented without comment.
No shit.
Weird.
So.
I'll present that or be party to that without comment
Netflix
or give a
being
shit.
Netflix.
Netflix race swapping another character,
Netflix gone
another
Netflix.
real person, but whatever.
What
At
is-
least Charlotte isn't a ginger, so it's not the ginger side.
No.
It's
I
just
wish she
more of
was,
that
though.
ridiculous.
No, the real Queen
much
Charlotte
better with
was.
ginger.
What
Pretty
race was,
fucking
what
white.
race was Queen Charlotte?
I think she
Don't
was from
care.
a Habsburg, so
Yeah.
Oh, she's got fucking
White,
16
very white.
teeth and fucking 3 eyeballs, and she's fucking.
but they only like certain types of representation.
Yeah.
They have an issue because Jeffrey Dahmer was gay.
Behold, have sex with the retard of Habsburg.
Wait a minute, he was gay?
He was gay,
Yeah.
but they're playing
But
that up.
they don't like that he was gay. You can't have gay people doing bad things.
Yeah, they're labeling.
Just like you can't have black people doing bad
They're
things.
labeling.
What about Wayne? What
They're
about
labeling
what
the
do you
show
know?
as an LGBTQ show.
Yeah.
Like Jeffrey Dahmer being gay is incidental to his story.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See?
it's into the
LGBTQ.
They put a label.
Ominous psychological
I'm
horror.
looking for some amazing
LGBTQ.
queer film. I'm going to watch Dharma Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story, because it's got the LGBTQ tag.
I don't know that that's a tag. I just think that's a description of what's coming. Ominous psychological horror. LGBTQ.
Yes. But that's the mindset. Is that they're trying to put market it to fans of queer film essentially, even though it's got really nothing to do with his story. It's just okay. He was gay, so what? And yes. For those who think we're joking when we're talking about Australia and human rights, no, it's the state of Victoria has basically flat out said human rights are not absolute. They went.
I write to you in response to your complaint about mandatory COVID-19 vaccinations in Victoria. You raised concerns about being unable to access Melbourne City Council facilities due to not being vaccinated. I understand this is a contentious issue for you, but I'm sorry I cannot help you with this matter.
It's issue, not issue.
Issue. The Chief Health Officer has emergency powers under Victorian law to issue directions, and we are aware of the recently issued COVID-19 mandatory vaccination directions. While mandatory vaccinations do raise human rights issues, human rights are not absolute.
End quote. Fucking hell.
The right to refuse vaccination must be balanced against others' health and well-being in the context of the pandemic. It is not unlawful or unreasonable.
Dave's got the right of it. Fuck him.
To limit human rights when there are compelling reasons to do so.
King Dave, right there.
Yes.
Double
Fuck
guns
that
with
shit.
Komodo, drinking fucking Fireball. Bad man right there.
So, yeah, just to clarify, that response is coming from the Victorian Ombudsman.
Human rights watchdog. Yeah.
Yes.
The Ombudsman.
Mm-hmm. Human rights are not absolute. We don't have rights in Australia. And
we don't
the
have
rights
rights
that
in
we
Australia
assume to have
anyway,
are
so-
privileges. And yeah. Again, school shootings, they do happen
School
around
shootings
the rest
do
of
happen
the world.
in other
Particularly Russia.
Other countries.
Particularly Russia.
Something suspiciously missing from this particular reporting, though,
It's weird how Russia's
is
so close
is
to
this
America.
particular thing.
Weird.
A swastika wearing a ex-pupil was the guy who doing the shooting. Strange how there's no message, no
Just
no
leave
mention
that
of the swastika here. Not even
Also
in
leave
the
out
key
the
points.
Ukraine sympathies.
Yeah, I guess we wouldn't want the ABC wouldn't want people thinking that there are Nazis in Russia.
No.
In Russia, there are
No.
Nazis there.
Well, not in Russia. There's plenty of Ukrainian Nazis, though. Well, I mean, there's probably Russian Nazis, too. But.
And yes, the good Baldwin.
Yes.
The good Baldwin.
Which isn't actually one of the Baldwins.
No, not related to the others.
Not related to the Baldwins.
Steve Baldwin? He's
No.
fucking boss.
No,
Adam Baldwin
Steve,
is
actually,
the
actually, Steve
he's a
Baldwin.
Baldwin, but he's not
He's
one of
the
the
actor
brothers.
from
Not Steven.
He's
my
Jane
bodyguard.
Cobb. Jane Cobb.
DC Cab.
He's from Chuck as well.
Yep.
And a fantastic fucking show that everybody should watch.
The Last Ship.
The Last Ship.
Yep. Firefly, Predator 2.
Of course, yeah, Firefly.
Full. No, and let's not
Firefly's
forget.
Oh, there we go.
Let's not
That's
forget.
Firefly.
Let's not forget Full Metal Jacket.
So.
Yes. So Adam Baldwin rightfully calling out Alec, saying, it is your fucking responsibility as an actor to check the gun before you use it. Even though it's being handed to you by the AD, still your fucking responsibility to check the gun. I do it, and it's the law in New Mexico. So yes, Alec Baldwin should face fucking charges. That's what Adam is basically saying. He's
Well, he
taking
killed
the
that
correct
girl,
and base
so,
tactic.
yeah, he
He's-
should.
Old Ed Snowden is now a Russian citizen.
Oh shit, he's traitor.
On purpose.
I hate that fucking shit. The guy got fucking trapped there by his own government.
Yeah.
And then they use his. That's what fucks me off about it.
Yeah.
The man was trapped there
And
by his own government.
Yeah. And now that he's in,
And now
Russian
and
citizen.
then his government used the fact that he was there
Mhm.
against him, and now because he can't leave, he can never return to the US. except in handcuffs. They use the
body
fact that
bag.
he wants to keep his wife and his kids, so he gets a Russian citizenship against him as well. Yes, it's a fucking dope story.
Fuck them kids.
And I look forward to it. I look forward to it being turned into a movie by fucking liberals.
Where Snowden is the villain.
Yeah, where Snowden's the villain.
Oh yeah.
So they're finding COVID-19 vaccine in breast milk.
Mm-hmm. Or by design.
No other comment to
Yeah.
to make.
Surprise, surprise. all by design. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here.
Lost the tit.
Yeah, they're trying to change the. Well, Corinne is proselytizing and doing her usual cocksucking bullshit.
The
or
fucking Atlanta Braves. Like, god damn it.
Yeah. But
And on the president hosting the Atlanta Braves today, wondering if you or the president has any thoughts about some of the controversial about the team name, the Braves name, the so-called tomahawk chop. Any thoughts on?
So look, we believe that it's important to have this conversation.
No, you don't.
And Native American and Indigenous voices, they should be at the center of this conversation.
And on the president.
Fuck that shit. I hate that shit. We had that shit here. Oh, I didn't copy and paste from it.
Here. It's like.
Twice.
Oh,
but we had that shit here.
Yep.
So we have these fucking amazing lollies called Red Rippers now.
Yeah.
But they used to be called
Redskins. Hell yeah.
And it fucks me off.
These were a chewy.
Because they were fantastic.
Yeah, these were a chewy, stringy kind of.
And they
candy.
didn't need to be fucking changed.
Yeah.
They didn't need to be changed at all.
No.
I wonder if it's actually so these are the original ones. Redskins and Chicos. And apparently Chicos is a fucking
Chico.
I have no idea. What the fuck is a Chico?
They're a little brown jelly baby.
Oh, it's the Spanish word meaning
It's
boys.
Chico.
Oh, it's Chico.
Chico.
Hey, Chico.
How is fucking racist?
It's not.
It's not. It literally means boy.
It literally
or guys
means
or
boys,
boys.
kids, or guys.
Hola, chica.
Or dude.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
And
Hey,
they've
Chico.
they're called cheekies.
They've been renamed Cheekies now.
But they weren't
so
even.
we've gone from
I don't-
Redskins and Chicos.
Are they going to rename the Chico roll next, which is CHIKO? Are they going to
No, I
rename
don't
that
think
because
they're
it
gonna do
sounds
that.
the
If
same?
they do that, I will fucking riot.
I mean, they already took away coon cheese.
Yes, Coon Cheese is a brand in Australia.
Was
a
a
brand.
brand. Now it's named Chia. Yeah, it was. But
it wasn't named.
It was
after
named after the creator.
slur.
His
Named
last
after
name
the
was
fucking
Coon.
Creator, whose last name
Edmund
is
Coon or something like that was his
Coon.
name.
Officer Coon. Officer. And Officer, keep darky
Yes,
down.
we used to have a whole brand of cheese called Coon
love
cheese
Bill
because it
Hicks.
was named after the dude who created it. But now it's
And
been
this is
renamed.
Coon Cheese. Can you believe that Aboriginal Australia, like Aboriginals, had to go into stores and buy this cheese?
Oh my god!
These poor people, and now
But-
it's this shit. Fucking
There are-
cheer. I deliberately don't buy it now because they're a bunch of cucks.
But
American company too.
Coon is an American thing, not a.
Exactly.
Yeah, the indigenous
So
Australians.
is Redskin,
they are,
Dave.
But like with everything else, like
So is Redskin.
yeah,
Why the fuck are we changing?
yeah, but Allen's
That's
is an
what I'm
American
saying.
company, isn't it? Allen's
Redskins in New Zealand.
But
So-
Allen's is an American company, isn't it?
Oh yeah, probably.
I can't remember. I can't remember.
They're probably owned by 4 other companies.
No,
which is
Allen's
owned by
is,
Walmart,
no,
which
Allen's
based
is
in America.
Australian, now owned by Nestle, though. But apparently,
Cool.
Allen's was created in Australia. Okay, I'm wrong though. Again. But I
No
legit-
comment. No comment. RC.
Yeah. But I
They buy it with their Indu card,
Ooh, yeah. But
which mercifully is getting abolished. So for the Americans who don't know, our social security system is quite robust and pays people quite a bit of money. And our previous conservative government decided it would be a great idea if we didn't actually give people money anymore, but we put that money on on a card
Mhm.
that they could only spend at certain places.
Cashless debit
And they
cards.
couldn't.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was a
Yeah.
cashless welfare card.
Basically, company store type issue.
It's an EBT card,
Yep.
basically. Yes.
Yeah, it's an EBT card. Yeah, this is basically food stamps. Yeah.
Mhm.
And it was applied in areas that were mostly Aboriginal, which is kind of fucked up.
Yeah, and
but
it was-
I understood the reasoning behind it.
Yeah.
But herein lies the problem. The company that ran the program charged the government $750 per person per year. Actually, no, sorry, I missed a digit. $7,500 per person per year to manage the program, which is, I think it's probably a quarter of what the people actually get in benefit. Actually, probably a third of what they get in benefits. So
that's about right.
Oh, and it's owned by the Conservative Party. So the members of the Conservative Party own a great deal of shares in that particular company, which is privately held. So the new left-wing government, kind of center-left, center-right, whatever, they've killed it because it was a fucking boondoggle. One of the banks here offered to run the program at something like $100 a user per year, and the government went, nah, we can't.
How about we
risk
just
off that?
put money in their bank account like we used to, and then
So now it's going back to just putting money in their fucking bank account, which is what it should have been the whole goddamn time.
yeah, they trialed it. They trialed the cash.
Unless they could have scammed it.
Yeah.
Unless they could have avoided scamming it, they should have fucking. Just
They
left
trialed
it
the
alone.
cashless debit up in Bundaberg as well, which is fucking
Yeah.
crazy. Which is basically the drug capital of my state. Yeah, they tried that, which is my hometown as well. They tried it up there, and it was a fucking disaster. Bundy, fucking Bundy.
Get some
around the
Bundy
cunt.
in your cunts.
Ah, yeah, fucking Jim and Bundy, yeah.
So yes,
Yeah, no.
apparently Thomas Massey did some analysis, and Nancy Pelosi is responsible for 40% of the US's national debt since the beginning of the country.
The Speaker of the House doesn't sign the bills into law, though.
Oh, yeah, that's right. No. She just decides what makes it to the floor of the House.
Exactly.
I love that they do that, and then they do the opposite when it comes to Mitch McConnell.
Oh, Mitch McConnell's the one who's introducing all the bad bills. He's
when a bill
responsible
dies in the
for it
Senate, they're like,
all.
why did Mitch McConnell do this?
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck, man?
He's just
Gay Australians should rethink their holiday plans that involve Italy because of the far right.
The most far-right leader since Benito Mussolini.
I'm surprised they didn't include that in the headline.
But yeah, it's unsurprising coming from Australia.
Oh, God.
Without comment. Presented
Yeah,
without comment.
Presented without comment, yeah.
I'm kind of glad it's hanging up. I don't want to see that shit.
Oh, dude, I hadn't actually watched this film. I just saw the clip.
Yeah, I've seen, like, I get she's trying to just. It's a mermaid's fins. I just want to feel what the fins feel like. I understand.
Wow, is it
that.
like it's
I
like a
understand
skin?
that. Yeah, I understand she wants to feel what it. But come on, man. Come on.
I mean,
man.
if this were a woman, like dressing like this, would we be okay with that? I wouldn't be.
No.
And it being a man kind of makes it worse.
This is a burlesque show. Why are you taking?
You do not.
Like, to the little baby, whatever. It's
children.
It's movement. And
Don't
whatever.
do it. I don't care how much
Yes.
money the.
It's ma'am. It's ma'am.
You don't do this. I don't care who you are. You do not do this.
Like, this kind of explains to you why the LGB without the T was trending.
Well, yeah.
Like,
And in Tennessee, of all places, come on.
yes, fucking Tennessee, really?
Although I hear Tennessee's becoming a bit more liberalized.
Yeah.
Well,
Kane needs to start choke slamming them all to hell.
It's
Bringing
all
the
the,
mayor of Knox, Tennessee.
It's all the Californians. They all went out to fucking
Thanks. Blame fucking Ben Shapiro. He dragged
Yeah,
them all
good
along.
one, Ben.
Good one,
Jesus.
Ben. Good one.
This was interesting. I noticed this just before the show started.
Oh, memology.
Memology tweeted this. pro tip: if you have to beg your viewers to leave your videos on in the background to boost them in the algorithm, you probably just make shit videos. And
Yeah, because you're not
is
allowed
right.
to do that. You're not allowed to say,
DSP
hey.
was.
Yeah.
So this is Careful's
Mhm.
in her Discord.
Yep.
Hi everyone. This is a big
Oh,
ask, but the YouTube team has been working hard to try and get the channel boosted in the algorithm. If you want to help, apparently the best way to do this is watch hours. All you have to do, and honestly, this bit is most disturbing. The YouTube team has been working hard to try to get the channel boosted in the algorithm.
Well, of course
Why is YouTube putting their fucking finger on the scale?
Because they play favorites, you know.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's shit we've known for an incredibly long time.
Yeah.
That YouTube picks fucking winners.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is open the video that Isabel just linked here and put it on play and watch all the way through. You can walk away from your computer or turn the audio down. It doesn't matter. Once we get the channel showing up in people's recommendations, it'll be smooth sailing. Yeah. So YouTube, how about we demonetize her for this? Same as you did the DSP.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking ridiculous. Rules for thee, but not for me. And that's it. That's all I had. I did have a question for Faran from Tradeo, but I forgot it. Sorry, man, I forgot your question. I even pinned it and I forgot it. So yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim. If you haven't fallen asleep, I think you might have fallen asleep.
Wait.
I've turned him up. So I can hear the white noise.
That's Dave. That's not Tim.
That's Dave. Yeah. So yes, thank you, chat. It was fun. Tune in. I'm not sure this time next week. Maybe an hour. Maybe my normal time.
That's right. We started an hour earlier today.
Because daylight. I do apologise. We don't normally start at fucking 8:30 Eastern time, but we normally start at 9:30. But yeah, maybe we'll start at 8. This is probably a better time slot. That's at least 2 hours before Flashcast, and everybody fucks off.
Yeah, either time works for me.
So I might just leave it at this time.
Yeah, 8:30 PST.
So yes, chat. Thank you for watching. Like, subscribe. Yeah. So thanks for coming, and we'll see you next week. Peace.
Peace.